Chapter 1159. Female Literature. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan immediately realized that his body had undergone a fundamental change. He felt that he was no longer a human. Instead, he had transformed into a dragon that he had never seen before. Although the dragon's body was not big, its aura was terrifying. It was also at this moment that the auras began to overlap one another. The great demonic dragon spoke again. I really didn't expect you to cultivate to such a level when you were still in the dragon realm. When he transformed into a dragon, Su Yan had reached the 10 dragons realm. It was an unprecedented step. Even the great demonic dragon did not expect Su Yan to be able to do it. Now, the effort he put in back then was reaping the rewards. The terrifying power overlapped, and a terrifying aura soared in the sky. At this time, Su Yan had completely transformed into a real dragon. Under the control of the great demonic dragon, Su Yan's dragon body directly soared into the sky, and then directly collided with the almost transparent dragon. Old dragon god, you are destined to fail today. You will also be incomparably angry. Dragon god technique, devour dragon soul. At this moment, the great demonic dragon suddenly unleashed a move. Su Yan's body transformed into a dragon and began to devour the black dragon's soul. The black dragon's soul had been sacrificed. In other words, it was already the dragon god's. However, at this moment, he was snatching food from the dragon god's mouth. The dragon god roared, "Traitor, how dare you!" However, the great demonic dragon had already used his actions to tell him that he dared. Old thing, you are already rotten. You still want to obtain the unparalleled upper realm. How laughable. Now, you should return to your dragon soul sea and continue sleeping. As for this dragon soul, I will accept it. As he laughed, the dragon soul was snatched away. When the black dragon's soul was finally seized, the dragon god's soul immediately became rootless, even though he was already incomparably furious at this time. Although he was furious, just as the great demonic dragon had said, he had no choice but to return to his dragon soul sea. Traitor, I will definitely destroy your soul. After leaving behind a final angry declaration, he finally disappeared completely. When the dragon god's soul completely disappeared, the world changed again. When they were fighting earlier, it was as if the entire world had been turned upside down. But at this time, everything returned to normal. Su Yan was still in his dragon form. At this moment, the dragon soul was directly absorbed by him. At this time, the great demonic dragons will also begin to fade away. Su Yan, you are the child of destiny. But don't worry, I, the great demon dragon, disdain to seize the body of others. Since my heart entered your body, I have accepted your kindness. If it weren't for you, my remnant soul would not have been able to recover. I, the great demonic dragon, will walk a brand new path. I will be reborn in the endless netherworld and return to this world once again. Therefore, if you have the ability to refine my heart, feel free to do so. Su Yan was stunned. He didn't expect the great demon dragon to say such words. However, he had already understood the other party's intentions. What the great demonic dragon wanted was not to resurrect itself, but to be reborn. The so-called resurrection was to bring the dead self back to life. However, the meaning of rebirth was different. It was another way to throw away everything that one originally had and directly revive. All this time, Su Yan had been extremely wary of the great demonic dragon's heart. It was the first outsider to enter his body, and the wild nature of it was extremely terrifying. That was the instinct of the great demonic dragon's body. At the very beginning, there were many times when he was almost dominated by the great demonic dragon's heart and completely turned into a wild beast. Even now, Su Yan was still very wary of the great demonic dragon's power suddenly waking up and then occupying his body. However, at this time, the great demonic dragon told Su Yan that he had completely given up on this body. Su Yan didn't know much about the great demonic dragon. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon was clearly a pioneer. He had always been a pioneer. He didn't know about the conflict between the great demonic dragon and the dragon god. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon had directly chosen to resist the power of fate. In fact, Su Yan couldn't explain how powerful the three dragon gods were. However, just by looking at the power of the dragon god's projection, Su Yan already understood that the dragon god's strength must be extremely terrifying. The word god was too sacred. If one didn't have the corresponding strength, how could one be called a god? At that time, although the great demonic dragon's strength was already very powerful and had become a powerful sky dragon, Su Yan could still imagine the gap between the two of them. At that time, the great demonic dragon didn't know how much courage it took to make such a resistance. However, Su Yan understood that this must be an extremely difficult process. Now, the great demonic dragon even proposed to give up everything he had. Su Yan said, "Why? Senior, you are already very powerful. I heard that back then, it was the three dragon gods who joined forces to defeat you. Moreover, in fact, you can be resurrected directly." Su Yan wasn't wrong. He could definitely do this. After all, his heart was already resurrected. If he used it as a foundation, he could definitely do it. However, the great demonic dragon shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry. Since I said that I want to start over, I will definitely return. Back then, I was indeed very powerful. I wasn't inferior to any of the three of them. They even had to join forces to kill me. But what's the point of that?" The great demonic dragon's shadow was getting fainter and fainter, but he still transmitted his last thoughts to Su Yan. "You must remember, the kind of goal you strive for, the kind of height you can reach. In addition, you must be careful of Futu and the great demonic heaven lord. They are not good people." As soon as the great demonic dragon finished speaking, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Su Yan was still in a state of shock. At this time, he suddenly muttered to himself, "The kind of goal I strive for, the kind of height I can reach?" In fact, for such a long time, Su Yan's real goal was still unclear. What he wanted was to protect the people he loved, but to protect the people he loved, what kind of height did he have to reach? He didn't know. Perhaps it was because his knowledge was too shallow, so he didn't know this point yet. Perhaps it was because he was avoiding this question. Cultivators all wanted to go against the heavens and make themselves stronger. However, the road of cultivation was actually endless, as if it would never end. Was Su Yan strong now? Of course, his battle strength was comparable to that of a Dao master, and he could even win. However, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, the dragon god had only sent down a little bit of his will through the black dragon sacrifice, and Su Yan had no means to deal with it. He was almost directly killed by the dragon god. If the great demonic dragon's remnant soul hadn't sensed the dragon god and directly entered his body, and then fought with the dragon god, Su Yan wouldn't have had any chance. Therefore, the road ahead of Su Yan was still long and endless. Right now, his true realm was only a 3 essences venerable. Above this, one could only achieve the Dao at 6 essences. Above Dao masters, there were sovereign and holy venerables. The powerful holy venerables were not the end. Even the dragon god, who was so terrifying, was defeated back then. Therefore, where was Su Yan's end? He didn't know. He didn't know because of the shock. If the great demonic dragon said so, then his goal is not the 3 dragon gods, but a more powerful realm. Could it be the Heavenly Lord? The 2 words, Heavenly Lord, were too terrifying. It meant the King of the Heavens. The great demonic dragon was indeed the great demonic dragon. He was right. It was time for him to figure out where he wanted to be. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't forget the last sentence he said before leaving. That was to be careful of the great demonic heaven lord and Futu. Although Su Yan didn't really have any real contact with these powerful existences. But now, he was more willing to believe the great demonic dragon's words. However, he didn't know how to be careful at all times. At this time, in the sky, the aura was constantly changing. It was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan began to use his divine consciousness to examine himself. Dragon body. It was the true perfect dragon body. In his sea of consciousness, an extremely mysterious secret technique, the dragon god art, appeared. It was a gift or gratitude from the great demonic dragon. Su Yan didn't know how the great demonic dragon allowed him to be reborn, but the great demonic dragon had said that it had a lot to do with Su Yan activating his great demonic dragon heart. Now, since the great demonic dragon had said that he wanted to abandon everything in his past, it meant that he didn't have the slightest attachment to his previous body. Next, Su Yan would go and directly refine the great demonic dragon's heart. The great demonic dragon was right. Where your goal is, there will be your achievements. Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt an incomparable boldness. He wanted to become a heavenly lord. In the eyes of others, this was simply crazy, but he had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that he could do it. At this time, Su Yan turned around and immediately put away his true dragon incarnation. His battle was over, and at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's battle was also coming to an end. Obviously, the battle that the sea-splitting demonic snake had experienced was extremely dangerous. Even with such a powerful body at this time, it was still covered in wounds. It could be seen how cruel the battle just now was. Chapter 1160. Female Literature. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan did not make a move. His gaze was extremely calm. That was the battle of the demonic sea snake. Furthermore, the demonic sea snake had already gained the upper hand. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. He believed that the demonic sea snake could do a good job. After this battle, Su Yan's aura had completely transformed. This was not only because he saw a more spiritual application of the laws, but also because he knew where he should go. Being able to clearly understand where he should go was the most important thing. At this moment, Su Yan. Only by knowing where he should go would he be able to go further. After a long time, the huge winged serpent was finally bitten to death by the demonic sea snake. The dragon god was indeed terrifying. He could immediately create a sacred beast just by injecting his power into the winged serpent's body. Such means were truly worthy of the title God. Of course, Su Yan was not the only one who had gained a lot from this battle. The demonic sea snake was the same. He directly devoured the remaining power of the dragon god in the winged serpent. At this moment, the demonic sea snake was extremely irritable. He directly dragged the winged serpent's body into the bottom of the sea. He did not even greet Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not mind this. This was because he knew very well that the demonic sea snake was sometimes like a child. However, his pride was still extremely strong. This time, he could not help Su Yan in his battle. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. Not long ago, he thought that since he had become a sacred beast, his combat strength had greatly increased. He would definitely be able to help share a lot of the pressure on Su Yan. However, only now did he realize that he was still too naive. Su Yan's battle was no longer something he could interfere in. He was still too weak. Therefore, he made up his mind that he must make himself stronger. Su Yan smiled and then returned to the Heaven and Earth organization. He was going to go into seclusion. In this battle, he had gained too many things. It was enough to make Su Yan's strength improve qualitatively. At this moment, he went into seclusion. However, Su Yan himself did not expect that this closed-door training would actually last for 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years was not a long time. However, it was enough for a lot of things to happen in the 5 counties. In the past 10 years, the continent's world energy had continued to increase, and the mysterious suppressive force had also become weaker. With the increase in spiritual energy, human powerhouses would continue to emerge, and war would inevitably begin. Among them, the most intense was, of course, the war between demonic beasts and humans. That was a battle of survival. Among the demonic beasts, 4 extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared. They had all transformed into sacred beasts. They were the Devil Snake King, the White Ant Demon King, the Golden Condor Demon King, and the Soaring Locust Emperor. They had transformed from the most ordinary demon beasts, and finally became saint beasts. Each of them who had walked out like this had extremely terrifying strength. Under their leadership, the awakened demonic beasts gathered together. They occupied the northern part of the 5 counties and divided it into the northern wilderness. The original sects of the 5 counties also began to unite. The one leading them was a sect called the Heavenly Saints sect. It was a powerful sect in the Antiquity Age. Thousands of years ago, they had directly retreated into the small world, and now they had directly returned. This sect was extremely powerful. At this time, there were 5 Dao masters in the sect. Legend had it that there were even sovereigns in their sect. The second was the Futu sect. The next 3 sects were the Celestial sect, the Xianyin sect, and the Heavenly Fire sect. These 5 sects had been preserved from the Antiquity Age until now. At this time, they immediately began to rebuild their sections. The 6th was the Heaven and Earth organization. These sects had accumulated a lot of resources. Each sect had more than 3 Dao masters in the sect. They were very powerful. The place where these sects were located was divided into the Eastern Land. On the other side were the evil sects, such as the Dark Demon sect and the White Bone Demon sect. The demonic Dao was especially rampant in troubled times. They directly ruled the southern area and became the southern wilderness. Finally, the western land was occupied by the Dragon tribe. This was an extremely shocking thing. The Dragon tribe, which almost never left the Dragon Island, had directly appeared at this time. Moreover, there was a Dragon King personally leading 8 sacred dragons, directly becoming the master of the western land. The 10 years that Su Yan had been in seclusion were enough for them to stabilize their respective territories. The Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect had already developed together. The development of these 2 sects was also very fast. The Heaven and Earth organization became the 6th sect, and the Sound of Thunder sect was the 9th. This showed the changes in these 2 sects at this time. Within the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing had become a 4 essences venerable. However, the Heaven and Earth organization had an Oriole. Moreover, Su Yan's reputation still existed. In addition, the Sound of Thunder and Futa sect were on good terms with him. Therefore, his 6th place was very stable. Speaking of the Sound of Thunder sect, Zhang Daqian had to be mentioned. In these 10 years, Zhang Daqian's rise was like a myth. In the 2nd year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already broken through the dragon realm and became a venerable. In the 5th year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already become a 2 essences venerable. Zhang Daqian was simply a madman. He placed himself in the northern wasteland and fought almost all the time. This caused his cultivation level to rise crazily. In the end, he was even crowned as the Thunder God. At this time, he had already reached the 5 essences venerable level. Even Yun Wanqing could not compare with him in terms of cultivation. Moreover, not only was his cultivation speed fast, but his combat strength was also extremely terrifying. When he was in the northern wilderness, he encountered one of the 4 great sacred beasts, the demonic snake. In the end, he left safely in front of the demonic snake. One must know that the demonic snake's terror was unimaginable. However, he was able to retreat safely, which showed his strength. Moreover, he once fought with a Dao master expert from the Dark Demon sect in the southern wilderness. In the end, both sides suffered losses. It was because of this that Zhang Daqian's reputation was so strong. In these years, because of his active activities, the Sound of Thunder sect was thriving. On the contrary, the Heaven and Earth organization, ranked 6th, was extremely dull. However, the Heaven and Earth organization's cloud mist technique was really miraculous. Moreover, because of the Heaven and Earth organization's special background, no one dared to provoke them. Of course, the continent of the 5 counties was extremely complicated at this time. Not only were there ancient sects that reappeared in the world, but there were also forces from the 9 states. In short, it was intricate and unimaginable. This was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. At this time, the entire continent of the 5 counties had entered a period of relative peace. However, in the center of the continent of the 5 counties, it was an extremely terrifying battlefield. The battles and conflicts between the 4 great forces often occurred in this place. On this day, the Heaven and Earth organization was as peaceful as usual. After 10 years of development, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Cloud sect had already become a tranquil and peaceful place. The spirit energy here was terrifyingly dense. Among the many sects, the spirit energy here was at the top of the list. Even the Heavenly Saint sect, which was ranked first, could not be compared with this place. The spiritual qi here was so rich because of Su Yan's contribution. Su Yan's gigantic spirit formation was extremely powerful. In these past few years, this formation had always been in operation. Powerful forces continued to condense, causing the aura of this place to constantly change. The Heavenly Saint sect also had a similar formation, which was the Sanqing Spirit Gathering formation. However, it was still not as good as the Heaven and Earth organization. When talking about the Heavenly Saint sect, it was necessary to mention their inheritance. The reason why they were so powerful was that their inheritance was really top-notch. Legend had it that their founder was the Lord of the 5 Heavenly Lords. The strength of their inheritance led to their terrifying strength. Over the years, this sect had indeed displayed enough strength. In the past few years, the demonic beasts were already so powerful that they couldn't be any stronger. The monsters of the northern wilderness directly attacked the eastern lands. At the same time, the demons of the southern wilderness also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Not only that, but the dragon clan in the west also began to join in the fun. They used the excuse that a saint dragon had died in the eastern lands and directly launched an attack. At that time, the eastern lands was under great pressure. However, the Heavenly Saint sect directly united all the powerful sects and finally defeated these people. This led to the peace of the eastern lands for the next few years. Today was the day when the Heavenly Saint sect visited the Heaven and Earth organization. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth organization had calmed down, there was still a hint of seriousness. After all, the Heavenly Saint sect was the #1 sect in the world. With the strength that the Heavenly Saint sect displayed today, they were completely qualified to compete with the strongest sect in the 9 states. The Heaven and Earth organization did not know why the Heavenly Saint sect suddenly visited at this time. However, since it was such a sect that came, they had to welcome them. This time, the Heavenly Saint sect's visitor was one of the 5 great Dao Masters, Holy Flame Dao Master. Legend had it that this Holy Flame Dao Master was extremely young. He was also born in a secret realm and grew up there. However, when he had just made some progress in his cultivation, he had been fighting in the void outside the domain, so his murderous aura was very strong. In the battle a few years ago, his sacred fire technique was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the Heavenly Fire sect's boundless Heavenly Fire technique. He and the Heavenly Fire sect's Heavenly Fire Holy Man were both called fire gods. However, for some reason, this person suddenly visited the Heaven and Earth organization this time. At this time, a voice broke the silence. The Heavenly Saint sect's Ling Laikong is here to visit the Heaven and Earth organization. I hope that the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization can meet me. Chapter 1161. Female Literature. Chapter 1159. The Heavenly Sage's visit. His voice was loud and clear, and the entire Heaven and Earth organization could hear him. Of course, his voice did not have the slightest bit of power or authority. Not long after, the 1,000-cloud universe Great Array was activated, and a cloud door slowly opened. Ling Laikong was the name of Holy Flame Dao Master. Behind him were about 20 disciples, and every one of them was extremely outstanding. They were all in the Dragon Realm, and 1 or 2 of them were at the peak of the Honorable Realm. Such a team was already unimaginable. When the cloud door opened, Yun Wanqing did not come personally. Instead, it was Lin Cheng who came. He was a rising star of the Heaven and Earth organization. In terms of cultivation, he was already a 4 essences honorable. However, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were not good at fighting, so they were not that famous. Ling Laikong could be considered a very delicate person, but there was an unconcealable murderous aura in his delicate appearance. It was Lin Cheng's first time meeting one of the legendary figures of the continent. However, he did not panic, and was neither humble nor arrogant. Compared to Ling Laikong, Lin Cheng was much more ordinary. He stood there like an ordinary person without any cultivation. His facial features were also very ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, his body exuded an extremely comfortable aura. I am Lin Cheng of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Holy Flame Dao Master, please follow me. His attitude was very calm, as if he was talking to an ordinary visitor. There was no pretense at all because he was a Dao Master. Ling Lai Kong nodded his head, and then lifted his feet to follow. However, a disciple behind him softly grumbled, "This heavenly cloud sect is truly imposing. Our Dao Master has personally come, yet Yun Wanqing did not personally welcome him. She did not even have the slightest bit of extravagance. Could it be that she is looking down on us?" However, just as he finished speaking, he was immediately reprimanded by Ling Lai Kong. "Impudent, where did all this nonsense come from?" When Ling Lai Kong opened his mouth, that disciple naturally didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Cheng naturally heard what he said, but he didn't stop. He just smiled and said, "I'm sorry, it's really unfortunate that you all came at the wrong time. Just half a month ago, the sect leader went into seclusion. The Heaven and Earth Organization doesn't have many people, and we've been immersed in cultivation all these years. That's why we're a little shabby." He spoke unhurriedly, appearing calm and composed. At this time, Ling Lai Kong said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, what are you saying? Don't mind this evil creature, he is already used to being naughty." He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Lin Daoyuan has already reached the Four Essences Venerable Realm." Ling Lai Kong was extremely powerful, and what was even rarer was that his insight was extremely shrewd. Almost in an instant, he had seen through his cultivation. Lin Cheng nodded and said, "Dao Sovereign, you have a good eye." It was not easy for him to reach his current level of cultivation. The increase in his strength was all in exchange for his hard work. At this time, if he released his aura, it was already extremely powerful. However, the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation methods became more and more ordinary as one progressed. This was the characteristic of the sect's cultivation methods. Lin Cheng was a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Su Yan first came here, he was actually an official disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At that time, the Heaven and Earth Organization was still led by Yun He, Yun Wanqing's father. In fact, the Heaven and Earth Organization under Yun He's leadership was considered powerful and had a unique position in the Five Counties continent at that time. However, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Although the sect at that time was not bad, it was still far from what it was now. It was a completely different concept. "Dao Sovereign, please follow me." The group of people followed Lin Cheng. At this time, they had already seen the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heavenly Cloud sect indeed had its own uniqueness to be able to be ranked 6th. Other things aside, just the spirit formation here was already extremely powerful. The Thousand Clouds Cosmos formation truly possessed an unfathomable might. Those disciples in the Dragon Realm might not feel much, but as a Dao Sovereign, he had a deep impression of it. He could feel the power of the Thousand Clouds universe formation. If this formation was fully activated, even a Dao Sovereign like him would be suppressed. Although he would not be killed, it would not be a problem for him to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. Their Heavenly Saint sect had a long history and was a true hidden sect. Even a sect like the Buddha sect could not compare to them. However, the Heaven and Earth Organization was only a sect that had risen in recent times. At most, they had a history of less than 1,000 years. Naturally, their accumulation could not be compared to them. However, after witnessing the extraordinariness of this place, he was extremely shocked. The person who created this formation was really amazing. Even though 10 years had passed, Su Yan's name was still known by those powerful sections. It was a pity that a sect like the Heavenly Saint sect had only appeared in the past 10 years. However, during these 10 years, Su Yan had already chosen to go into seclusion. "Daoist Lin, I heard that this formation was created by Daoist Su Yan. I have always been fascinated by Daoist Su Yan. May I know where he is now?" Ling Lai Kong was also a proud and arrogant person. After he was born, his reputation was practically built by him bit by bit. However, the last time he fought with Fu Qing from the Buddha sect, He had lost by half a move. However, compared to him, Fu Qing was considered an elder. Therefore, his battle record was naturally extremely glorious. However, he had heard that 10 years ago, Su Yan had already been able to suppress Fu Qing. Moreover, Su Yan was not a member of the older generation, nor was he a genius disciple of a hidden sect who possessed a secret realm. Instead, he was someone who was born and raised in the mainland of the 5 counties. He was a genius of the Heavenly Saint sect, but he could not compare to Su Yan. This made him very curious about Su Yan and wanted to meet Su Yan. When he spoke of Su Yan, Lin Cheng's face revealed an extremely respectful expression. Dao Master is right. This formation was indeed created by Su Yan. However, he had already gone into seclusion 10 years ago. Until now, there has been no news of him. When he spoke of Su Yan, the yearning that came from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden. It was almost a kind of blind worship. In fact, it was not just Lin Cheng. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Sound of Thunder sect, and even the Stupa sect, there were many people who admired Su Yan very much. At this moment, the disciple suddenly spoke again. I'm just saying. If he is really so powerful, why hasn't he come out for the past 10 years? The war has been so tense these past 10 years. If he is really so powerful, I'm afraid he can't wait and directly appear. Ever since the Heavenly Saint sect appeared, it had displayed an extremely dazzling brilliance. This sect had been in hiding since ancient times. Even when the Stupa sect and the demonic sect were at war, they did not make an appearance. At most, they only sent their Empyrean walkers to help the Stupa sect fight. However, this time, they finally directly appeared and displayed their powerful strength. The disciples of this sect were naturally proud and arrogant. In their opinion, which sect in the world could be their match? The 5 Dao masters of their sect should be invincible. Among the 5 Dao masters, Holy Flame Dao Master Ling Laikong was the youngest. However, his battle record was also the most outstanding. Therefore, he had always been their idol. They cultivated diligently in the hope that one day they could become a powerhouse like him. However, at this time, someone actually said that Su Yan was stronger than Ling Laikong. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people who said this. However, Su Yan had not made any moves in the past 10 years. Naturally, they were extremely dissatisfied. Gao Ziyun, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Ling Laikong reprimanded him directly. This time, he did not just reprimand him. He had already released his power. The disciple named Gao Ziyun immediately trembled. It was obvious that he had been taught a lesson. Of course, Ling Laikong did not hold back. At this moment he was only giving a small punishment. However, this time, Gao Ziyun did not stop. Instead, he rebutted, "Dao Master, I am telling the truth. Everyone knows that Su Yan is just a person who fishes for fame. If he is really so powerful, why did he hide in the Heaven and Earth Organization like a coward for the past 10 years? Why should such a person be on the same level as you?" It turned out that in the past 10 years, the strength of the Eastern land had become stronger and stronger. Among them, there were even young Dao masters who defeated powerhouses. The major sects had also evaluated the 4 young Dao masters and regarded them as the 4 heavenly kings of the human tribe. They were hailed as the future hope of the human tribe in the 5 counties. Holy Flame Dao Master Ling Laikong of the Sky Saint sect was one of the 4 young Dao masters. The others were Qin Weong of the Celestial sect and Yi Xingxing of the Pagoda sect. However, the 4th young Dao master was not a disciple of the top 5 sections. Instead, it was Su Yan. Zhang Daiqian, who was in the limelight now, was not qualified. For those who were originally from the 5 counties, it was natural for Su Yan to be able to occupy one of the positions. After all, for the 5 counties, Su Yan had created too many miracles. However, for those powerful hidden sects that had just come out of seclusion, they did not even know who Su Yan was. Naturally, they were extremely indignant that such a person would be able to suppress their own geniuses. What made Gao Ziyun even more dissatisfied was that Su Yan's ranking was actually higher than Ling Liekong's. At this moment, they had already arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. When he saw Lin Cheng's worshipful expression, He did not know why, but he finally could not suppress his anger. Of course, he was not angry at Ling Laikong. Instead, he was provoking him. He wanted to force Su Yan out directly. Chapter 1162. Female Literature, Someone from the Heavenly Sage Sect? Ha, you sure know how to talk big. At this moment, someone walked over. This was also a very young disciple. He was another rising star of the Sound of Thunder sect after Zhang Daiqian. Although the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization were still two different sects, they were now almost a family. Of course, the Sound of Thunder sect had already moved back. Before Su Yan went into seclusion, he had personally built the Sound of Thunder sect's formation. Although it was not as powerful as the Thousand Cloud Universe formation, it was still very powerful. However, the disciples of the two sects still had contact with each other. Chang Wuxin, you can leave now, Lin Qing said directly. Chang Wuxin was a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect. However, unlike most of the Sound of Thunder sect's disciples who came here occasionally, he was almost always in the Heaven and Earth organization. Many people even made fun of him, saying that he was going to betray the Sound of Thunder sect and become a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was a very young disciple, much younger than Zhang Daiqian. In the sect, he was a typical troublemaker who refused to be disciplined. However, he was extremely powerful, and he was not inferior to Zhang Daiqian when he was young. The reason why he stayed in the Heaven and Earth organization was that he worshipped Su Yan madly. Back then, Su Yan had given him some pointers by chance, which benefited him a lot. From then on, he swore that he would become as powerful as Su Yan. This was something that the entire Heaven and Earth organization knew. Lin Qing did not expect that he would appear here at this time. This troublemaker, he did not care where these people came from or whether they were from the Heavenly Sage sect. That person called Gao Ziyun, he actually dared to say such things about Su Yan. That was a taboo for him. How could he tolerate it? Senior Lin, I'm not looking for trouble, but this guy really doesn't know his place. He actually dared to say that Senior Su Yan is fishing for fame? He doesn't have much ability, but he still dares to be so presumptuous. Chang Wuxin rebutted directly. This guy even dared to talk back to Lei Wanjun, let alone Lin Qing. Well, you're saying that I'm not capable? You only have the strength of 5 dragons in the dragon realm. How dare a brat like you provoke me like this? Gao Ziyun's strength was already at the 8 dragons realm. Since he was brought out by Ling Laikong, he was naturally an expert among the younger generation. At this time, his aura began to rise bit by bit. Clearly, he wanted to let this kid know how high the sky was. Those disciples who came out of the mystic realm often had a sense of superiority. He felt that he had an innate advantage over the people who were born and raised in the 5 prefectures mainland. In fact, this was indeed the case. They had been baptized by spiritual energy again, so their growth was faster. Although there were a few extraordinary geniuses in the 5 counties after the spiritual qi began to increase, there were only a few geniuses. It was impossible for most people to be so powerful. At this moment, Ling Liekong's aura directly pressed down. Gao Ziyun, are you looking down on me? He asked coldly. Of course, he knew what Gao Ziyun was thinking. But this time, they were guests after all. It was already wrong for Gao Ziyun to talk behind others' backs, but now he wanted to bully the weak. That was even more unreasonable. Gao Ziyun could feel Ling Liekong's anger. At this time, he did not dare to contradict him. However, at this time, a voice was heard. Dao Master Ling, they are all still young. I feel that if you feel uncomfortable, don't suppress it in your heart. Speaking it out will make you feel better. If you want to fight, that's fine too. We are all cultivators. This person walked out from the depths of the Great Matrix. After seeing this person, Ling Liekong's aura changed. This was because he could feel that this person was strong enough to be a threat to him. I'm Zhang Daiqian. I've been looking forward to meeting Dao Master Ling Laikong for a long time. It's my fortune to be able to meet you today. This thin person was none other than Zhang Daiqian. Zhang Daiqian's appearance at this time was unexpected. This was because most of the time he was not in the sect. Instead, he went deep into the northern wilderness and southern region to hunt. In that place, There were large numbers of experts for him to kill. But today he happened to be here. After the 4 heavenly kings, Zhang Deqian was definitely one of the most famous people. There were even some who said that he should replace Su Yan's position. At this time, Ling Laikong looked at him with an extremely solemn expression. He could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in Zhang Deqian's body. Although he had great confidence in himself, at this time, he was not very sure whether he could defeat Zhang Deqian. This was definitely an extremely strong opponent. So it's Daoist Zhang. He replied faintly. At this time, Zhang Deqian said, "Anyway, these 2 people have a temper. It's not a good thing to suppress their temper. In my opinion, it's better to let them fight. No matter the outcome, after this battle, everyone will feel better." Zhang Deqian's character was extremely arrogant, much fiercer than before. This might have something to do with his constant battles in the past 10 years. Of course, the reason why he said so was because he had confidence in his junior. He was now Chang Wuxin's martial uncle. Although he was away all year round, he had heard of his martial nephew's reputation. At this time, he could see for himself. Since Daoist Zhang has said so, then I naturally have no objection. In fact, Ling Laikong also wanted to see the strength of the Sound of Thunder sect's disciples. Since this opportunity was directly sent to his door, he certainly wouldn't refuse. At this moment, the anger between the 2 sides was faintly surging at this time. "Senior brother Zhang, this is not good," Lin Cheng said helplessly. "These warmongers were really too much. Couldn't they just sit down and talk? Why did they have to do this?" Zhang Deqian walked over, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "You don't understand. This is called being young." Lin Cheng could only sigh helplessly. Then, with a thought, a small arena formation began to appear. Zhang Deqian looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little nostalgic. At that time, he seemed to be similar. Back then, wasn't it the same between him and Jing Xingming? At that time, he and Jing Xingming also couldn't stand each other and directly exploded with their problems. However, the 2 of them ended up fighting each other later on. After that, the 2 of them found that there wasn't much difference between them. Thus, the 2 of them didn't continue to look down on each other. In the following battle, the 2 of them even helped each other. Then, it was really a case of no discord, no friendship. In these years, Zhang Deqian's speed of growth was extremely terrifying, and he became famous. However, it was the same for Jing Xingming and Yi Xingxing. However, there was another monster in their stupa sect, Yi Kongxing. He was Yi Xingkong's elder brother, and his strength was much more terrifying than theirs. Therefore, his reputation was not as prominent as it was in the past. As for whether Chang Wuxin and the person in front of him called Gao Ziyun would become good friends in the future, and whether they would be like him and Jing Xingming, he naturally didn't know. However, in his opinion, letting the 2 of them fight was the best choice. Of course, at this time, he was also full of fighting spirit towards Ling Laikong. However, he was very different from before. Now, his cultivation had reached the threshold of Dao Master. Moreover, he was no longer a simple disciple, but a representative of the entire Lei Tang sect. An ordinary disciple could naturally challenge him at will. But now, he couldn't do that, and he had to consider the sect. In these years, his cultivation had increased rapidly, but Lei Wanjun wasn't. Until now, he hadn't broken through to the Venerable Realm. In the battle that year, the people of the Dark Devil sect had caused too much damage to Lei Wanjun. At that time, although Su Yan had cured his injury, there were some things that even an expert like Su Yan couldn't undo. Lei Wanjun's foundation had been damaged, and there was no hope for him to break through to the Venerable Realm. Lei Wanjun had never mentioned this in the past 10 years, and he didn't even show a trace of disappointment. But he had been working harder to cultivate new disciples, hoping that more disciples of the Lei Tang sect could rise. Zhang Deqian knew his master very well. He knew that it wasn't that Lei Wanjun didn't want to, but that he had given up. Therefore, he had been cultivating even harder these years. And he kept rushing into the northern wilderness. This was because he hoped to find treasures in the northern wilderness to repair Lei Wanjun's damaged foundation. Of course, he was also shouldering his responsibility. Chang Wuxin was the most promising expert in the Lei Tang sect to break through to the Dragon Realm. Although he was only at level 5 of the dragon realm, he was really outstanding, and Zhang Daqian naturally wanted to cultivate him. Moreover, the person called Gao Ziming said that about Su Yan. Although he wouldn't do it personally, he was naturally unhappy. Back then, Su Yan had saved the entire Leitang sect. Later on, he had saved him, Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming. That was not all. He had even bestowed upon the three of them a great opportunity, allowing them to experience the true might of a dragon. For the three of them to be able to improve their cultivation and become so powerful in the past 10 years, it definitely had a lot to do with the dragon's might that they felt back then. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was a great benefactor. The Thousand Clouds universe formation is really amazing. Ling Laikong sighed. Putting aside the power of this formation, the transformation of this formation was already very terrifying. It could change at will, which was already very impressive. Although he hadn't seen Su Yan yet, just by looking at this formation he knew that he couldn't compare with Su Yan. Chapter 1163. Girls' Literature. No wonder those old guys have such a high opinion of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was ranked first among the 4 heavenly kings. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he naturally knew how this ranking came about. This ranking was not based on how many monstrous beasts the 4 of them had killed. Instead, it was calculated by the extremely mysterious people of the Divination Pavilion. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion was also a reclusive sect that was not at all inferior to their Heavenly Saint sect. This was because their inheritance was also from one of the 5 Lords of Heaven. The 5 Lords of Heaven were Demon Lord, Sage Lord, Fiery Lord, Nether Lord, and Heaven Lord. Only one Lord of Heaven had the word Heaven in his title. However, the 2 words Heaven Lord did not refer to the realm mentioned by Long Shantian. The Lord of Heaven was best at capturing the will of heaven and knowing fate. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was his inheritance. Therefore, among the 5 Lords of Heaven, the Lord of Heaven was the most special existence. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion, as his inheritor, was naturally the same. Even at this point in time, the people of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had not entered the secular world. However, they could see things that no one else could. The 4 heavenly kings of the human clan were calculated by the pavilion master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Those who did not know about the Heaven's Secret Pavilion were naturally suspicious of this ranking. However, those who had reached the level of Dao Master and were qualified to know about the existence of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion firmly believed in it. Even though he was not convinced, he had already accepted such an outcome. However, accepting it was one thing. He really wanted to see what realm Su Yan had reached at this time. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the battle between the 2 young juniors had already begun. A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's only in the 5 dragons realm and he's already so arrogant. It's obvious that that dog fart Su Yan is really someone who only knows how to fish for compliments. Gao Ziyun laughed coldly. Now that Ling Laikong was no longer suppressing him, his aura immediately soared. His powerful strength was also displayed at this time. Actually, in his opinion, this was a boring battle because at this moment, his cultivation level was already at the 7 dragons realm. A 5 dragons realm brat was nothing to him. It wasn't even enough for him to take a second look. To actually put him in the same battle arena as him, this was really looking down on him. However, this wasn't his heavenly sage sect after all, so he could only grumble in his heart. Actually, you are really unlucky. Originally, I was only going to teach you a small lesson. However, at this time, you just had to create an arena. In this way, your miserable appearance will be known by others and you will lose face. However, I've always been a magnanimous person. Although you contradicted me, you're still young. I'll just punish you a little. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you too much. As for you, you can use all your strength. After this, you'll probably know that there are always many strong people in this world. You can't become a strong person just by bragging. This was his goodwill, at least from his point of view. Unfortunately, Chang Wuxin did not pay any attention to him. From the moment he decided to fight, he had focused all his energy on himself. As soon as Gao Ziyun finished speaking, Chang Wuxin had already made his move. This was because he had already discovered that Gao Ziyun had exposed a loophole. This fella had underestimated his opponent too much. He had underestimated himself. However, Chang Wuxin did not care about this. The mistake made by his opponent was cruel to himself. It had nothing to do with him. Since this fellow was so arrogant, then he would directly destroy his arrogance. Chang Wuxin's speed was extremely fast. After he exerted his strength, a bolt of lightning appeared under his feet. An arc appeared. The distance between the lightning and him wasn't far to begin with. Chang Wuxin suddenly exerted his strength and appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. Then he directly pressed his fist down. A terrifying aura was emitted from the punch as it came crashing down. At the moment, Gao Ziyun only saw a flash before his eyes. Chang Wuxin's cultivation level was clearly very low, but the power that erupted from his body was actually so fast. At this moment, a powerful aura surged out, and that terrifying power had erupted to the extreme. A terrifying thunderclap exploded. At this moment, Gao Ziming realized that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent. However, he was not the kind of person who only knew how to talk on paper. At this moment, he immediately threw out a punch. Great Might Fist. A domineering aura appeared as this punch landed. The two forces collided directly. Chang Wuxin's body was immediately pushed back. At the same time, Gao Ziming did not have it easy either. The domineering power of that punch had already exceeded his imagination. As the fist landed, the terrifying electric current rushed towards his body, causing him to suffer greatly. Of course, he still felt a little relieved. After all, Chang Wuxin had already been sent flying. This meant that he still had the absolute upper hand. Unfortunately, he did not get to rejoice for too long. Chang Wuxin's shadow once again rushed towards him. The moment Chang Wuxin landed on the ground, he had already exerted his strength and rushed towards Gao Ziming again. The emergence of such an aura was simply unimaginable. His power erupted wave after wave, and the domineering aura did not stop. This was an extremely powerful force. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Chang Wuxin was really crazy. In terms of cultivation level, he was 2 cultivation levels lower than his opponent. However, he had no intention of backing down during the fight. At this moment, he was constantly suppressing his opponent and bombarding him with all his power. The fist force was like a huge wave that kept rolling. At this moment, such a violent power had already reached an extreme level. At this moment, his entire aura was constantly changing. On the other hand, Gao Ziyun, whose cultivation level was obviously higher than Chang Wuxin's, was actually being suppressed and had no chance to counterattack. The gap between them was simply too huge. At this moment, the spectators saw all of this with their own eyes. Ling Laikong said, "Really powerful. It seems that the sound of Thunder Sect has produced another Qilin." Such praise coming from his mouth was already an extremely high honor. Zhang Daqian smiled and said, "Dao Master Ling is too kind. However, that kid is really not bad." Zhang Daqian did not seem to know what modesty was. The fight was still going on. In fact, there was still suspense at this point. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was obvious. Chang Wuxin was just seizing the opportunity to suppress Gao Ziyun. The ferocity of the sound of Thunder Sect's Thunderbolt art was already on display. The Thunderbolt art was indeed a headache to deal with. However, it was not that Gao Ziming did not have a chance. On the contrary, his chances were very high. Once Chang Wuxin showed signs of fatigue, it would be time for him to counterattack. Given the strength of his cultivation level, he would be able to defeat Chang Wuxin as soon as he counterattacked. Thunder Fist, Thunder Rumble. At this moment, Chang Wuxin seemed to already know this. At this point, he was completely using his strongest power. Gao Ziming gritted his teeth. He had just boasted earlier. If he was defeated now, and by a guy who was younger than him at a lower cultivation level than him, how would he have any face left in the future? Limitless chaos. He was also someone who had a strong grasp of the battle situation. He knew that he could only choose to defend. If he chose to attack now, he would only weaken his own strength and use his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. The Thunder Rumble and Thunder Fist exploded at the same time. He immediately used limitless chaos. An extremely violent roar began to sound. The power of this attack was not to be underestimated. It made his entire body tremble. However, at this moment he was not worried at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. This was because he knew very well that this meant that the kid was about to be exhausted. It was also because of this that he made such a decision. He wanted to stake everything on this one throw and directly use his strongest attack. As long as he avoided this attack, he would be able to turn the tables. He had absolute confidence in his limitless chaos. At this moment, the powerful force was constantly bombarding him. Terrifying aura was rushing towards him wave after wave. Such a dense aura had already displayed an extremely violent power at this time. If it was any other Seven Dragons realm cultivator, he might not be able to defend himself. However, he was an outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Saints sect. This kid is really strong. No wonder he dares to boast so shamelessly. He really is a genius. At this moment, he had to admit that Chang Wuxin was indeed an outstanding genius. At the very least, until now, no one in the same realm as him had been able to force him into such a sorry state, let alone those whose realms were lower than his. Of course, this had to do with him underestimating his opponent. However, Chang Wuxin's strength and brilliance were undeniable. Moreover, he had already thought about it. If he was in Chang Wuxin's realm, he would not be able to do what Chang Wuxin did. However, he was still too young. After this attack, he was destined to lose. Finally, the violent power calmed down. Just as limitless chaos was about to lose its defense, the power had already calmed down. He was immediately overjoyed. Victory is still mine. At this moment, he could no longer wait and immediately launched a counterattack. Imperial Dragon Sword, break. When the sword rushed out, his sharp aura had reached its peak. This was an opportunity that he had waited for with great difficulty. How could he let it go? Chapter 1164. Female Literature. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Chang Wuxin laughed heartily and said, "You've lost." At this moment, his power directly rushed out, and an extremely violent power immediately blasted out at this moment. At this moment, lightning flashed again. Lightning Condensation Sword Technique. An extremely terrifying light appeared directly at this moment, and that powerful force directly burst out at this time, causing a terrifying sound to be heard. That was an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. The powerful force had already reached the pinnacle at this time. The terrifying aura continued to rise, and in the end, the lightning condensed into a long sword. At this time, Zhang Daqian was also very surprised. This kid actually mastered this sword technique? Obviously, he didn't expect Chang Wuxin to be able to do this. The lightning technique had always been simple and fierce. However, the lightning condensation sword technique was unexpected. He came from Su Yan, and Su Yan also cultivated the lightning technique. However, Su Yan was best at swordsmanship. Later, when Su Yan was in seclusion, he merged the power of the lightning technique with his swordsmanship and created this sword technique. Then, he taught it to Chang Wuxin. At that time, Zhang Daqian had also seen this set of incantations. At that time, he knew that this must be an extremely powerful method. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue to cultivate it because he was known for being simple and fierce all these years. He couldn't perform such a technique anymore. This was a technique that turned simple into complex. Moreover, it wasn't easy to cultivate this technique. However, he didn't expect that Chang Wuxin, who was still young back then, would actually succeed in cultivating this technique after all these years. This made him very impressed. Only a person with such determination could become a true expert. Obviously, Chang Wuxin had shown this at this moment. At this moment, Ling Laikong also saw this. Combining the lightning technique and swordsmanship was really a technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was Chang Wuxin. Previously, he kept attacking fiercely. Even Ling Laikong felt that when he used the rumbling thunder and lightning fist, it should be his last attack. Of course, he was extremely sharp. After he used that attack, he saw that Chang Wuxin's breath was hurried but not completely panicked. He already knew that Chang Wuxin must have a backup plan. However, he didn't expect Chang Wuxin's backup plan to be so powerful. Gao Ziming was still too impatient. Previously, he had been suppressed by someone who was younger than him and had a lower cultivation level than him. He was already extremely unhappy in his heart. Therefore, when he thought the opportunity came, he immediately attacked. What he wanted was to defeat Chang Wuxin at that moment to prove himself. Unfortunately, he didn't like Kong translation, Chang Wuxin's translation. Chang Wuxin was word. Chang Wuxin's translation, Chang Wuxin translation. Translation, Chang Wuxin's name Chang, Wuxin's Wuxin's. Wuxin was Chang Wuxin, translation. Wuxin's translation translation. Wuxin translation. When Wuxin when Wuxin translation Wuxin's Wuxin, translation Wuxin. S's translation was Wuxin. Such a method could be said to be extremely brilliant. Gao Ziming's dragon riding sword was actually extremely powerful. It was a pity that he had been too impatient, so he had not condensed all of his power when he struck out. After all, he believed that Chang Wuxin was already exhausted, so he could defeat him with a casual strike. Chang Wuxin was Wuxin, so the power of his attack was naturally extremely violent and terrifying. Under such circumstances, the terrifying aura had reached a point where it couldn't get any stronger. The terrifying and violent power directly destroyed his Imperial Dragon Sword, and that powerful force also directly impacted his body at this moment. This time he lost. No, this is impossible. Even now, he still couldn't accept his defeat. He actually lost to someone younger than him and at a lower cultivation level. He couldn't accept this no matter what. At this moment, Ling Liekong's voice sounded, "A loss is a loss. Don't you even have the courage to accept defeat? If that's the case, what right do you have to become a disciple of the Sky Saint sect?" Ling Liekong's voice was very calm, but in Gao Ziming's ears, it only sounded like a kind of indifference and disdain for a loser. Chang Wuxin had used up all of his energy to unleash this attack. He snorted coldly and said, "I'll return to you what you said just now." Then he left. Gao Ziming was even more furious. He had previously mocked Chang Wuxin for being short-sighted and insinuated that he was arrogant and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. But now, he realized that he was the one at fault. He was the frog at the bottom of the well. He couldn't even beat Chang Wuxin, a disciple of his, so what right did he have to criticize Su Yan? At this moment, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He didn't know why, but he raised his hand and wanted to kill himself. At this moment, Ling Liekong's aura shook and stopped him. At this moment, his expression wasn't good. He just said, "I just said that if you don't even have the courage to accept defeat, then how can you become a true expert? I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. You want to kill yourself just because of a small setback? You've lost the face of my Sky Saint sect." Under Ling Liekong's aura, Gao Ziming felt so powerless. Reflect on yourself. It doesn't matter if you fail. I don't know how many times I've failed in my life, but if you want to kill yourself every time you fail, then I'm afraid there won't be anyone left in our Sky Saint sect. In fact, Ling Liekong had high hopes for Gao Ziming. Although he was a little disappointed, he still gave him advice. When he heard Ling Liekong's words, Gao Ziming was immediately terrified and uneasy. He took a few deep breaths before he said, "Ziming, thanks Martial Uncle for your guidance. Ziming will definitely reflect on myself in the future and won't do such a foolish thing again." This farce ended just like that. Lin Cheng brought them into the main hall of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Wanqing was in seclusion, so Lin Cheng, as the vice sect master, naturally received them. After finishing their lunch, Lin Cheng spoke directly. "Dao Master Ling, I think you're such a busy person. If you don't have anything to do, you won't come to our shabby place. Please speak." He really wasn't good at communicating with people. Since that was the case, he might as well say it directly. Ling Liekong finally became serious. He seemed to be extremely hesitant, but after thinking about it, he decided to speak. "Vice Sect Master Lin, this is the case. This time, I came here in the hope that Sect Master Yun can follow me to the Sky Saint sect." After he finished speaking, Zhang Daiqian had already spoken. "The Sky Saints sect is really overbearing. Back then, Zhang Daqian had a kind of admiration for Yun Wanqing. However, he knew that this kind of feeling couldn't be exposed, so he extinguished this idea. However, he still attached great importance to Yun Wanqing. Now that Su Yan was in seclusion for such a long time, he naturally felt that he should take responsibility. This was also the instruction of his master, Lei Wanjun. In any case, Ling Laikong had already violated a taboo by saying such words. He actually wanted to invite a sect master to the Sky Saints sect. Those who didn't understand would think that they were going to force Yun Wanqing to take her away by force. When Ling Laikong heard Zhang Daqian's words, he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhang, please listen to me. We have no choice but to do this. If there were other ways, we wouldn't dare to do this." So he began to talk about this matter. It turned out that 1 month ago, another Dao master of the Sky Saints sect, Hanyue Daozuan, went to the southern region, which was controlled by the devil cult. There, she encountered a very strange enemy. The enemy's strength didn't seem to have reached the Dao master realm, but he directly proposed to make Hanyue Daozuan his woman. How could Hanyue Daozuan agree? Naturally, she directly sent the lecher away. Although Hanyue Daozuan was almost middle-aged, her cultivation was very strong, and her appearance was naturally extremely beautiful. Of course, her strength was even more extraordinary. After a fight, the lecher was naturally defeated. However, after being defeated, the lecher left gracefully. Even though Hanyue Daozuan was powerful, she couldn't keep him. At that time, Hanyue Daozuan didn't take it seriously. After all, she had already defeated the lecher. In this case, the lecher wouldn't have too much trouble. However, she didn't expect that the lecher would appear again the next day. What's more, it was still blatant flirting. His behavior was even worse than before. At this moment, holy woman Hanyu attacked again. However, Hanyue Daozuan had already discovered that the opponent's strength was obviously much stronger than before. Moreover, he was clearly injured yesterday, but today he had completely recovered. Although Hanyue Daozuan won in the end, it wasn't easy. Just like this, a few days passed. This lecher would appear every time, and his strength was getting stronger. In the end, even Hanyue Daozuan was no match for him. More importantly, in the last fight, Hanyue Daozuan was actually injured. If it was an ordinary injury, it would be fine. However, every time this injury acted up, Hanyue Daozuan would feel her body burning like a flame, and her entire person was filled with indescribable pain. Fortunately, at that time, another Dao master felt that something was wrong and went to help her. Hanyue Daozuan was able to return safely. However, after returning to the sect, not only did his injury not recover, but it became even more serious. Later, Hanyue Daozuan directly used a method to freeze herself. Chapter 1165. Female Literature. At this point, they had no other choice. They could only ask the Divine Secret Pavilion for help, but they were told that only the Heaven and Earth Organization's Cloudy Mist skill could resolve it. However, Hanyue Daozuan's injury could not be publicized, and it was impossible for Hanyue Daozuan to come to the Heaven and Earth Organization in his current condition. Therefore, Holy Flame Holy Master Ling Laikong had to make a personal trip. How could there be such a strange person? Zhang Daqian's expression was solemn. He was also very powerful and had fought with a Dao master before, and his battle record was not bad. However, just like that person who was beaten very miserably on the first day and was even seriously injured, had recovered on the second day and his strength had improved greatly. This was extremely strange and even terrifying. Later, a Dao master was forced to such a state by him, so his cultivation was even more indescribable. Such a person was simply a monster. Lin Cheng smiled bitterly. Putting that strange person aside, sect master is in closed-door cultivation. This? No one knew how long it would take for a cultivator to come out of closed-door cultivation. If it was a short time, it would be easy to deal with. However, if it was a long time, like Su Yan, what should they do? If it's really not possible, let me make a trip? Although my cloudy mist skill is not as good as sect masters, I have some experience, Lin Cheng said directly. Zhang Daqian also said directly, Senior Brother Lin's cloudy mist skill is indeed powerful. I have been seriously injured many times because of Senior Brother Lin's skill. Zhang Daqian had been fighting all the time. Although he was extremely powerful and good at fighting, it was inevitable that he would be injured. For example, when he encountered the demonic snake, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. However, Lin Cheng still managed to save him. It could be seen that Lin Cheng's cloudy mist skill was also very powerful. At this time, Ling Laikong smiled bitterly again. To be honest, Senior Tianjizi of the Divine Secret Pavilion has already said that Sect Master Yun can't be saved unless it's Yun Wanqing, so it was already inappropriate for him to continue speaking because he himself knew that his words were truly suspicious of being unreasonable. Lin Cheng had already explained that his cloud technique was very profound, and Zhang Daqian had also testified for him. However, he insisted on asking Yun Wanqing to go with him. Could it be that they were plotting something against Yun Wanqing? After all, no matter what, Yun Wanqing was a woman, and everyone knew that she was beautiful. At this time, Zhang Daqian's brows were completely furrowed. He didn't believe such words. After all, a jinx like Zhang Daqian didn't really believe in fate. He even felt that this was just an excuse of the Heavenly Sage sect. They wanted to bring Yun Wanqing to the Heavenly Sage sect. The Heavenly Saint sect was truly powerful. Their every move would have an extremely huge impact on the other sections. This year, the Heavenly Sage sect had finally calmed down. It was hard to guarantee that the Heavenly Sage sect would not have any thoughts of dominating the world. If they could take down the Heaven and Earth organization, then no matter what, it would be extremely beneficial for them. The Heaven and Earth organization was not good at fighting, but their cloud technique was extremely magical. The cloud technique used by a powerful cultivator could almost have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Dao Master Ling, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Zhang Daqian's tone was already extremely impolite at this time. Not only him, but even Lin Cheng's expression was already impolite at this time. The other party, a Dao Master, came directly to the sect, and they received him well. However, the other party did clearly state that he wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. This was not justifiable in any case. Dao Master Ling, the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect are naturally not as powerful as your Heavenly Sage sect, but we will not remain silent when the Heavenly Sage sect bullies us like this. If Dao Master Ling thinks that the Heaven and Earth organization is easy to bully, you and I can have a fight first. At this time, Zhang Daqian's anger rose directly. He had given up on Yun Wanqing, but he would never allow anyone to hurt her. What's more, what happened just now was really too absurd. Not to mention whether there was really such a strange person, it was already absurd for the Divine Secret Pavilion to say that only Yun Wanqing could save him. Zhang Daqian had personally experienced Lin Cheng's cloud technique. He did not believe that Lin Cheng could not do it with his strength. Therefore, he would rather choose to believe that there must be a reason behind it. Brother Zhang, this matter is absolutely true. Therefore, I ask you to believe me. I don't have any malice towards the Heavenly Cloud sect. In fact, he was not a person who was good at negotiation, but he was the only one in the Heavenly Sage sect who was important enough to come here. Needless to say, Hanyue Daozuan, the other 2 Dao Masters had already gone to the southern region to track down the strange person. Such a person with such strength must be extremely terrifying. Therefore, they could not let him live. The other Dao Master had to guard the sect, so he could only come here in person. Well, there's no need to talk nonsense. Whether it's true or not, the Heaven and Earth organization will not agree to this matter. Humph, to put it bluntly, the life and death of your Heavenly Sage sect's Dao Master has nothing to do with the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. Zhang Daqian had a bad temper, and this matter involved Yun Wanqing. So how could he calm down? At this time, he was already giving Ling Laikong enough face by talking to him like this. Zhang Daqian, Ling Laikong, have come here to negotiate with the Heavenly Cloud sect, not with you. Don't be too overbearing. At this time, his tone had also become cold. He was a Dao Master. Although Zhang Daqian's strength was not bad, he was not a Dao Master after all. Zhang Daqian was not qualified to talk to him like this. At this moment, the aura of the 2 people immediately became extremely dignified. Lin Cheng said helplessly, "After all, this is the Heaven and Earth organization. It's not good to be like this. His tone was still very calm, as if this kind of thing did not happen in front of him. Zhang Daqian said at this time, "Brother Lin, don't worry. If someone wants to be presumptuous here, I, Zhang Daqian, will not give him a chance to succeed even if I have to be smashed to pieces." By saying this, he was directly criticizing the other party. At this time, Ling Laikong was extremely angry. "Zhang Daqian, it seems that you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If we were not in the Heaven and Earth organization today, I would really teach you a lesson." The atmosphere in the hall immediately became tense. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura appeared in the hall. The moment that aura appeared, it directly suppressed the aura of the two people. At this moment, Ling Laikong directly pressed his hand on his space-splitting sword. At this time, Lin Qing said, "Master Oriole, there's no need to do this. The two of them are just joking." After Lin Qing finished speaking, a cold voice sounded, "I hope so. If they are presumptuous here, kill them without mercy." At this time, Ling Laikong was extremely surprised. Until now, he did not realize that there was such a powerful existence in this hall. But soon he came back to his senses. "Master Oriole. Legend has it that there was an Oriole guarding the Heaven and Earth organization, but it was just like Su Yan. No one had seen it in the past 10 years. But at this time, he finally learned that he did not even know about the appearance of this Oriole. Just from this point alone, he knew that the strength of this Oriole was above him. And according to legend, this Oriole was Su Yan's monster pet. From this point of view, Su Yan was really terrifying. He probably deserved to be the head of the 4 heavenly kings of the Tao Master. At this time, he also knew that he was too impulsive. After all, this was the Heaven and Earth organization, and he had a favor to ask of them. In any case, he should not have acted like this. At this time, a huge movement suddenly occurred in the sky of the Heaven and Earth organization. What's going on? Is someone attacking the Heaven and Earth organization? At this time, Lin Qing stood up directly, and then his whole body was suddenly outside the Heaven and Earth organization's main hall. The other two people did the same. At this time, the sky above the Heaven and Earth organizations suddenly underwent a huge change. The billowing sea of clouds kept rolling at this time, as if something terrible was about to happen. The endless clouds looked so solemn at this time, and the violent power kept rolling at this time. The power between heaven and earth changed like this, so everything began to move. At this time, the Oriole's figures suddenly appeared in the sky. "Don't worry, Mistress has broken through to the realm of Tao Master." As its voice fell, its whole body rushed directly into the sky, breaking through to the realm of Tao Master. Hearing these words, Lin Qing, Zhang Daqian, and the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were very surprised. Yun Wanqing was finally about to break through to the realm of Tao Master. The world was changing, and Tao Masters were appearing one after another. In fact, half of the reason why the Heaven and Earth organization could become the 6th major sect was because of Su Yan. However, some people in the sect were still worried because Su Yan was not a real member of the Heaven and Earth organization after all. But now, Yun Wanqing had become a Tao Master, so things were completely different. For them, there seemed to be an additional source of hope. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth began to condense and circulate. The huge aura was constantly changing at this time, and the endless clouds showed an extremely terrifying aura at this time. When a Tao Master achieved Tao, heaven and earth changed. Amidst the clouds, a beautiful figure was galloping towards the sky. She was extremely beautiful and full of a sacred and holy aura. Even a person like Ling Laikong was full of emotions after seeing Yun Wanqing. Of course, it was only for a moment. The most important thing now was to see her survive the disaster. Chapter 1166. Female Literature. At this time, he already knew why the Divine Predictor of the Divine Predictor Pavilion asked Yun Wanqing to go there. It was probably because he had already predicted that Yun Wanqing would definitely become a Tao sovereign. That was why he was acting like this. Only a Tao Master needed to use the fog skill to save her, which already showed how terrible her injury was. At this time, clouds began to revolve around Yun Wanqing, and a powerful force began to condense outside her body. At this time, the clouds changed, and a terrible heaven's might directly rushed down at this time. The power of heaven's might was so terrible that even Ling Laikong was shocked. It seemed that he had never encountered such a terrible heaven's might when he was going through the heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, the higher the achievement of a Tao master, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Or, the more people killed, the stronger the evil spirit, and the more powerful and terrible the heavenly tribulation would be. Boundless power directly condensed at this time. That violent and terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. The violent aura directly condensed and finally turned into a cloud sword, and then directly rushed down. At this time, Yun Wanqing directly shouted. Her voice was extremely beautiful, and it was full of unimaginable fortitude and strength. Her power soared into the sky, and then directly collided with the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation rushed down one by one, and it seemed so domineering. Heaven and earth were ruthless. No matter how beautiful one was, it would not show any mercy. And at this time, such a powerful force had already reached the pinnacle of strength. The terrible power was really terrifying at this time. So at this time, the power was constantly erupting, and the terrible aura was like a huge wave, directly pressing down on Yun Wanqing. At this time, Yun Wanqing was the enemy of heaven and earth. That damned heaven and earth wanted to directly kill such a peerless beauty. At this time, Zhang Daqian was extremely nervous, and he wished that he was the one standing under the heavenly tribulation at this time. But he also knew that it was Yun Wanqing's heavenly tribulation, and he could not intervene. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Although his realm was already extremely close to that boundary, he was still not qualified in the end. At this moment, all the powers in the world were roaring. The power of the cloud sword was directly destroyed by Yun Wanqing, but this was not the end. It was only the beginning. After the cloud swords, thunder and lightning descended. At this moment, the terrifying lightning was simply tyrannical. The previous cloud sword attack was simply too weak compared to him. Such terrifying strength continued to erupt at this moment. The thick power had reached an extremely hot level at this moment. The world was boundless, and the radiance was like a shadow. This was the heavens. Yun Wanqing appeared so weak in the face of such power, but at this time, she still gathered all her strength to resist. It was at this moment that the lightning suddenly condensed again. The terrifying power was actually several times stronger than before. Anyone who saw such power would be incomparably shocked. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. That terrifying aura had reached the pinnacle at this time, and rays of light flickered incessantly. Everything between the heavens and the earth had completely turned into an endless sea of lightning. How could this be? Ling Laikong began to tremble all over. He was a Tao master, so only he could feel the horror of the lightning. It was clear that he had just become a Tao master, but at this time, the power of the lightning had already reached an abnormal level. Not to mention Yun Wanqing, even he himself could not bear such power. The same was true for Zhang Daqian. Although his sense of power was not as clear as Ling Liekong's, he cultivated the thunder method, so at this time, he actually felt the anger of the lightning. At this time, the whole world roared directly, as if it was determined to kill Yun Wanqing. This was not a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. Retreat, run. He only hoped that Yun Wanqing could hear his call, but even if she could hear it, what was the use? The power of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. How could they escape? He wanted to fly into the sky and help Yun Wanqing with his own strength. However, he could not do it. At this moment, under the heavenly tribulation, it was extremely difficult for him to fly 3 feet above the ground. He forced himself to do so, but he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the oriole cried in the sky, and such a cry directly resounded through the world. At this time, his power was stimulated, and he wanted to fight directly in the sky. He had already felt the danger of Yun Wanqing, so at this time, he directly rushed into the sky to fight with the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, his power was extremely strong at this time. At this time, a terrifying aura surged, and he released all his power. Compared with other Dao masters, his battle strength was obviously more terrifying. But compared with the power of the heavenly tribulation, how could it compare? The first heavenly tribulation fell again, and the terrifying aura directly rushed toward Yun Wanqing at this time, while the huge body of the aureole directly blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. Boom, crackle. The horrible sound was about to tear the world apart. Between heaven and earth, everything could no longer be heard at this time, and only the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Even though the aureole was powerful, his whole body was shaking at this time. However, the first heavenly tribulation was blocked in the end, and Zhang Daqian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yun Wanqing was still alive after all. However, before they could exhale their breaths, another wave of energy surged down on them. The berserk power had reached the point of lawlessness. The surging power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Then, the second and third heavenly tribulation appeared. The powerful force came one after another, and it had reached an unimaginable and indescribable level. Even the powerful aureole could not resist at this time and began to be injured. Aureole, leave. This is my tribulation, and you should not bear it for me. Yun Wanqing directly transmitted her will. At this time, she did not know why her tribulation was so terrifying. But now, she could not bear to see the aureole suffer for her. She knew in her heart that although the aureole was powerful, it could not resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. If this continued, the aureole would die. The aureole did not answer, because at this time, it no longer had the energy to transmit its will, but it had already responded with action. It would protect Yun Wanqing with its life. Finally, another heavenly tribulation fell. This heavenly tribulation was more powerful and terrifying than all the previous heavenly tribulation. The thunder changed and condensed into the shape of a dragon, a thunder dragon. Zhang Daqian cultivated the thunder technique, and his ultimate goal was to cultivate it into a terrifying heavenly divine dragon, so he could feel the horror of this power. With such a strike, both the aureole and Yun Wanqing would die here. At this time, Ling Laikong also had mixed feelings. Tianjizi had said that only Yun Wanqing could save Hanyue Daozuan, but now, Yun Wanqing was going to die under the heavenly tribulation. Was this God's will to not let Hanyue Daozuan live? Just as everyone was thinking, a light suddenly appeared. That ray of light directly blocked the lightning dragon. The terror of the lightning dragon was already unimaginable. However, when the terrifying lightning dragon fell into the light, it disappeared without a sound. What? How is this possible? Ling Laikong exclaimed directly. He witnessed the horror of that power with his own eyes and knew deeply how destructive it could be. Perhaps only those at the peak of the Tao Master level could resist this power. Moreover, that was bound to be extremely forceful. But at this moment, this energy vanished without a trace. How powerful must one be to be able to do this? Everything between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The thunder dragon disappeared, but the heavenly tribulation did not. It was just that the light that blocked the thunder dragon had disappeared, and it turned into a human figure. Xian, Zhang Daqian exclaimed. He found that the person who appeared in the sky at this time was Su Yan. Hearing this name, Ling Laikong became more dignified. This time, in addition to inviting Yun Wanqing to the Heaven and Earth organization, he really wanted to see Su Yan and see what kind of person he was. It was a pity that Su Yan was still in closed-door cultivation. But at this time he finally saw Su Yan. When his eyes fell on Su Yan, he suddenly felt a kind of disappointment. His first reaction was that this Su Yan was just SOSO. There was simply nothing worthy of praise about him. He even felt that the Divine Secret Pavilion's calculation was wrong. He felt that Gao Ziming was right. Su Yan was just a person who fished for fame. But at the next moment he immediately came to his senses. How could he have such a thought? It was simply stupid. Just a moment ago, he had just seen the extremely terrifying Thunder Dragon disappear in Su Yan's hand. He clearly knew how terrifying and powerful that Thunder Dragon was, but just now, he actually had such a ridiculous idea. No, it's too abnormal. I clearly can't feel any aura from his body. That's why I had such an absurd idea just now. But his strength is so terrifying. He knew that he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. Su Yan's strength was absolutely terrifying. And it was much more powerful than he had imagined. Just when Ling Laikong was shocked, Su Yan made another move at this time. He directly pointed his finger, and a ray of light immediately fell into the body of the sparrow. Chapter 1167. Girls' Literature. After withstanding 10 powerful thunderbolts, Oriole's huge body was seriously injured. Many parts of his huge body were burnt, and the power of the thunderbolts made him unable to move. Su Yan pointed his finger, and the endless thunderbolts rolled and gathered around Oriole's body. At this time, Oriole's injury miraculously began to recover. After doing all this, Su Yan raised his head again. Then he rushed directly into the clouds. His aura burst out at this time, and then he began to operate his power. It's better to end this farce as soon as possible. Su Yan's power spread out. Ling Laikong, Zhang Daqian, and the others could no longer see Su Yan at this time. They only saw Su Yan rushing directly into the endless thunderbolts, but they didn't know what he was going to do. What kind of terrifying heavenly might was that? It was almost as if it possessed unfathomable power. Was he trying to commit suicide by doing this? But the next moment, they were stunned. The heavenly thunder, which had been brewing an incomparably terrifying power, began to dissipate at this time. There was no sound and the wind was light. So everything seemed to have never happened. Thunderbolts. Su Yan dispelled the thunderbolts. At this moment, Su Yan lowered his head and happened to look into Yun Wanqing's eyes. Without saying anything, Su Yan directly pointed a little divine light into Yun Wanqing's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing's whole body had undergone a great transformation. At this moment, her aura began to undergo an earth-shattering change. She had become a Dao Master. Originally, becoming a Dao Master was already a shocking thing. But at this time, becoming a Dao Master didn't seem so important, because at this time, all eyes were focused on Su Yan. That man, with a raise of his hand, directly dissipated the terrifying Thunder Dragon. That man directly dispelled the heavenly tribulation. It was also him who directly injected the divine light into Yun Wanqing's body, and then Yun Wanqing became a Dao Master. Ling Laikong felt like he was about to go crazy. Previously, he still felt that he could compete with Su Yan, but now, he felt that it was too ridiculous. How was he still human? This was not something a Dao Master could do. Perhaps even an Emperor Master could do this. Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. Ling Laikong was a proud and arrogant person, but at this moment, he didn't even have the slightest bit of thought. Because the strength of the other party was enough to make him despair. I've become a Dao sovereign. At this time, Yun Wanqing was very happy. She arrived in front of Su Yan and rushed into his arms as if there was no one else present. Su Yan said, "Yes, I saw it. He's stronger than me." Yun Wanqing raised her head. She did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Su Yan said, "No need to ask. All you need to know is that you are very powerful." Yun Wanqing was like a little girl. Then, she said with a smile, "Of course, I'm very powerful." Only she knew that her happiness was not because she had become a Dao Master, but because she could see him again. 10 years had passed in an instant. This heartless guy forgot about everything when he was in closed-door cultivation. But for Yun Wanqing, 10 years was a very long time. That was why Yun Wanqing had worked so hard in her cultivation during the past 10 years. Only when she was cultivating would time pass particularly quickly. When the thunder had just descended, she was really scared. She was afraid that she would never see Su Yan again. However, such a thing did not happen in the end. She succeeded. She succeeded in becoming a Dao Master. Maybe in the future, she would be able to help him do more things and not let him feel that she was a burden. The dignified sect master of the 6th largest sect had become a completely submissive woman at this time. "My closed-door cultivation is not over yet," Su Yan said at this time. At this time, Yun Wanqing also found that the person she was hugging was beginning to become thin. "Are you going to leave me?" This was the sentence she was most unwilling to say. Leaving was such a heavy word. If possible, she hoped that she would never say it. Don't worry. I will be able to come out soon. At that time, I will definitely be able to spend more time with you. At this time, Su Yan had actually entered a very important juncture. His power was undergoing a metamorphosis, but at this time, he was unable to break away from his true body. He felt that Yun Wanqing was in danger, so he used his own power to condense a doppelganger. Now, the doppelganger was naturally going to dissipate. Don't worry, I will wait for you forever. Of course, she hoped that Su Yan could come out as soon as possible. She hoped that he could be with her forever. But when she said it, she still said, "Don't worry." Su Yan nodded, and then his figure completely disappeared. Another day passed. In the main hall, Yun Wanqing looked at Ling Laikong. She finally opened her mouth and said, "In that case, Dao Master Ling, I will go with you." When Ling Laikong heard this answer, even he felt an indescribable joy. He originally thought that this was already impossible. After all, his request was actually very excessive. At this time, even if he wanted to use his own power to coerce her, it was simply impossible. Yun Wanqing had become a Dao Master, and her realm was the same as his. And there was also the existence of the powerful Huang Pan in the Heaven and Earth organization. Putting these two aside, Su Yan's strength was simply enough to make his scalp tingle. Therefore, he knew that it was impossible to force her no matter what. Therefore, he could only make a request. What made him pleasantly surprised was that Yun Wanqing actually agreed. "Sect Master Yun, you can't do this." Zhang Daqian still had a grudge. He didn't want Yun Wanqing to take risks. In the Heaven and Earth organization, with Su Yan's existence, Yun Wanqing would be very safe. But if she left, in case she really encountered danger, even the powerful Su Yan would be unable to help. But in the end, he didn't say anything more. Because this was Yun Wanqing's own decision. He did care about Yun Wanqing, but he couldn't help Yun Wanqing make a decision. Ling Laikong was really grateful. Yun Wanqing said, "It's just that I have just become a Dao Master, and I need 3 days to adjust. So, Dao Master Ling, you need to wait for me for 3 days." At this time, what else could he say? Ling Laikong nodded directly. At this moment, he was really surprised. In the distant 9 provinces, on the Heartless Island, Chu Linger was floating in the sky at this time. Her eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest emotion. At this time, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. The emerging strength showed that she had become a Dao Master. It was extremely rare to see such a young Dao Master in the entire 9 provinces. At this time, an indifferent woman appeared. This woman was very ordinary, but she had a kind of indescribable noble aura. She was none other than the Heartless Fairy. "Linge, you have finally become a Dao Master." She walked to Linger's side. Chu Linger immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master." Linger is able to achieve what she has today because of Master. This sentence was true. She had never thought that one day she would be able to reach this level. However, to become a Dao Master, she had to pay the greatest price. The biggest point was probably that she had forgotten that person. "Linge, you must remember that you cultivate the Heartless Dao. So you should let go of the thoughts in your heart as soon as possible." The Heartless Fairy was really cold, even to her favorite disciple. Chu Linger naturally knew what her master was talking about. She had already told herself to forget him. In fact, she had already done very well. However, inadvertently, that person's shadow would still appear. Lovesickness was the most bitter of all. These few short words were enough to express the bitterness of his heart. "Master, I know." The Heartless Fairy knew that she could not forget. However, she did not force her. Everyone's Dao was different. All she could do was guide her, but she could not force her to forget. The Heartless Fairy said, "Fairy, your cultivation is considered outstanding on the Heartless Island. I will go to the extraterritorial void. Take good care of them." Recently, she had received an invitation from the Lord of Divine Devil Island to go to the extraterritorial void. She clearly knew that the Lord of Divine Devil Island would not summon her unless something big happened. In fact, she did not want to care about these things. However, the Lord of Divine Devil Island had done her a favor many years ago. She had no choice but to go. The extraterritorial void was always so silent. Even if meteorites collided with each other, even if the sun and moon were destroyed, there would not be any sound. In that mysterious void, there was a lone island that was quietly circling. That was the Divine Devil Island. The Divine Devil Island was an extremely unique existence. On this island, there was an eternal and quiet aura. One of the girls was at the edge of the Divine Devil Island. Chapter 1168. Female Literature. She was extremely beautiful, and her long white dress gave her a holy aura. Meteors flashed under her feet one after another. She was a true fairy. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Are you thinking about your lover? At this time, another woman walked over. She was also as beautiful and holy. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I wonder how he is now. I heard from the island master that he is the child of destiny. It's really worrying. Xiao Qian was the woman who spoke to Su Yan on the God Devil Island back then. You really don't know shame. He became your lover in an instant. The woman said directly. Xiao Qian nodded and said, that's true. What's there to deny? Child of destiny, I say, little girl, is it really okay for you to daydream here? She asked directly. Since it's boring, I might as well think more. The two of them spoke like children playing around. At this time, in a dark place, Rosen was struggling bitterly. Back then, he had directly attacked the master of the ghost-killing hall. At that time, he had the powerful strength of a shadow creature, so he had no scruples and directly attacked his enemy. Unfortunately, his enemy was much more powerful than he had imagined. Now, he had fallen into a passive state. The power of the shadow creature was being worn down bit by bit. Hee, Rosen, I really didn't expect you to be able to hold on until now. The master of the ghost-killing hall appeared. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious light. He looked at Rosen, his eyes filled with an indescribable feeling. Oh man, where is this place? Rosen stood up again. It had to be said that his willpower was strong enough. At this time, he was still struggling. Hee, you don't even know where this is and you directly charged in with me. How do you want me to praise you? His voice was still extremely calm, but his words were filled with a sense of ridicule. To be honest, at that time, when Rosen suddenly burst out with such terrifying strength, even he was extremely surprised. The power of that shadow creature was extremely terrifying, so even he had to flee. However, he didn't expect that Rosen would actually dare to chase after him. If that was the case, it was exactly what he wanted. This is the true foundation of the ghost-killing palace. This is the land of the netherworld. His voice was somewhat empty, but this answer surprised Rosen. Netherworld? Could it be that the legend is true? At this time, Rosen suddenly thought of the legend that the ghost-killing palace had spread in the past. The ghost-killing palace was the power of the netherworld in the human world. The great netherworld god wanted to achieve the final redemption and destroy all these people who were living in pain, so that his mother could return to the embrace of the netherworld. That was why he created the ghost-killing hall. It was just that at that time, even the people of the ghost-killing palace did not believe this legend, because it seemed that in the records, the ghost-killing palace was a part of the limitless demon sect, and the limitless demon sect was passed down from the great devil heavenly lord. But hearing what he said now, it was clearly true. Legend? No, that's the doctrine of the ghost-killing palace. Limitless demon sect? Hee, in front of the great netherworld god, what is the so-called great devil heavenly lord? The great netherworld god has already begun to awaken, so everything is destined to return to the netherworld. At this time, his image became clear. It was an extremely handsome middle-aged man. His figure was resolute, and his eyes contained an indescribable valiance. Rosen, welcome to the netherworld. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Rosen looked at the person in front of him, his heart filled with a deep seriousness. He wouldn't kill him? But it was this guy who wanted to devour him back then. I know what you're thinking. You think that I was about to devour you back then, but now I'm telling you that I won't hurt you? Isn't that ridiculous? He began to slowly pace around Rosen. Actually, you're wrong. Think about it, if I really wanted to kill you, why would I wait until you were there? Do you think that you were strong enough to bear my power at that time? No, you're wrong. At that time, I actually wanted to help you. Actually, even now, you still don't know my true identity, right? The first vice sect master of the Limitless Demon sect? Hee, that's just a name. The Ghost Killing Hall and the Limitless Demon sect's Great Devil Heavenly Lord reached an agreement, and that's why they became one of his branch halls. But does he really have the qualifications to lead the Ghost Killing Hall? Do you know why the Ghost Killing Hall has been so weak all these years? That was because the Limitless Demon sect was prepared to no longer keep their promise, so they wanted to suppress the Ghost Killing Hall. At that time, I looked like I wanted to devour you, but in reality, I wanted to save you directly, so that you could escape from the Limitless Demon sect's line of sight. Only when you were in the outer realm did I have the chance to act, but unfortunately. Rosen was surprised, and then he asked, "Save me? Why did you save me?" The Ghost Killing Hall's hallmaster said, "Because Ruo has already started to suspect your identity. At that time, he did not have any evidence, and he was afraid of me, so he did not dare to make a move. However, once he confirms your identity, he will ignore everything and directly attack you. I know you have a lot of questions, but it doesn't matter. Today, all of your doubts will be answered." Rosen said, "My identity? What exactly is it?" Now that he thought about it, many things were indeed strange. Back then, the hallmaster of the Ghost Killing Hall had taken good care of him. If he had only wanted to raise him and then devour him, there would have been many opportunities. But why did he have to wait until then? Rosen, you are an incomparably noble child of the Netherworld. You have come to the mortal world with the will of the Netherworld god. Ruo is an extremely ambitious guy. He has already abandoned the teachings of the Limitless Demon sect. What he wants to achieve is himself, so he no longer thinks of ways to revive the Great Devil Heaven Lord, but instead carries out the demon plan to make himself stronger. If he knew your identity, then he would definitely devour you at all costs. Ruo, he is a monster, a true monster. He is lawless and has no scruples. He is the most terrifying person in the history of the Limitless Demon sect. Ruo was the real name of the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect. In the Limitless Demon sect, the sect master and the 7 vice sect masters were the only ones who were rivals. They never put the other vice sect masters in their eyes. Whether it was the first vice sect master or the sect master, the two of them were extremely low-key because they feared each other. I am a child of the Netherworld. Chapter 1169. Female Literature. Rosen was greatly surprised. Originally, he thought that he was going to die. However, he did not expect the hall master of the Ghost Killing Palace to say such words to him. He was a child of the Netherworld, while the hall master of the Netherworld was from the Netherworld. However, he still could not forget that the hall master of the Ghost Killing Palace had tried to devour him. After all, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death, so he did not dare to forget. At this moment, the hall master of the Ghost Killing Palace sighed and said, "Do you still not understand? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? If I wanted to devour you, how would you compare to back then?" Hearing this, Rosen fell silent again. At this moment, the shadow creature's power had started to dissipate. Even though it would not be easy for the hall master of the Netherworld to take his life, it would not be too difficult either. Moreover, he was much more powerful than he was back then. If the hall master of the Netherworld wanted to possess him, he would be in a much better state than back then. Moreover, he would not be able to stop it. I'm sure you've thought it through. If I really wanted to kill you, you would not be able to stop me. Why should I waste my time talking to you? Gui Shasheng's expression remained calm as he continued, Ruo's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. He has kept a low profile for so many years, but you can imagine that everyone is extremely wary of him, even afraid of him. Why do you think that is? At this moment, Rosen could not help but fall silent. He had to admit that the hall master of the Netherworld was right. When he was in the Limitless Demon sect, almost no one had seen this mysterious sect master. However, no one dared to challenge his authority. In fact, his divine might had started to threaten the great demon heaven master. By now, the boundless demon sect had completely focused on him, and they had given up on reviving the great demon heaven master. Only the most devout followers of the great demon heaven master would want to restore the glory of the great demon heaven master at all times. His strength is extremely terrifying. It has long surpassed the level of your imagination. Do you think that if he hadn't suddenly changed his mind during the ritual and remained indifferent to your nonsense, you would still be alive now? The Hall Master of the Netherworld sneered. These people could not comprehend how terrifying Yu Ruo was, but he had experienced it firsthand. I have the support of the Netherworld God, but I am still very afraid of him. I don't dare to cross the Netherworld. If I had forced you back then, the Netherworld Islands Netherworld, Netherworld Islands Netherworld, I'm afraid he would have seen through your identity. At this moment, the Netherworld sect master of the Netherworld was not to the palace to the Netherworld. The reason why I brought you here is to let you know your true identity. At the same time, I will bestow you with even greater power. That is the power that a child of the Netherworld should receive. In other words, that power belongs to you. Rosen's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he heard the Netherworld sect master's words. In fact, he did not know how powerful this so-called power that belonged to him would be. However, since the Netherworld sect master had spoken so confidently, this power must be extraordinary. At this moment, what Rosen yearned for the most was power. His obsession with strength had actually reached the point of insanity, to the point of obsession. In order to pursue power, he could pay any price. Back then, he rose from the ghost-killing hall and became a young powerhouse. At that time, he was still a young genius shrouded in a halo. Later on, he was directly defeated by Su Yan. That battle was like a humiliation to him. However, what he could not accept was that in the following battles, his strength had increased repeatedly, but he was still defeated by Su Yan. Such a blow made him feel that he had lost himself. In front of the Shadow Kingdom's door, Su Yan once again made him taste the bitter fruit of defeat. However, at that time he met Duanmu Longhu. Cooperating with Duanmu Longhu had directly increased his strength to an unimaginable level. When he burned the Shadow Kingdom's power in his body, he felt as if he could control the heavens and earth. If he really liked it, he would even enjoy such a feeling. Moreover, according to Duanmu Longhu's prediction, Su Yan would definitely come during the battle between the monster race and demon race. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely defeat Su Yan and let him taste the bitter fruit of defeat. However, Su Yan did not appear this time. That damned bastard, it was as if he knew his fate ahead of time, which was why he didn't appear in this place. What was even more unexpected was that the demon ceremony this time was completely different from the previous ones. One by one, they all displayed extremely terrifying power. Even though he had the support of the powerful Shadow Heart, he was unable to gain any advantage over Gui Shaoxing. However, Gui Shaoxing was still powerful. Hence, when he discovered Gui Shaoxing, he immediately chased after Gui Shaoxing to seek revenge. Do you still miss the power of the Shadow's heart? Gui Shaoxing asked again. Rosen did not speak, but that was the answer. That was such a powerful and wondrous power, how could he not miss it? Gui Shaoxing laughed coldly and said, "Why do you think I didn't defeat you directly? Instead, I let you continue to attack and release your power? My goal was to release all the power of the Shadow's heart. Do you think the person behind you has good intentions? Don't be so ridiculous. You lost yourself in the pursuit of power. You really disappoint me." At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a surge of power entered Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen's entire body shook. Then he realized that his Shadow's heart had been separated from him. When the heart left him, he was very reluctant. After all, if he had time, he believed that the Shadow's heart would be able to gather even more power. However, at this moment, he believed in Gui Shaoxing. At least, he subconsciously believed in him, so he did not resist. Look, this is the Shadow's heart that you have placed your hopes on. At this moment, the Shadow's heart began to change under his power. At first, it was just a gray rhombus-shaped shadow. However, at this moment, the rhombus-shaped shadow began to change. In the end, it actually turned into a small but extremely terrifying face. The moment this face appeared, he was completely stunned. Rosen never thought that there would be a living shadow creature in his body. That's the seed of the shadow creature. It has been tampered with. It can provide you with great power, but when you use your power, it will also provide nourishment for it. If this continues, your body will gradually be corroded by it. In the end, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to you. Gui Xiaosheng unleashed his power and crushed the shadow creature. Before it was crushed, the creature let out a shrill shriek. However, all of this was in vain. Even though he displayed great power at this moment. In front of Gui Xiaosheng, all of this was futile. In the end, he still completely disappeared. Look, this is the source of power that you have placed your hopes on? I'm sure you know that as time passes, your soul will be devoured bit by bit. In the end, you will completely lose yourself. His gaze was filled with mockery, but it pierced straight into Rosen's heart. Let me ask you again. Do you want to become stronger, or do you want to possess your own power in an instant? Rosen raised his head and looked at Gui Xiaosheng. I want to become stronger. That was his answer. He had already experienced the feeling of possessing great power in an instant. Such a feeling was truly intoxicating. He could feel that his aura had become real. The terror of this power had truly reached the pinnacle. When Gui Xiaosheng asked him that question, he really wanted to give a different answer. However, he resisted the temptation in the end. This was because he finally understood something. What did not belong to him would eventually become a thing of the past. Perhaps at that moment, he would become very strong. However, that was only then. The world would change. As long as people worked hard enough, they would improve. Was he a genius? Of course he was. Otherwise, how could he have stood out from so many disciples of the ghost-killing hall? However, how could he be the only genius in the world? The other two sons of the devil, Sheng Guansheng and Murong Wudi, were actually more outstanding than him. There was also Su Yan, who had become his nightmare. It was as if no matter how hard he worked, he could not surpass him. This was a kind of sorrow, and also a kind of extreme helplessness. The root of all of this was that he was not strong enough. Becoming stronger wasn't just an empty promise. Instead, it was a matter of urgency. If he wanted to fight with Su Yan to wash away his humiliation, he would have to do so. If he wanted to become a true powerhouse with an indomitable spirit, then he couldn't continue to be like this. His heart had not died. Therefore, he chose to become stronger. Then, let's go to the Serene Hell Mansion. There, you will experience unprecedented pain, and if you survive, you will become incomparably powerful. Chapter 1170. The Divine Devil Island was silent in the silent void. Latest chapter to read. He was like a proud and aloof emperor. There were countless huge meteorites around him. There were even living creatures in these meteorites. Of course, they were the most primitive of living creatures. Even an ant was much stronger than them. However, this was only the origin of life. With the passage of time, they would definitely become even stronger. Perhaps one of these weak living creatures would be born to be as strong as the island master of Divine Devil Island, or even stronger than him. On this day, a special guest came to the Divine Devil Island. She was the Heartless Fairy. She was an extremely powerful existence. That was why she could break through the void and come to the Divine Devil Island. The moment she arrived, an extremely huge pressure appeared on the Divine Devil Island. However, a light breeze blew past, and this pressure dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Xiao Qin appeared. Welcome, Fairy. Master is already waiting for you on the island. Please follow me. There was a hazy radiance on the Heartless Fairy's face. Because she was too powerful, there was a layer of energy that separated the space. If one didn't have the ability to see through the layers of space, they wouldn't be able to see her true appearance. She said coldly, "Lead the way." She was really cold. She was even colder than the ice that had condensed millions of years. However, it wasn't Xiao Qian's first time seeing her. Therefore, she was already immune to this. She just walked forward. The Divine Devil Island was a very beautiful place. Of course, this beauty could only be seen by true experts. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Divine Devil Island, let alone enjoy the scenery. The Heartless Fairy finally saw the mysterious and powerful island master of Divine Devil Island. At this moment, the island master was dressed in a white robe. He looked exceptionally otherworldly. Even someone like the Heartless Fairy felt a ripple in her heart after seeing him. The island master of Divine Devil Island was lying on the stone bed. He was very quiet. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the island master didn't have any aura on him. It was as if he was already dead. "You still haven't woken up?" the Heartless Fairy asked. Her voice was extremely beautiful and gentle. "Yeah, there's no way to completely revive him yet." That was the voice of the Divine Devil Island's island master. Who would have thought that the Divine Devil Island's island master was a dead man? No, it wasn't appropriate to say that either. He was only a living dead. He hadn't completely died, nor had he completely revived. However, he was able to preside over everything on the Divine Devil Island in such a state. From this, one could see how powerful he was. The Heartless Fairy remained silent for a while before saying, "Speak. What is it? If there wasn't anything important, you wouldn't have asked me to come here." She knew this man well. He would never think of her just because he missed her. In the end, he was cold and heartless. Speaking of heartlessness, who in this world could compare to him? The void has changed. His voice was calm, but Fairy Heartless' heart was unsettled. He was well aware of what void transformation meant. The change in the void meant war. That was not an ordinary war between countries, but a world war. New enemies of the boundless world would arrive. The powerful evil demon clan and the strange shadow creatures. Void beasts. These were all extremely difficult enemies to deal with. They were incomparably cruel, and their strength was unimaginable. When all the changes in the world came, it was almost as if the end of the world had arrived. In the last great war, the gods and demons rose together in the boundless world. The powerful saints worked together to expel the enemies. But what about this time? Although Fairy Heartless didn't care about worldly matters, she definitely wouldn't pay attention to them. However, even a powerful figure like her knew that many things were beyond her control. When the terrifying war arrived, she couldn't stay out of it. Those terrifying great demon gods wouldn't let her live peacefully. Thus, the terrifying shadow creatures wouldn't do that. They were the enemy of humanity, and the enemy of the boundless world. Not to mention the other worlds, such as the Shura and the Netherworld. When all of this swept over, the world would be on the brink of its end. Everything was so terrifying. "I hope you can go to the void wormhole and kill the great demon god that just invaded this place." The island master's voice was still calm. It was as if he didn't know how terrifying the great demon god was, and how powerful he was. The great demon god was an existence that could contend against sacred venerables. "Aren't you afraid that I'll die there?" Fairy Heartless' voice was calm, but her heart wasn't like that at this moment. The island master said, "I know you won't die." Cold and calm. Fairy Heartless chuckled. Suddenly, she struck out a palm strike towards the island master of Divine Devil Island. Such power was already extremely terrifying. The power rolled like a tide. This was clearly just a small handprint, but the moment the power was released, it seemed to envelop the entire world. It was as if the power of this palm print alone was enough to destroy everything. How terrifying and powerful was this attack? Endless aura was released at this moment. It was like a storm and lightning flashed. This kind of aura was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. If she hadn't made a move, who would have thought that such a frail-looking girl would actually possess such a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth? Right at this moment, a black and white light suddenly appeared outside the Divine Devil Island's island master's body. This light had a divine power, but it also seemed to come from a demon from the abyss. When this light appeared, Fairy Heartless' palm immediately dissipated into nothingness. It was as if his power had never appeared before. Fairy Heartless wasn't surprised at all. It was as if she already knew this would happen. She snorted coldly, then turned around and left. However, that yin and yang light didn't disappear. Instead, it became denser and denser, then continued to disperse. The light condensed and finally turned into a black and white yin and yang diagram. If Su Yan was here, he would probably be shocked. This diagram was the Taiji diagram. Although it wasn't completely similar to the Taiji diagram that Su Yan knew, it still had an extremely divine aura. After this diagram appeared, It suddenly flew into the distance. The void was so vast that there was no end to it. In a place extremely far away from Divine Demon Island, in the depths of the mysterious void, a mysterious ripple appeared. The void was silent, but this place wasn't. The ripple trembled as if a new unimaginably huge door was being opened. It was the void door. It was a door that could traverse the void. Only the truly great experts could tear the void apart. The so-called tearing of space by Dao sovereigns was impossible in the void. The void was an extremely mysterious and terrifying place. Here, not to mention Dao sovereigns, even sovereigns would die. The void door was gradually becoming complete. When the void door was formed, a wormhole would appear. When the wormhole formed, disaster would descend. The two worlds would be connected. At that time, what would usher in would be war. It wasn't an ordinary war. It was a war that wouldn't stop. There would only be existence and destruction. Moreover, it would affect the entire world. At this moment, Fairy Heartless appeared. In front of this huge void door, Fairy Heartless was terrifyingly small. If one had to describe it, she was like a speck of dust. However, when she appeared in this place, the terrifying turbulence of the void couldn't affect her at all. The moment she appeared, the turbulence of the void began to tremble. Unknowingly, it had formed a turbulence. Then, it began to fiercely collide with the radiance of the void. In the blink of an eye, her aura became stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where no one could stop her. Moreover, her powerful strength continued to increase. "Ice seal," she shouted softly, but her voice turned into ice. That terrifying ice storm didn't seem to be able to stop it in the slightest. At this moment, the terrifying radiance continued to move. The thick aura of the storm had strengthened to an unimaginable level. The two auras clashed continuously, and the huge cold current circulated wildly. When the powerful and terrifying cold current appeared, it immediately rushed towards the void door. In the beginning, the cold current didn't have much of an effect on the void door. But in the end, the void gate became more and more powerful. Its terrifying aura had almost reached the point of lawlessness. Even the gigantic void gate was gradually being sealed by ice at this moment. If such power had to be described with words, it could only be described as terrifying. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying power suddenly burst out from the gate of the void. That terrifying power continued to circulate. In the end, it formed a terrifying palm. The size of that palm was simply indescribable. With just a sweep, the endless ice-sealing power was swept away by it. "Heartless sword!" Fairy Heartless shouted again. At this moment, sword lights began to scatter. Rays of light shone to the extreme. Immediately, a terrifying sword radiance appeared in the void. It was colder than ice. The sword radiance fell and directly attacked the huge palm. "Get out of my way!" These three short words were Fairy Heartless' reply. Chapter 1171. The power of the Heartless Sword was displayed at this moment. No pop-up window. If one had to describe it with one word, it would be domineering. That was a domineering power that surpassed everything. Because of the Heartless Sword, it did not care about anything. That was why it was so domineering. This was the power of the Heartless Fairy. Compared to that terrifying palm, her body was too weak. However, there was no need for words to describe how terrifying her power was. Her realm was also extremely powerful. In the current 5 counties continent, her power was already one of the top 5 terrifying existences. Unless those ancient giants woke up one by one, they would not be able to compete with her. Otherwise, they would not be able to compete with her. At this moment, his power was continuously increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an immeasurable level. Naturally, his Heartless Sword was the same. The Heartless Sword changed. The world became dark. Many stars in the void dimmed at this moment. It was as if they could not release their light in front of him. The power of this was simply unimaginable. In this world, this was the only thing that was eternal. The terrifying demonic claw and the Heartless Sword met so quickly. In an instant, the power had already begun to clash. Cracks began to appear in the layers of the void. Small rays of light began to appear. Although the rays of light were small, they were extremely terrifying. That was because they were void lightning. In the tranquil void, nothing existed. But if that terrifying lightning appeared, then everything would be annihilated. The moment this power appeared, that kind of valiant pressure was already unimaginable. At this moment, the mysterious and terrifying roar of a demon came from the other side of the void door. Then, an extremely terrifying creature appeared. This creature looked extremely strange. It wasn't exactly a dragon, but it wasn't exactly a terrifying demon bug either. The powerful creature transformed into a pitch-black shadow. There were 12 wings on its back. It seemed to hide everything in the silent darkness. The great demon god of dark judgment among the demons. The heartless fairy was shocked. She did not expect such a terrifying existence to appear in front of her at this moment. One had to know that such a terrifying existence was simply lawless. Their power was simply boundless. She had already reached the level of Saint Venerable and was considered a top-notch existence in the current limitless world. However, she knew clearly that she was still lacking compared to those powerful existences in ancient times. Regardless of whether it was the great devil dragon or the great devil heavenly lord, all of them had to go through him. Only such an existence would have great confidence in killing the great demon god of dark judgment. At this moment, his chances of winning against the terrifying creature in front of him were not high. However, since she was already here, she wouldn't retreat anymore. "You brat. After this, you and I don't owe each other anything." Anger appeared on her beautiful yet ice-cold face. Even her anger was beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming from the deepest part of Bingshan, giving people an indescribable feeling. Of course, in the eyes of the Dark Judgment Great Demon God, that was nothing. The most terrifying thing about the Dark Judgment Great Demon God was his terror. When he released all of his power, the boundless darkness was immediately devoured by him. The darkness had already turned into the sword in his hand. His will seemed to be the will of this boundless darkness, wanting to devour everything. At this moment, the heartless fairy was still a heartless sword. The colder her heart was, the more powerful her power was. Her power did not come from the various elemental laws, but from her heart to control the world. She was an invincible existence. As long as her will did not die, as long as her heart did not melt, her power would not dry up. Such power was unique even among the legends of ancient times. The battle between the two began. The darkness was cold, and so was the heartless fairy's heart. It was a battle between the coldest things in the world. With their battlefield as the core, everything began to sink into this coldness. It was as if everything had been completely shattered, and all power had begun to be annihilated and withered. It was such a terrifying and powerful power. In front of this power, no other existence could survive. But gradually, the void gate changed again. In the boundless darkness, a terrifying light shadow suddenly appeared, heading straight for the heartless fairy. The heartless fairy's heart shook, because at this moment, she actually felt the aura of death. At this point, her perception of life and death had reached an unimaginable level. But at this moment, she still felt such a feeling. She immediately understood that it was an unimaginable terror. The moment this power appeared, she immediately pulled away from the Dark Judgment Great Demon God. Unfortunately, the Dark Judgment Great Demon God did not allow her to pull away. Ooh! A terrifying sound rang out. The darkness instantly expanded, and a boundless power of fear immediately tried to devour her. What is that? At this moment, the heartless fairy immediately discovered that behind that terrifying power was an unimaginably terrifying karst cave. And there seemed to be something wriggling in the cave. The heartless fairy naturally would not be intimidated by its appearance, but she was shocked by the nature of this thing. This was because she discovered that this mysterious and terrifying thing was connected to the Dark Judgment Great Demon God. This Dark Judgment Great Demon God is actually being controlled by that thing. When she realized this, her entire body trembled. What kind of existence was the Dark Judgment Great Demon God? He was like her, a terrifying almighty who was almost on the verge of breaking free. If heavenly monarchs did not appear, heavenly sovereigns were already extremely peak existences. It should be known that even the so-called gods were actually only the peak of heavenly sovereigns. But now, such a terrifying existence was actually being controlled by some mysterious and unfathomable thing. It was like a marionette. Cultivators bitterly cultivated, bitterly struggled, all for the sake of breaking free from the shackles of fate, to reach the legendary freedom. Although the great demonic god of dark judgment couldn't be said to have completely broken free, he should have the ability to control his own power. Unfortunately, at this time, he had actually become a marionette. No wonder she found that when she fought with him, although his strength was extremely terrifying, there was a lack of variation in his strength. The dark space swallowed her. Her expression turned solemn, then she struck out with a wave of power. That terrifying power turned into endless heavenly might. The heartless sword first disappeared, then condensed again in the next moment. This was equivalent to a process of destruction and rebirth. Could also be called nirvana. After this process, his power became even stronger. At this moment, the extremely terrifying power had exploded to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, everything was directly separated at this moment, and the darkness was also minced into pieces. At your level, you're still being controlled like a marionette. It's really sad. Today, I'll help you break free. For some reason, the heartless fairy was angered at this moment and directly exploded with her most powerful and terrifying power. Perhaps it was because of the feeling of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Moreover, at this moment, she felt that the mysterious and terrifying existence seemed to have its gaze on her. Of course, she understood what that thing meant. It wanted to devour her as well. Therefore, at this moment, she did not show any mercy. Great sorrow of heaven and earth, extermination. When this move appeared, the aura of heaven and earth began to change, and her power also began to circulate. That violent power continued to surge at this moment, becoming a truly terrifying power and berserk moon. Such a change in aura immediately began to cause the world to wither. The great demon god of dark judgment was also directly bound by this power, and a kind of sorrow seemed to appear in the depths of his heart. The circulation of his power had also somewhat stopped. What an inconceivable and terrifying power! The opponent was the great demon god of dark judgment, yet he was still so weak. If it were someone slightly weaker, they would have already committed suicide. The heartless sword's blade appeared again. The moment her power reached the extreme, it would be the moment of dark judgment's death. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The great demon god of dark judgment's body suddenly began to split open. Then, a terrifying tentacle directly shot towards the heartless fairy. This change was clearly beyond the heartless fairy's expectations. How is this possible? At this moment, she immediately realized that the great demon god of dark judgment's body was actually nurturing that terrifying monster's tentacle. Such power was almost terrifying to the extreme. It was also incomparably strange. Her heartless sword had just been fully condensed, and the tentacle's speed was also incomparably fast. At this moment, the entire space seemed to have been frozen. She could not escape. Damn it. She knew that the tentacle was definitely extremely terrifying. Once it touched her, she would be completely dragged into the abyss of darkness, and there would be no chance of revival. But the most despicable thing was that she still had no way of changing all of this. But at this moment, a huge yin-yang symbol appeared. Freeze. With a single word, it had already enveloped the great demon god of dark judgment, and then forcibly severed it. Chapter 1172. You've finally made your move? Fairy Heartless immediately understood that the island master of Divine Devil Island had made his move. Latest chapter to read. If the island master hadn't made his move, he would have been dead for sure. That was because that power was truly terrifying. It was so powerful and terrifying that it was truly unimaginable. It was the strongest power in the world. What scared her even more was that the powerful dark judgment great demonic god had become nourishment for it. She understood that it wasn't just a marionette. It had become a placenta to be raised. To an absolute powerhouse, this was something they could not accept. That was why he was so agitated earlier. You still want to struggle? You won't be able to return now. The island master of Divine Devil Island's voice sounded again. Then, the power became even stronger. That terrifying radiance had reached an endlessly terrifying stage. The dark tentacles struggled with terrifying strength. However, at this point in time, it had already been banned. It was a stillness that came from the depths of his body. It was as if all of his cells had withered. Only then did the Divine Devil diagram stop moving. Then, it swept it away and took it away. So, I'm just your bait? I cultivate the heartless Dao, but I can't compare to your heartless Dao, she muttered in her heart. Even at her current realm and state of mind, she couldn't accept that at all. But the island master of Divine Devil Island didn't care. The Divine Devil diagram disappeared. That huge void gate was still there, but it was no longer expanding. The void turbulence had also stabilized. Fairy Heartless stared at the void gate and left as well. Since the void gate had already appeared, it would not be an easy task to completely destroy it. The attack this time had already caused that terrifying existence to be somewhat wary. It should be able to stop for a while. She understood the island master of Divine Devil Island very well. She knew that no matter what he did, he was extremely calculative. Since he had noticed this place, there was no reason for him to lose control of it. But it didn't feel good to be used as bait. It made him very irritated. Of course, it was only for a moment. She had already suppressed the restlessness. Since they were already experts at this level, they naturally understood many things. But just as she turned to leave, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The moment the beam of light appeared, her body was directly imprisoned. What are you? Get out of my way. Her powerful strength exploded out, and a powerful ruthless aura surged out. The terrifying power continued to attack, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. However, the power that suddenly appeared was simply too powerful. Furthermore, the moment the power appeared, an invisible barrier appeared. The moment this barrier appeared, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. The invisible force directly attacked at this time, directly isolating him from the outside world. That power had come too suddenly, so much so that he was not prepared at all. When he came to his senses, he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. This was the worst thing that could happen. He deeply understood that if he could not struggle out of this predicament at this time, it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, a strange thing appeared in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat because it was none other than the strange touch of darkness that she had encountered before. It was the true deepest darkness, and it had unimaginable power. She was shocked. How could she not recognize the thing that appeared in front of her? It was the touch of darkness from before. However, the Divine Demon Island's island master had clearly arrived, suppressed his thing, and taken it away with the Divine Demon diagram. But now, it had appeared again. This meant that this thing was just a disguise. He knew that he was no match for the Divine Demon diagram, so he directly sacrificed a part of himself. At this moment, after the Divine Demon Island's island master left, he directly revealed himself. His target was the Heartless Fairy, a holy venerate. Previously, the Heartless Fairy had a feeling that she was being treated as prey. And now, it had become a reality. When that power appeared in front of her, her expression became extremely unsightly. How could she accept the feeling of being treated as a prey? At this moment, her aura skyrocketed, and her strength reached its strongest level. He actually wants to treat me as a prey and then hunt me down? What a dream! The Heartless Sword exploded once again, and the powerful holy venerate power rose. The boundless space around her began to fluctuate. There was no need to imagine how terrifying this power was. However, after this power appeared, it did not achieve the desired effect. The terrifying aura was not directly suppressed. The darkness was still spreading. At this moment, a life form suddenly appeared in the darkness. Then, a great demon god of black case adjudication appeared. A holy venerate great demon god of black case adjudication had appeared from nothing. This was an unimaginable process. There was no need to say more about the changes that had occurred. The change at this moment was so great that it was truly shocking. How is this possible? At this time, Heartless Fairy was also shocked. Although he already knew that the change in front of him was no small matter, only now did he realize that his mind was in chaos when faced with such a situation. A holy venerate of the peerless world. Ha, this is truly exciting. After I capture you, you will become a fruit in my body and gradually grow. His voice was so unpleasant and ear-piercing. That rough voice caused goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. At this moment, the Heartless Fairy directly attacked with her sword. The cold, heartless sword intent appeared. If you want to capture me, you need to have the ability to do so. At this moment, she knew that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, at her level, she naturally would not panic because of danger. Heartless world, heaven and earth grieve. Her power immediately manifested. Then, it wrapped around her body layer by layer. After doing all this, Yi Zichen looked at her. After everything was done, her heartless sword floated in front of her. At this moment, her attitude was very clear. She knew that no matter what, she could not break free from this power. Therefore, she chose to defend herself. That dark space seemed to have become another world. If she had not been schemed against and landed in this place, she would still have a chance to resist. However, at this moment, she had no chance to resist at all. Therefore, she could only use her own power to block this terrifying guy outside. She could not break out of this place, but she could create a small world that belonged to her. Only then would she have a chance to defend herself and prevent herself from being devoured. Fool, you've trapped yourself in a cocoon of your own making. The great demon god of judgment transmitted his thoughts directly. Then he began to attack the Heartless world. However, the Heartless Fairy was a wholly venerate expert after all. The power she gathered was a real world. When this power was directly condensed, everything was blocked outside. If one had to describe it, it would be absolute defense. The dark power could not directly break through this place. The only thing it could do was to slowly invade this place with the dark power. Only then could it resist the pressure. In fact, the Heartless Fairy had placed herself in this place and put herself in an extremely passive position. Just as that guy had said, this was foolish. Because if the Heartless Fairy had unleashed her power in an instant and used a fatal attack, she might have been able to escape from this world. Although the chances were slim, it was still a life and death struggle. Moreover, if she could leak out a trace of her aura, the God Devil Island Master might be able to sense it. At that time, she would be saved. However, she did not do that. Instead, she chose a slow death. The choice between a slow death and a life and death struggle for a chance of survival was actually not difficult. Those who were able to walk all the way and become experts in the end would almost always choose to fight for their own strength to fight for a chance of survival. However, at this moment, she chose to do the opposite. However, no matter what the other party said, the Heartless Fairy only sealed her heartless world and began to gather her power with all her might. At this moment, there was no need for her to say anything more. She naturally had her own plans. Therefore, the two of them wasted their time here. In the eastern land of the 5 counties continent, the news that Yun Wanqing had already transcended her tribulation and become a supremacy was spread out. This was also a big matter. The strength of the Heavenly Cloud sect wasn't weak. Although it didn't have the heritage of those sects that had just returned from the secret world, it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, it used to be the #1 sect in the 5 countries. And now, another expert had appeared. A supremacy was extremely important to a sect. With a supremacy, the sect would have its own pillar of support. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already followed Ling Laikong to the Heavenly Saint sect. Originally, this should have been delayed for another 2 days. However, the Heavenly Saint sect sent news that Hanyue Daozuan's condition had begun to worsen. It was much more serious than expected. Therefore, Holy Flame Ling Laikong had no choice but to shamelessly ask for help. Chapter 1173. In fact, Ling Laikong also felt that it was a little unreasonable. After all, Yun Wanqing had just become a Dao master. She needed too much time to consolidate her cultivation. Read the full text. However, he forced her to interrupt this process. For a Dao master, this period of time was actually the most important time. However, Hanyue Daozuan's matter made him unable to wait with a clear conscience, so he asked again. Because of this matter, Zhang Daqian almost fought with him again. However, what he did not expect was that Yun Wanqing had already agreed. With Yun Wanqing's promise, it was natural for things to go smoothly. As a group of people set out, Ling Likong specially got a precious carriage. This carriage was pulled by 8 high-level demonic beasts. Moreover, the carriage itself was engraved with extremely complicated formations. When it moved, not only was it extremely fast, but it was also stable and would never shake. More importantly, this carriage's defensive power was amazing. The existence below the Dao Master level could not shake this carriage at all. Of course, if it was a freak like Zhang Daqian, who was not a Dao Master but could cause harm to a Dao Master, it would be a different story. However, the alliance of the Heaven and Earth organization naturally could not let Yun Wanqing go alone. Although she had already become a Dao Venerate, everyone knew that the cultivation technique of the Celestial Cloud sect that she cultivated was not particularly outstanding when it came to fighting. If she encountered a Dao Master at the same level, she would probably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Zhang Daqian insisted on going with her. In addition to Zhang Daqian, another person also came, that was Yi Xingxing. In the past few years, Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming's strength had also improved rapidly. In fact, at this time, Yi Xingxing's realm was still half a level higher than Zhang Daqian's. Zhang Daqian was only one step away from becoming a Dao Master. However, he could become a Dao Master at any time, but for some reason, he did not start. He struggled to suppress his cultivation. This time around, after he heard the news of this place, he took the initiative to volunteer to come and escort Yun Wanqing. In this way, the lineup this time was actually not weak. Yun Wanqing was a Tao Master herself. If Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing really went all out, they could at least stall a Tao Master. In this way, he would have the strength of 3 Dao Masters. In fact, what they didn't know was that when Yun Wanqing went this time, there was an extremely cute kitten in her arms. This kitten was extremely cute and small. She nestled in Yun Wanqing's arms and enjoyed it very much. From the outside, he looked like a harmless furball. But if someone really thought so, then they were gravely mistaken. Because he was a 2-winged heavenly tiger. In 10 years, the spirit qi in the 5 counties had changed, and so had the laws. Back then, Hou-Yi had not been able to use the power of a Grand Supreme to send 2 demonic beasts into the 5 counties and continents. But at this time, he could easily do it, so the dual-winged sky tiger naturally came over. Although Yun Wanqing's trip to the Heavenly Sage sect this time did not seem to be much trouble, in fact, it was full of danger. At the very least, according to the current development of the continent, although a Dao Master was already extremely powerful, he could not sit back and relax. After all, what if he had to face 2 or even more Dao Masters? Although Su Yan was in seclusion, he would never let his woman take such a risk. Therefore, at this time, he directly chose the safest way, which was to let the 2-winged heavenly tiger follow. The Oriole was still in the Heaven and Earth organization, his aura appearing and disappearing from time to time. In this way, other people would not have any thoughts. And if those people really wanted to attack Yun Wanqing, they would also skip the Oriole part. At that time, the 2-winged heavenly tiger might give them a big surprise. Of course, such a thing was best not to happen. Even with the demonic beast carriage, the journey this time was extremely long. After all, they could not fly at full speed, and Yun Wanqing still had to cultivate in the carriage. It was another day and the sun was warm. If it was a few years ago, this would be a quiet afternoon. Perhaps it would be best if they could have a good sleep in their own courtyard. But now, it was definitely not the case. For humans, this was the warmest time, and so was for demonic beasts. This was the best time for those demonic beasts to move. At this moment, all the demonic beasts would appear, and then they would start to attack everywhere. The nature of demonic beasts was survival. And in order to survive, the only thing they knew how to do was to kill and hunt. Therefore, this was the best time for them to hunt and hunt with all their might. Therefore, at this time, the demonic beasts would directly move out. If they only attacked the surrounding demonic beasts, it would be fine. But at this time, the demonic beasts were already used to attacking humans. After all, this was no longer the era of beasts. Powerful demonic beasts often had a certain level of intelligence. Although they would not attack cities on a large scale like 10 years ago, it was common for them to attack villages. After such a long time, the powerful demonic beasts in human territory had either been killed or driven out, but there were always too many beasts, and it was impossible to wipe them all out. Therefore, such battles would always exist. And in fact, this was not a bad thing. After all, in such a world, if one was used to being safe, then the next moment might be death. Along the way, there were already 3 waves of demonic beasts blocking Ling Liekong's path. Of course, the result of these demonic beasts was very simple, and that was death. After walking for a while, suddenly, there was a huge tremor in front of them. At this time, the Heavenly Saint Sect's disciple in charge of opening the path at the front said impatiently, "What, are those damn beasts coming again?" To them, these demonic beasts were not valuable at all. Although killing them was easy, it was always troublesome to kill too many. But suddenly, a disciple said, "No, this time seems to be different, everyone be careful." This was a herd of demonic bulls, and the strength of the demonic bulls was much stronger than the demonic beasts in the past. Among them, the leader had even reached the dragon realm. For demonic beasts, reaching the dragon realm meant that they had already reached the point of transformation, and the increase in strength was extremely terrifying. Such a herd of bulls was definitely extremely terrifying. At this time, Gao Ziyun came to the front. Among the many disciples, his cultivation was already the strongest. At this time, it was naturally up to him to face this terrifying herd. "Ziyun, be careful." Ling Liekong's voice came. This made Gao Ziyun's heart slightly nervous. Although the trauma of being defeated by Chang Wuxin had faded, he was still very afraid of his position in Ling Liekong's heart. So this time, he must perform well. He suddenly gathered his strength, and then a powerful aura appeared. He was also a genius, or else he would not have appeared like this. Heavenly Saint Fist. When the herd of bulls came, he directly punched out, and the powerful and terrifying fist energy immediately rushed forward. The terrifying aura exploded, and it was simply unimaginable. Such power turned into a sandstorm. The power of this punch could already be seen. "Moo!" At this time, the leader of the demonic bulls suddenly roared. Facing such a punch, it did not retreat, and fiercely collided with the fist. He was simply courting death by behaving like this. However, at this time, the herd of bulls behind him suddenly released countless auras, and then directly poured into his body. In an instant, this demonic bull seemed to have increased by more than 3 times. At this time, his horns were releasing an unimaginably sharp light. Not good. Gao Ziyun was shocked. He did not expect such a change at this time. The powerful and terrifying energy exploded, and the aura directly poured in, almost directly crushing him. This energy was just too terrifying. His fist energy had already been broken. Damn it, how can this demonic bull's strength be so terrifying? He was extremely shocked and angry, but the powerful pressure had already arrived. If he could not break through this terrifying pressure, then when the herd of demonic bulls came to his side, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with. At this time, his fist energy gathered again. Heavenly Saint Body. His body began to release a faint golden light. He can actually use Heavenly Saint Body already? Senior brother is really amazing. At this time, the junior brothers behind him began to exclaim. Heavenly Saint Body was one of the most powerful moves in the Heavenly Saint sect, and it could increase one's strength to the extreme in an instant. When this punch directly exploded, the power was even more indescribable. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to use this move. If one's body was not strong enough, and if one's cultivation was not high enough, then the moment the golden light descended, one might be the first to collapse. Sword! Gao Ziyun shouted again, and then a golden sword light appeared out of nowhere, and then directly slashed at the herd of bulls. The power of this attack was even more terrifying and powerful than before. Such a terrifying power immediately destroyed everything, and the powerful demonic bull's aura was directly broken. Even the dozen or so demonic bulls in front died under this power. However, at this time, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared behind the herd of bulls. The power rushed over and directly shattered everything. At this time, the heavenly Saint Sword's edge was also directly destroyed. Gao Ziyun's face immediately turned pale. At this time, the power was already in front of him. At this moment, a terrifying aura of death had already surrounded him, and this made his face turn ashen. It was also at this time that a lightning suddenly rushed out. Despicable person. It was Zhang Daqian who attacked. The lightning fist exploded, and the terrifying lightning spread out in all directions. Chapter 1174. A powerful bolt of lightning burst out. Thunder and lightning filled the air. That beam of power directly rushed out. Read the latest chapter. These two powers collided directly, and the powerful auras immediately collided violently. At this time, Ling Laikong also directly stretched out his palm, and Gao Ziyun was directly caught. Master, this disciple is useless, I have embarrassed you. Gao Ziyun's face was extremely ugly at this time. On the one hand, after taking this blow, his whole face turned pale. On the other hand, it was also because he once again performed poorly in front of his master. Ling Laikong said, "It doesn't matter, it's not because you are too weak, but because the opponent is too strong. This is not something you can contend with at all." At this time, his eyes looked directly ahead. If it weren't for Zhang Daqian's sudden action just now, he would have been a bit hasty to save Gao Ziyun. Even if Gao Ziyun survived in the end, he would have been seriously injured. For him, such a thing was simply unforgivable. He almost directly attacked and killed the opponent. But at this time, Zhang Daqian had already made a move, so he stopped. After all, his relationship with Zhang Daqian was really not good now. Since he was already Zhang Daqian's prey, he really couldn't intervene. At this moment, the auras of the two people began to directly collide, and the huge power at this time has reached a terrifying level. Under the power of these two people, the herd of demon cows died one after another. Take a good look. This is a great opportunity for all of you, he said calmly at this moment. Gao Ziyun immediately felt relieved when he heard that his master didn't blame him. At this time, as Ling Laikong said, he focused his attention on the battlefield of the two powerhouses. When Yun Wanqing was transcending her tribulation that day, he also saw Su Yan's almost godlike terrifying means, so the little bit of pride in his heart had already disappeared at this time. He clearly knew that in this world, the strong were always respected. If he wasn't strong enough, then no matter what he said, it was useless. So at this time, his mentality has been calmed down a little. At this time, every punch of Zhang Daqian's at this time, there would be an extremely terrifying lightning flash. The power of the lightning was so strong that it was terrifying to the extreme. His heavenly saint fist art from before was also extremely powerful. In terms of subtlety, it was definitely better than Zhang Daqian's lightning fist, but at this time, it could be clearly seen that the gap between the two of them was absolutely huge. That was a fundamental difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boundless power moved slowly, and the violent aura was also extremely powerful. Between heaven and earth, all the auras seemed to be revolving around the two of them and changing. Such power was simply shocking. This Zhang Daqian is so powerful. The disciples exclaimed in their hearts. At this time, Ling Laikong said, "Humph, I know you are all proud and arrogant. You think that our heavenly saint sect is already the #1 sect in the eastern land of the 5 monarchs continent, so naturally, we are incomparably powerful and no one can compare with us. Let me tell you, that's just a joke. The so-called #1 sect is because we have accumulated a lot of resources and we have the most number of Dao masters. However, this is only temporary. The world is changing and dragons and snakes are rising. If you don't even know this, then what awaits you next time may be death. Do you understand?" He directly questioned in a cold voice. Those disciples dared not answer at this time, because they knew that what their master said was right. Earlier, they had indeed been too arrogant. But in fact, the strength of the sect was not something they could show off, but something they should work hard to protect. Only when their strength became stronger and stronger could they really maintain the glory of the heavenly saint sect. Zhang Deqian was already boiling at this time, because this master who suddenly appeared was more powerful than he had imagined. This was an expert at the level of Dao Master. Zhang Deqian's last battle record was to retreat safely in front of a Dao Master. That was why he was famous all over the world. But for Zhang Deqian, this was absolutely not enough. Because he knew clearly that this was definitely not his end, but just a starting point. He had already seen the real mountain and knew how powerful Su Yan was. With such a goal, how could he be complacent? If he narrowed his eyes because of his current achievements, then he would be a failure. The reason why an expert was powerful was not because of his cultivation at this moment, but because he knew how to treat and face himself correctly and make his cultivation more terrifying. If he couldn't recognize this, then it would be a tragedy. Therefore, this time, after meeting a venerable, his fighting spirit was completely raised. A powerful force was directly displayed. It seems that he has a good whetstone this time. At this time, Yi Xingxing spoke. He knew Zhang Deqian best. His strength could be improved so quickly over the years because of Zhang Deqian. Zhang Deqian was too desperate. His strength was constantly improving, and in his opinion, if he didn't work hard enough, he would be surpassed. Therefore, his strength had increased very quickly. Ling Likong said, "Yes, he is indeed a genius, but Brother Yi is even more so." Ling Likong was greatly affirming Yi Xingxing. He was more aware of Yi Xingxing's strength. Yi Xingxing said, "Compared to you, he is too weak." The person in front of him was the existence of the 4 heavenly kings, on par with his brother. Yi Xingxing was a disciple of the Pagoda sect, so he had a very deep understanding of the Divine Secret Pavilion. He knew that since the Divine Secret Pavilion had such a deduction, it would not be without reason. The Divine Secret Pavilion had been extremely mysterious since ancient times. They controlled the changes of the Divine Secret Pavilion. Although they had always been very low-key, as long as one was a powerful sect, they would not dare to underestimate them. Especially the Divine Secret Elder, who was known as the person closest to the Heavenly Tao. His judgment would never be wrong. Although at this time, there was a limit to Ling Liekong's strength, and they might be able to fight with him after they became Dao Masters. But in fact, this was not the case. Neither of them continued to speak, but radiated their divine thoughts around. Their main purpose was to protect Yun Wanqing. At this time, Zhang Deqian had already forced his opponent to come out. His opponent was a strange black-clothed man. He was not tall, almost the size of a child. However, there was an extremely powerful force hidden within his body. Zhang Deqian's fist technique was indeed fierce and terrifying. At this time, he had not become a Dao Master, so naturally he could not operate the space at will. But he bombarded his thunder fist to every corner of the surrounding. He even vaguely set up a thunder network. This network spread out, leaving this strange little man with nowhere to hide. He could only fight with him head-on. A venerable was naturally powerful, but it was simply crazy for him to fight against a Dao Master. But Zhang Deqian was like this. He needed to achieve and prove himself in this difficult and terrible battle. He exerted all his strength, and the terrifying aura was so overbearing at this time. You're really hiding your head but showing your tail. In that case, let me see your true face. Zhang Deqian snorted coldly, and at the same time he attacked again with his thunder fist. At this time, the small eye under the black robe suddenly shot out a scarlet brilliance. The brilliance came so suddenly that Zhang Deqian was shocked at first, and then he immediately realized that something was wrong. This power gave him a huge impact. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that he would die this time. Although he was extremely arrogant, he was extremely vigilant. After judging that the enemy was an extremely dangerous existence, he dared not to relax so easily. Thunderlight. The long thunder light came directly in front of him like a water curtain. The terrifying aura directly invaded at this time, and the powerful force flickered at this time. The scarlet brilliance fell directly into the thunder light, and immediately caused a huge explosion. Such a change of aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. Zhang Deqian retreated more than 100 feet before he stopped. But as soon as he stopped, an extremely dangerous feeling rushed towards him. Good. In the battle just now, he was showing his powerful strength. Although it seemed that he had suppressed the opponent, he knew very well that the opponent did not take him seriously at all. The opponent was just trying his best to play with him. It seemed that the suppression was just a facade. The opponent did not make a move, which meant that he was at ease. Although he was very confident in himself, he also knew that it was impossible for a Dao master to be so suppressed by him that he did not even have the strength to resist. So there was only one explanation, that was, the opponent was playing with him. At this moment, the other party had finally made a move. This meant that he could no longer be as relaxed as before and act as if nothing mattered. The opponent had begun to attack, so the pressure on him would definitely increase, and even make him extremely dangerous. But it did not matter, because this was the real battle. Zhang Daqian's brilliance flashed, and then he fled directly into the distance. He could lead the guy to the distance. "You go first, don't wait for me," Zhang Daqian said directly. Ling Laikong looked at Zhang Daqian's behavior and felt a little uneasy. In fact, it was reckless of him to act like this. At this time, he came to protect Zhang Daqian, but Zhang Daqian had already left. Chapter 1175. Forget it, let him be. Feng Yun Reading Network. At this moment, Yi Xingxing spoke directly. 10 years might not be a long time, but it was not short either. It was enough for the two of them to become good friends. Because they had become good friends, they understood each other better. He clearly knew that with Zhang Daqian's character. At this time, there was no way he would back down. Unless Yun Wanqing spoke up, or Yun Wanqing was in danger, he would never turn back. For Zhang Daqian, it was extremely rare for him to have the opportunity to fight such a strong opponent. After all, although supremacies had begun to appear, it was still too rare. They were still the top combat power. Of course, at this time, he did not dare to relax. Because he could see that this was definitely not a coincidence. Dao masters were not cabbages that could be found easily. At this time, a Dao master appeared here, naturally for Yun Wanqing or their group. However, that group of people was too scary. This time, they were extremely careful in their trip. But unexpectedly, the news was still leaked out. This meant that there was a spy in their group. However, they did not know who this person was. If this person was only a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization or the Sound of Thunder sect, then even if they knew that they were leaving at this time, they would not know their specific route. Thinking about it, this person must be in their group. However, the identity of this person was a problem. This made Ling Liekong's heart tremble. When he thought that there was such a stunning beauty among the people who were acting with him, he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Of course, at this time, they still continued to hurry. At this time, the Dao Master level expert had been blocked by Zhang Daqian. However, he could not guarantee that there would not be unforeseen events. For example, more Dao Masters would appear. The demonic beast treasure carriage moved at full speed. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. The golden light changed, and at this moment, it turned into a mountain range. A terrifying power appeared, and that huge shadow stood upright between heaven and earth. Everything had been sealed off. "Holy Flame Dao Master, please make a move," Yi Xingxing said directly. When Ling Laikong heard Yi Xingxing's words, a trace of displeasure flashed across his heart. He understood what Yi Xingkong meant. He was afraid of him. The sudden appearance of the golden light was extremely powerful. However, Yi Xingkong was no match for it. However, he didn't ask me to do it as well. Instead, he asked me to do it myself. He was afraid that he would harm Yun Wanqing after he left. Although this was indeed an understandable matter, it still made him feel unhappy in his heart. However, since there was nothing wrong with it, he naturally couldn't say anything. "The few of you must protect Venerable Cloud well. If anything happens, you will be held responsible." After Holy Flame Ling Laikong finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left. Yi Xingxing's eyes were calm as he said, "Let's keep going." This was the second Dao Master expert to show up. This confirmed that it couldn't be a coincidence. Someone was definitely behind this. Therefore they could not stay here. They could only advance even faster. However, before they could even move, another dark shadow descended upon them. You wanna leave? You'd better come back with us." That shadow was like a huge fishing net, about to envelop all of them. Galaxy soared. Heaven is not lonely. At this moment, Yi Xingkong suddenly condensed his power and directly released an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, starlight rose in the darkness. The intense radiance was vividly displayed at this moment. The powerful and biting cold aura was particularly dazzling and conspicuous at this time. The two forces collided directly, but it caused a drastic change in the sky. The residual light was endless and the darkness was even thicker. Such power was terrifying. The person who attacked was undoubtedly a Dao master. Although Yi Xingkong was not a Dao master, his combat strength had reached this level. "Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let you be disturbed." His power was raised to the extreme in an instant. However, the powerful aura had no effect on the people around him. Instead, it directly impacted the world. The starlight was getting stronger and stronger. The powerful aura seemed to have become an unimaginable song at this moment. The two forces directly began to fight at this time. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble in the eastern land? Yi Xingxing's power was already extremely strong. Such a strike was simply earth-shattering. At this moment, his question had turned into sword qi and rushed into the world. Yi Xingkong's cultivation had reached such a level that he could turn his will and his voice into sword qi and directly attack the heavens. Even if the darkness was endless, with such power, there would be a time when it would be destroyed. Moreover, the world could not be truly endless. The violent sword qi continued to soar. At this time, the dark sky was also constantly changing. "Yi Xingkong, Pagoda sect. You're really powerful." The voice was illusory. However, there was contempt in his words. "Presumptuous." Yi Xingkong naturally felt the contempt in his words. He was a disciple of the Pagoda sect and naturally valued the glory of the Pagoda sect. Over the years, the Pagoda sect's strength had been increasing day by day. At this time, their power was even more thoroughly displayed. In the battles with several other places, they had displayed extremely powerful strength. Although they were not ranked first among the sects in the eastern land. However, no one dared to underestimate their strength. Yi Xingkong was already extremely terrifying. His elder brother had already been included as one of the 4 heavenly kings and could stand side by side with Su Yan. The people of the Divine Secret Pavilion's assertion was definitely not based on their current strength, but on their future. They seemed to be able to see everything clearly, so there was no need to doubt their words. At this time, Yi Xingkong's sword qi connected bit by bit. In the darkness, starlight shone brightly. At this time, the starlight was so powerful that it was terrifying. It was as if the starlight was the theme that would never change. Everything else, under such starlight, was nothing more than passing clouds and smoke. It was nothing at all. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, there were even cracks appearing on the dark sky canopy. This was an extremely terrifying change. However, at this time, the dark sky began to change dramatically. Suddenly, a pattern appeared in the darkness. It was a head. Of course, it was not a human head, but a cat's. A 9 lives civet cat. The moment that terrifying shadow took shape, an extremely terrifying brilliance flashed and a sharp aura directly cut down. Such a change was simply unimaginable. When such a claw fell, everything between heaven and earth was annihilated. Just how frightening and terrifying was this? That was why everything was changing at this moment. An endless aura continued to rise. In the light, there was an indescribable terrifying howl. It was a direct impact on one's spirit and even one's soul. Yi Xingkong was naturally immune to such an impact. However, the few Dragon Realm experts of the Celestial Sage sect could not do so. Not to mention these Dragon Realm experts, even supremacies would find it difficult to resist. Not good. Yi Xingkong's heart trembled. He already knew this guy's plan, which was to use the people behind him to distract him. This was really hateful. Although they were all disciples of the Celestial Sage sect, they were his allies at this time. No matter what, he could not ignore them. However, at this time, a faint cloud suddenly appeared in the demonic beast treasure carriage. The cloud was thin and very hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. But the moment the cloud appeared, all the attacks were unable to do anything to it. Fellow Daoist Yi, just focus on the enemy. A beautiful and elegant voice sounded. It was Yun Wanqing. She made a move at this time. Yi Xingkong nodded, but he was actually extremely angry because he said that he would protect Yun Wanqing from being disturbed. However, Yun Wanqing had no choice but to make a move now. He didn't care about his reputation. What he was mainly worried about was whether Yun Wanqing's actions would affect her own situation. After all, this was an unusual time for her. Of course, there was no point in saying this now. He turned his gaze directly. His gaze seemed to have turned into the starry sky, directly piercing through the darkness. Under his gaze, the darkness gradually retreated and then returned to its original state. A huge cat stood upright in the sky. No, this could no longer be described as a cat. Even a fierce tiger was not worth mentioning in front of him. 9 Lives Civet Cat. He was 9 Lives Civet Cat, an extremely terrifying genius who had just risen among the demonic beasts of the western wilderness. His bloodline was noble, and he was the descendant of the ancient heaven-devouring cat. His strength was also unparalleled. Over the years, 9 Lives Civet Cat had killed many human experts. Whether it was the experts of the eastern land or the people of the demon Dao in the southern region, many experts had died in his hands. However, at this time he actually appeared here. Yi Xingkong's face became a little serious. He knew that this was definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Yun Wanqing, come with us. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. 9 Lives Civet Cat said, and his huge claws directly clawed downward. At this moment, the shadow appeared again. Get out of my way. At this time, Yi Xingkong's strength was displayed again. His aura increased again. At this time, he had vaguely reached the edge of a Dao master. Chapter 1176. Before this, Yi Xingxing had been suppressing his strength. Latest chapter to read. But now, he knew that he could no longer suppress his strength. If the 9 Lives Civet Cat was here, it could only mean one thing. The appearance of those D*Emin monsters meant that they were not just putting on a show this time. Instead, they wanted to be serious. In fact, after Yun Wanqing became a Dao master, those powerful Dao masters could sense it. A Dao master was an existence that had condensed a Dao seal. Unknowingly, they had a place in the destiny. Yun Wanqing's combat strength was not strong. This was known to all Dao masters. But there was one thing that could not be denied, and that was her recovery ability. The power of his healing was too terrifying. After she became a Dao master, the fog skill had been pushed to the extreme. Although it could not bring the dead back to life, it was not far from it. At this level, the effect it could produce was much more terrifying. The Tianji elder of the Tianji pavilion was among the humans, and he could know the changes of fate. But there were also such existences among the demonic beasts. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Black Tortoise tribe was born to no destiny. Although he had always been dormant and had never shown his strength. But when he really showed his strength, it was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, his calculation ability was comparable to the old man of heavenly secrets. The demonic beasts in the western wilderness, except for the 4 demon kings. In fact, the ancient demon shrine was behind them. It was an extremely terrifying force, and it was the top existence. After all, it was a powerful force that had produced a demon god. At this moment, between heaven and earth, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. All the changes were gathering at this moment. That powerful and terrifying strength had reached an unimaginable level. The 9 Lives Civet Cat's claws fell again. It was also somewhat afraid of Yi Xingxing. Yi Xingxing was not like Zhang Daqian, who constantly hunted and challenged in the western wilderness. However, he was slightly stronger than Zhang Daqian. And he was from the Stupa sect. Part of the Stupa sect's inheritance had been lost, and it was not as powerful as it was in the ancient times. But it was still an extremely terrifying sect. Its foundation was deep and indescribable. As one of the outstanding disciples, he definitely wouldn't be bad. Ripping Claw. The claw mark continued to split open in the sky. A terrifying power was constantly operating, and an extremely dense aura was constantly spreading out. At this time, Yi Xingxing's sword qi could no longer dominate. As the light flickered, his power began to be suppressed. At this moment, Yi Xingkong was extremely passive because he did not dare to use his full strength. On his side, there were only 3 people who were at the level of Dao Master. They were himself, Holy Flame Ling Laikong, and Zhang Daiqian. But now, Zhang Daiqian and Ling Laikong were being held back. And the person closest to Yun Wanqing was him. He did not think that they were here for Yun Wanqing. If anything happened to Yun Wanqing at this time, he did not know how to explain it. Therefore, he didn't want to be too far away from Yun Wanqing's battle, nor did he want his attention to leave Yun Wanqing. Haha, Yi Xingkong, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you become a coward now? You don't even dare to use your strength? How ridiculous! The 9 lives civets ripping claw fell one after another. Every scratch was able to cause a little space ripple. Such an aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, Yi Xingkong was still suffering and did not know how to deal with it at this time. Yi Xingkong, fight with all your strength. Don't be distracted. At this time, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded again. Yi Xingkong felt ashamed in his heart. Back then, he was shocked when he saw Yun Wanqing. He was so arrogant that he even wanted Yun Wanqing to marry him. Of course, after experiencing changes and growth in the past 10 years, his temperament had already changed. However, because of this, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt towards Yun Wanqing. It was not love, but a kind of affection and protection. At this time, Yun Wanqing's situation was not good, and Su Yan was not here. It was time for him to show his strength and protect Yun Wanqing. However, at this time, he realized that his strength was not enough. This 9 lives civet was very strong. It was so strong that he might not be able to defeat it even if he used all his strength. But at this time, he couldn't focus all of his attention on this. At this time, when he heard Yun Wanqing's words, his heart calmed down a little. Because Yun Wanqing said so, it meant that his condition was not bad at this time. Sect Master Yun, are you really all right? He still wanted to confirm this once more. Yun Wanqing said, I'm fine. My condition has stabilized, so don't worry and fight. After getting Yun Wanqing's promise, Yi Xingxing finally put aside all the worries in his heart. Then let's fight. At this time, 12 cold lights suddenly appeared outside his body. When those few rays of light appeared, his entire aura underwent a huge change. It wasn't that his aura was strong or weak, but that it was a change in his very nature. His entire aura was transforming at this moment. Meow, Yi Xingxing, you want to become a Dao Master at this time. You're courting death. The 9 lives civet directly shouted at this time. That was the most terrifying sound. The cat's long cry was extremely mournful. Even among ordinary people, there was a saying that cats could understand the 9 underworlds. This was not without reason. Ordinary cats had a kind of invisible perception. And cats with the bloodline of the demon clan were even more so. At this time, the 9 lives civet, a terrifying great demon, could directly borrow the power of the 9 underworlds to fight. Of course, borrowing such power to fight was also a burden for him. In fact, his ripping claw was already extremely powerful. Even a venerable would be a little surprised when facing it. However, Yi Xingxing's swordsmanship was extremely magical and even terrifying. His sword qi contained the power of the starry sky. The incomparably vast power of the starry sky was able to completely dissolve everything. In this way, his power could continue to improve and even strengthen. At this moment, his power was rolling. He had started to become a Dao Master. At this moment, Yi Xingxing would become extremely powerful. Because at this time, the power of heaven and earth would have a reaction to him. When that feeling directly hit his body, then everything in this world would flow along with it. The Dao seal of a Dao Master was not a child's play. Heaven and earth had no thoughts, and all laws followed the heart. The power of Dao would be the greatest sublimation at this time. To put it bluntly, even if he completely became a Dao Master, he would not be so powerful at this time. However, the power of heaven and earth would decline at the extreme. The most powerful time was also the weakest time, because at this time he would face the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, the tribulation of heaven and earth. Forming the Tao seal was to steal the origin of heaven and earth, which was the foundation of heaven. The origin of all laws was heaven and earth. Why did cultivators go against heaven? It was because heaven and earth did not allow it. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation would fall. If one was not strong enough but tried to pry into the foundation of heaven and earth, even if he had just started, he would be destroyed by heaven and earth. If there were enemies at this time, it would be a tribulation of man. The heavenly tribulation of man was extremely terrifying. Yi Xingxing's action could be said to be crazy. Of course, it was also a kind of disregard. He felt that he was fully capable of surviving the heavenly tribulation, so he was so arrogant. He did not take the 9 lives civet seriously. He was the 9 lives civet cat. He was the most talented demon beast after the demon snake king, the white ant demon king, the golden condor demon king, and the flying locust emperor. Even the black tortoise ancestor praised him. The black tortoise ancestor was an extremely mysterious existence in the ancient demon shrine. To be able to gain his approval, the 9 lives civet's current battle strength and future growth were worthy of recognition. Many human experts had died in his hands. There was a very promising expert in the heavenly sage sect who was killed by him. But now, he was ignored by Yi Xingxing. How could he tolerate this? He was a proud and arrogant existence. The demon clan was full of wild nature, and it was even more so at this time. His cry was more majestic than the tiger's roar. The sharp power seemed to pierce directly into the soul. This was the 9 nether roar. A mysterious and unfathomable power was about to suppress the starlight that filled the sky. Buddha's boundless, heaven and earth are boundless. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly used the power of the Buddha's sect. Mystical rays of light began to appear one after another. Vaguely, it formed a terrifying statue. The moment the statue appeared, an incomparably terrifying power descended upon them. At this moment, the terrifying yet extraordinary divine radiance had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, all the aura began to boil at this time. And also at this moment, the power of thunder began to condense. His heavenly tribulation of Tao's sovereign had finally begun. Humph, 9 lives civet, your claws are stained with human blood. Since you are in front of me today, I can't let you leave peacefully. Yi Xingxing was currently in the process of breaking through to the Tao sovereign level. At this time, he was full of vigor, and his aura had transformed to the extreme. Powerful forces surged at this time, and the terrifying brilliance reached its peak at this moment. At this time, the intense brilliance between heaven and earth continued to rumble. The powerful forces almost directly enveloped the 9 lives civet. Yi Xingxing, you are too arrogant. You want to involve me in your heavenly tribulation and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to deal with me, but don't you know that doing so will only make the heavenly tribulation more terrifying? You are courting death. The 9 lives civet's hair stood on end at this time. Chapter 1177. Who would not fear the might of the heavenly tribulation? No pop-up window. Even though he had already become a demon venerable, it was still the same. After all, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, he still existed in heaven and earth. Ha, 9 lives Tanuki, you've already become a demon venerable. How can you be afraid and seek your own death? What a joke. Take this, Buddha's infinite divine sword. Yi Xingxing suddenly channeled his power, and a terrifying sword aura appeared in the sky. The sword aura soared and whistled in the sky. At this time, the violent power was even more powerful to the extreme, and a huge sword intent appeared. Even in the sky full of thunder and lightning, the power of this sword was violent and terrifying. It was as if even the heavens could not compare to this power. Such a terrifying aura could truly be called legendary. This divine sword was the shadow of the Buddha's sect's supreme divine sword. No one knew where the Buddha's divine sword was at this moment. But at this moment, the unpredictable power was constantly flashing. Rays of light and shadow were constantly changing, and the terrifying power had reached its peak. The Buddha's divine sword was also extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than the Taixing divine sword. The Taixing divine sword was only a subdivine sword and did not have its own spirit. But the Buddha's divine sword was not. It was a sword with its own spirit, just like the god-slaying sword and the frost jade. If anyone could control this sword, they would be able to display their true power. Even if they could not kill gods and immortals, they would be unstoppable in conquering the world. The Buddha's infinite divine sword of the Buddha's sect was a technique that was directly visualized with this sword as the basis. Legend had it that if someone could cultivate this sword technique to its peak, they would be able to summon this sword from the mysterious void. Although no one had ever been able to prove this point, no one who had rebelled against the Buddha's sect would doubt it. Yi Xingxing's brother, Yi Kongxing, had once summoned a trace of this sword during a battle with the Flying Locust King, one of the 4 demon kings. He then slashed down with all his might, and instantly exterminated the Flying Locust King's countless demonic insects. Not only that, but even the Flying Locust King himself was directly injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that sword was. Of course, Yi Xingxing couldn't reach the same level as his older brother. However, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough, so the attack he condensed with all his strength was naturally extremely powerful. At this moment, that power was continuously attacking. Sword chi fell, and the void trembled. The 9 lives civet cat screamed again. Ghost of Netherworld, fire candle scripture. Netherworld's aura surged. The thunder heaven was the existence of the purest yang in the world, while the netherworld was the purest yin. At this moment, the two forces immediately clashed. Violent energy surged like a storm, constantly sweeping through the area. The changes in the sky had reached the most terrifying stage. Sword chi, lightning, netherworld. Such a battle could be said to be incomparably thrilling. Evildoer, you shall die here today. His power continued to surge, and his aura became extremely powerful. Now that he had gone all out, he did not pay any attention to Yun Wanqing at all. However, the more this was the case, the more he wanted to kill his opponent with the Thunderbolt force. That was why he chose to break through to the Dao Master level at this time. He was still a little worried about Yun Wanqing. Since these evildoers from the Western Wilderness had already made their move, they would do whatever it took. Yi Xingxing, I already understand. You're going all out because you want to defeat me quickly. Are you worried about Yun Wanqing? The 9 lives civet cat suddenly screamed, and then he actually exposed Yi Xingxing's thoughts. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was silent, and he did not pay attention to this guy's words at all. He clearly knew that he could not be led by this guy's rhythm at this time. Since he had made up his mind to do something, he had to finish it. Only when he finished it would he think about other things. That was the right way to go. If he could not do that, he would be distracted while doing it, and the result would be even worse. At this moment, all the forces between heaven and earth began to emit the most terrifying light. The 9 lives civet cat's counterattack began. You still chose to kill me under the heavenly tribulation. Humph, do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Then I'll kill you. At this moment, his body expanded again, and his demonic aura filled the sky. At the same time, he said, Yi Xingxing, I'm not afraid to tell you that your worries are not bad. This time, it's not just the 3 of us who came. There are also experts coming. That woman will definitely go with the demon race today. The 9 lives civet cat obviously saw that Yi Xingxing cared about Yun Wanqing, so his words were full of provocation. It had to be said that he had achieved his goal. Yi Xingxing was indeed distracted. At this moment, the earth shook. Then, a huge shadow appeared. The moment the shadow appeared, it was already considered to have covered the sky. Endless black gas filled this part of the world. That black gas was a terrible poison. As soon as they were touched by the black gas, all the plants and trees withered. The demon snake king. Yi Xingxing was shocked. He had already seen that it was the demon snake king. The demon god king and the 9-headed demon snake of the ancient demon god temple were of the same origin, but the direction of evolution was different. It had an extremely terrible poison. In many battles, human cultivators had died in its territory, and they had died on a large scale. This was an extremely terrifying and dreadful existence. And now, this terrible guy had appeared. Haha, you're facing the heavenly tribulation, and you want to deal with me. At this time, you still dare to be distracted. Yi Xingxing, you're really powerful. The 9 Lives civet cat was extremely proud. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between him and Yi Xingxing, just based on the situation alone, Yi Xingxing was in an extremely bad situation. At this time, his mind was already in a mess. Under the heavenly tribulation, if one's mind was in a mess, it was a dangerous thing to do. Activate the universe. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded again. At this moment, the fog became thicker. The fog directly filled the entire space, as if everything was supposed to be shrouded in fog. And under this fog, the black gas was suppressed little by little. Her aura increased again. At this moment, a ray of light spread out. At this moment, even the plants that had withered were revived at this moment. Hiss, cloudy mist skill. A hoarse and low voice sounded. It was the demon snake king. He immediately recognized that this was Yun Wanqing's cloudy mist skill. This cloudy mist skill was indeed worthy of its reputation. At this time, it even had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Those who had clearly lost their vitality and died could be revived at this time. This ability was not simple. It should be known that the poisonous gas was not ordinary. It was refined by the demon snake king's own poison sac. It was extremely poisonous and terrifying. Even a Dao master would not feel good if he was injured by this poison. However, once the cloudy mist skill was used, the poison was removed, and the creatures were even revived. This showed that Yun Wanqing's cloudy mist skill was powerful. If this woman is allowed to live, she will be a great threat to us demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts with high bloodline talent, but there were also many heavenly talents of the human clan. Usually, there would be casualties in battles, but at this time, Yun Wanqing appeared. It would be a nightmare if those heavenly talents who were supposed to be dead survived. Since she was a heavenly talent, she was naturally extraordinary. After experiencing a life and death disaster, she might not be able to recover, but might even be able to go further. In the long run, the scales of victory would tilt towards the human clan. Therefore, no matter what, Yun Wanqing could not continue to live. This time, the order of the ancient demon shrine was to take Yun Wanqing away, but if they could not capture her alive, they would kill her on the spot. At that time, the demon snake king thought that there was no need to mobilize so many people for a human woman. But from the looks of it, he felt that the number of experts who came this time was not enough. At this moment, he began to transform. His huge body disappeared, and then he became a small snake more than a meter long. At this moment, he rushed towards the demonic beast's treasure carriage at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the terrifying majesty of the demon snake king, those demonic beasts were already trembling at this time. How could they drive the carriage again? The demon snake king was extremely fast. That was the method of spatial flickering. Before Yun Wanqing, those in the dragon realm were not in his eyes. In his eyes, these human experts were just food that could be killed at any time. Woman, it's better for you to die. The snake shadow pounced to kill. But at this moment, another light suddenly shot out from the carriage. Scram! As soon as he said those words, a terrifying claw appeared. This claw was very similar to the 9 Lives civet's ripping claw, but its power was definitely more powerful. Such power surged, and as the claw flashed, it actually directly pressed down on the demon snake king. What the hell? Although the demon snake king had shrunk his body to the same size as an ordinary snake, his power did not change. Instead, his speed was greatly increased. Such an attack was even more powerful than a sword expert's fatal strike. But at this time, he was directly pressed down. He looked with his snake eyes and saw a little yellow cat pressing down on him with a claw. Hiss, you're courting death. Poisonous gas directly whistled, seeping out from every one of his scales. The demon snake king's terrifying part was his terrifying poison. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary kitten to be able to press him down. Moreover, at this moment he actually felt powerless, which showed how powerful the opponent was. Chapter 1178. However, as the king of demon gods, how could he be willing to be saved by a cat that came out of nowhere? Read the full text. Therefore, he immediately released his poison. Humph, can your poison hurt me? But this thing is too dirty. Get out of here. The kitten directly slapped the king of demon snakes, and his body was directly sent flying. On his forehead, there was even a scratch mark. Even a Dao master would find it extremely difficult to break through his scale defense, but in this short moment, it had already been scratched open. The king of demon snakes directly revealed his true body. You're courting death. I'm going to kill all of you. He roared angrily. The king of demon snakes actually suffered a loss. Yi Xingxing naturally saw the previous scene. When the devil snake king attacked, he really panicked. He almost lost his mind, and almost fell into a state of devil's cultivation deviation. But he didn't expect that there was such a powerful existence by Yun Wanqing's side. No wonder Yun Wanqing was so indifferent, as if she didn't care about all of this at all. At this time, even if the king of demon snakes showed his true body, he was no longer worried. Instead, he focused on dealing with the existence in front of him. 9 lives civet. I don't care about them. Now I just want to kill you to prove my Dao. He once again rushed towards the 9 lives civet. After the king of demon snakes showed his true body, although his aura skyrocketed, looking at the inconspicuous kitten in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly, as if he had met his natural enemy. You're also a demon beast. Why are you protecting humans? Come back quickly. With your strength, you'll definitely be appreciated by the ancient demon shrine, the king of demon snakes said directly. Are you done with your nonsense? If so, then you can get out of my way. At this time, the double-winged sky tiger began to reveal his true body. Powerful and terrible majesty directly spread out at this time. The double-winged sky tiger had broken through to the holy beast realm a long time ago. Over the years, he had been cultivating by Su Yan's side. However, many people knew that he was the Oriole, but the double-winged sky tiger had never been known. The moment his aura was revealed at this time, it simply shocked the king of demon snakes. To him, the powerful aura was like facing his natural enemy. This was an extremely terrifying feeling. His body trembled incessantly, and even breathing became difficult for his huge body. Damn it! How could this be? How could this be? His body trembled incessantly. Even now, he still could not believe that the double-winged divine tiger could display such terrifying strength. That powerful aura kept pressuring him. They were both demon venerables at the holy beast level, but the winged sky tiger's strength was clearly above his. Tell me, why did you side with the humans? He roared. In his opinion, this was simply a betrayal of his bloodline. Enough nonsense. Don't you know? Your nonsense is very noisy. I know there's another powerful existence here. Stop hiding and come out. The double-winged sky tiger roared again. His aura was so powerful and terrifying that it directly crushed out at this moment. At this moment, an aged voice sounded. I really didn't expect that Su Yan's demon pet would have such terrifying strength. No wonder he's one of the 4 heavenly kings evaluated by the Tianji Pavilion. No wonder he's a human who was praised by the Xuanwu Grand Elder. In an instant, the mountains shook as if everything was about to collapse at this time. Then, a huge ant appeared. It was a pure white ant that looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was just that this ant was really huge, even bigger than the double-winged sky tiger. That was the white ant demon king. At this time, it was a huge golden eagle that was fighting with Holy Flame Ling Lai Kong. That was the golden eagle demon king. This time, 3 of the 4 demon kings of the demon clan had come. In addition, there was a demon venerable like the 9 lives civet cat. Such a lineup was just for Yun Wanqing. The demon clan would do this because they valued Yun Wanqing. In order to be able to take Yun Wanqing away, this time it could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The thick aura was so terrifying and violent. At this time, between heaven and earth, the demon chi was constantly rising and entrenched. The white ant demon king said, Double-winged sky tiger, your bloodline is powerful. If you return, your future will be limitless. Even the Xuanwu Grand Elder can personally guide you. Don't be stubborn. They originally thought that such a lineup was enough. But they did not expect that there would be a double-winged sky tiger. This gave them no advantage at this time. While they were talking, Yun Wanqing had already appeared. She lightly floated to the head of the double-winged sky tiger and then looked at the two huge demon beasts in front of her. At this time, Yun Wanqing was no longer the same as before. Now, she was also a Dao master expert. Putting aside her battle prowess, her cloud mist technique was already extremely terrifying. When she and the double-winged sky tiger worked together, their combat strength was, needless to say, it must be extremely terrifying. In this case, where would they have the slightest advantage? Well, I've already said, cut the crap. Humph, if you want to come, then come. Between the demon clan, there is no need for so much nonsense. Everything is decided by strength. I just happen to be able to devour two powerful demon beasts to make my strength stronger. The double-winged sky tiger spoke without any mercy. His power was constantly flashing at this time, and a terrifying aura was displayed at this time. It was full of provocation. He had directly demonstrated his determination with his actions. If that's the case, then you are a traitor of the demon clan. The demon snake king said directly. The double-winged sky tiger roared, "Idiot, that's just your will, it has nothing to do with me. Either get lost or die." A terrifying storm began to blow. That was the most terrifying aura, the wind tiger. And the double-winged sky tiger was the master of the storm. That extremely berserk energy surged out at this moment. The powerful aura was truly terrifying beyond compare. The collision of demon chi unfolded. Such power directly affected the surroundings. The double-winged sky tiger's terrifying strength was directly displayed at this time. 4 great demon kings? With just the two of you, you're still far from enough. Since the battle had already begun, the double-winged sky tiger would not be polite. His power directly rose at this time. Violent and terrifying power at this moment had reached an extremely powerful realm. Powerful, a power without limit. At this time, Yun Wanqing did not display her power at all. At this time, it was the double-winged sky tiger's power alone. He suppressed everything with his power alone. His demon chi rolled as if there was no limit to it. Damn, this guy, how can he be so powerful? The demon snake king and the termite demon king had this thought almost at the same time. As the first powerful demon beast to become a demon venerable, they were naturally extremely terrifying. In the past 10 years, their fierce reputation was extremely prominent, and even the Dao masters of the human clan had died at their hands. But at this time, the power of the two demon kings was suppressed by the double-winged sky tiger alone. How could they not be shocked by such strength? That's why I said that you're just a group of short-sighted people. You actually want to talk about the fate of the demon clan. You're simply idiots. The double-winged sky tiger suddenly roared, and the storm became more violent, directly turning this place into a world of storms. Vaguely, the storm had even turned into a boundary, enveloping and suppressing everything in the surroundings. Such strength and power were almost incomparably domineering. The battle between the nine-tailed civet cat and Yi Xingxing was extremely fierce. But compared to this, what was that worth? This was a battle between 3 extremely powerful demon kings. The power of the law of wind seemed to dominate everything at this time. The Viper King was the most sullen. His most powerful power was the law of poison, but at this time, what effect could the law of poison have? No matter how hard he tried and struggled, the poison would be directly blown away. The wind seemed to come from ancient times, but it also seemed to have filled the future. Moreover, in this fierce wind, the Tiger King's majesty became even stronger. If there was no Demon King Termite by his side at this time and let him face it alone, he even felt that he would be directly killed. The double-winged sky tiger's tyranny was obvious. Really powerful, but I won't let you continue like this. At this time, the Demon King Termite's body suddenly released a bright light, and a terrifying power directly rose. Then, the surrounding earth seemed to be contaminated by this power. An even heavier aura continued to rise. At this time, the light changed and a terrifying power condensed at this time. In another instant, the earth began to roar. The terrifying power of the earth element directly rose into the sky. At this time, the boundless power was even more surging. This power forcibly pierced into the sky. He forcibly blocked the path of the storm, wanting to stop the storm. Fury of the earth, stop the storm. Powerful demon chi gathered, and the power was even more surging. At this time, the demon king termite wanted to use his own power to forcibly stop the storm. Along with the riot of his power, that terrifying wind did indeed slow down. And at this time, the Viper King suddenly whistled and directly attacked. The two of them cooperated very well, and there was almost no gap or pause. In just an instant, the Viper King had already rushed up and attacked the double-winged sky tiger. Such a powerful power was very conspicuous at this time. That berserk aura fiercely pressed down and directly landed on the double-winged sky tiger. Caught off guard, even the double-winged sky tiger was injured. Roar! A furious roar sounded, and the demon snake king was directly sent flying by the double-winged sky tiger and heavily crashed into the ground. Chapter 1179. In just a short while, he reappeared. Although the attack just now seemed to be extremely heavy, it really didn't do much damage to him. Instead, he actually had the upper hand in this attack. His poisonous fangs directly pierced into the body of the double-winged tiger. That was one of his most powerful attacks. Even the double-winged tiger couldn't ignore it. "Ha, idiot, do you really think you can fight two people with your strength? Fighting isn't just about cultivation. Since you've chosen the opposite path from us, then you should have the despair of being killed." At this time, he was extremely proud. The attack just now was definitely extremely powerful. The lethality was even more terrifying. He believed that the double-winged tiger definitely wouldn't have it easy. Naturally, he was immensely proud of this attack. So what if the double-winged tiger was powerful? In the face of two powerful demon kings, it still had some shortcomings. Double-winged tiger, don't be stubborn. If you surrender now, then we can let bygones be bygones. You'll still be the backbone of the ancient demon shrine. The demonic snake king's words suddenly stopped. Because at this time, he discovered that the body of the double-winged tiger had been covered by a ray of light in a short instant. The demonic snake king looked at the double-winged tiger. Of course, more accurately, he was looking at the wounds on the double-winged tiger's body. In a short period of time, the double-winged tiger's injuries began to recover. In just an instant, the injuries that he had painstakingly caused were all healed. Not even a scar could be seen. This was really something that made him angry. He had put in so much effort, but in just an instant, all his injuries were healed. This meant that everything he had done before was in vain. And the one who caused all of this was none other than Yun Wanqing. Previously, Yun Wanqing had dispelled his poisonous fog and restored the vitality of his already withered life. And now, she had once again healed all the injuries that he had painstakingly caused. This woman was like his nemesis. This made him feel great hatred in his heart. At this very moment, he really wanted to kill this woman. Unfortunately, she was sitting cross-legged on the forehead of the winged heavenly tiger, her entire body buried in the winged heavenly tiger's fur. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to defeat the two-winged sky tiger. Previously, he had dealt such a heavy blow to the double-winged heavenly tiger with great difficulty, but in an instant, Yun Wanqing had already healed it. If that was the case, it would form an endless cycle. No matter how hard they tried, they could not get a good result. In just an instant, he had completely recovered. The battle has only just begun. After being healed by Yun Wanqing, the double-winged tiger immediately felt that its spirit had reached the pinnacle. The attack just now was actually extremely dangerous. Even the double-winged tiger himself didn't expect that the two of them would be able to display such a huge amount of power. However, the strength of Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique still exceeded his expectations. With such a powerful healer, he would be able to fully open up his mind and body and immerse himself in the battle. At this moment, his power directly erupted. That terrifying power directly tilted towards the surroundings at this moment, as if an extremely terrifying heavenly thunder had begun to faintly explode. Die! At this moment, a gale rose again, and the terrifying power directly rushed forward. His target was the Devil Snake King. This old snake had an extremely powerful poisonous ability. If it wasn't for Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique, it would have been a huge problem for him. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was already extremely strong, and he would not be afraid of a head-on battle. However, if it was a sneak attack, it would always catch people off guard. The best way for such an enemy to exist was to die. He had already suffered a loss once, and at this time, he had a plan in his heart and directly rushed forward to kill. Old Snake, go quickly. The termite demon king had already seen through the double-winged heavenly tiger's thoughts in an instant. At the same time as he roared, earth walls directly rose up one after another. Those huge stone walls appeared one after another, blocking the double-winged heavenly tiger's path. However, at this moment, the double-winged heavenly tiger was unstoppable. His speed increased again, and in front of him, a hurricane had already formed, turning into an indestructible sharp sword. The earth walls in front of him were directly shattered by him. At this time, the Devil Snake King also reacted. He directly spat out a terrifying black gas, which rushed towards the double-winged heavenly tiger. Torment the world. This was already an extremely powerful force of his, and he had almost begun to use his law, because he clearly knew that this was already an extremely dangerous situation for him. If he couldn't block the double-winged heavenly tiger's momentum in an instant, then his previous efforts would be completely in vain. Therefore, his power erupted without any hesitation. Absolute storm. At this time, how could the double-winged heavenly tiger allow this poison to form? A terrifying storm appeared again. That poison was definitely not a simple mist, but a manifestation of the laws. Therefore, no matter how strong the wind was, it was impossible to blow him away. However, what the double-winged heavenly tiger displayed at this time was the law of hurricane. It was also the power of law. The two laws directly came into contact, and at this time, terrifying thunderbolts appeared one after another. Such power surged, and the lightning became more and more concentrated. At this time, the termite demon king intervened again. At this time, his power was directly pushed out, and a powerful aura suppressed the double-winged heavenly tiger. At this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger was caught off guard. Qianquan Cloud's word. At this time, Yun Wanqing made her move. In between her palms, a pure white mist suddenly appeared, and then the cloud changed. In a short moment, it had already formed an extremely terrifying light, and a dense power blasted out at this time. Termite Demon King, I think it's better for you to rest on the side. Yun Wanqing's words were calm, but her actions were very domineering. At this time, her Qianquan Cloud's word actually had a kind of domineering dominance. Everyone felt that Yun Wanqing's combat strength would not be too strong. But this time, they finally knew how wrong they were. When this sword was unleashed, the Qianquan Cloud's word displayed a vast and mighty majesty. That powerful power was telling everyone how strong she was. Such a sword was really unimaginable. The terrifying power surged, like the water of the heavenly river, directly falling from the top of the sky. The power that the termite demon king had just gathered was directly defeated by this attack, and there was not a single bit left. The termite demon king was shocked. Yun Wanqing was so powerful. She had clearly just become a Dao master, but the power that erupted at this time was already so strong. Even the holy flame Dao master, Ling Laikong, seemed to be inferior to Yun Wanqing. For so many years, Yun Wanqing had almost never made a move. She was praised for her miraculous healing ability. But this time, as soon as she made a move, she displayed an extremely terrifying power. This was really amazing. The termite demon king's body kept retreating. This was because at this time, he had no other choice. Such power was really too terrifying. At this time, the termite demon king's heart was already a little gloomy. He had mobilized such a lineup today, but he still could not take down Yun Wanqing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yun Wanqing had finally left the sect. At this time, the termite demon king suddenly took out a piece of scale and threw it directly into the sky. Descend, nine-headed ancestor. The scale appeared, but it did not move in the storm. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura was reflected from the scale. At this time, all the hair of the double-winged tiger stood up. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated to Yun Wanqing's side. At the same time, he directly burst out with a low howl. "Be careful, a terrifying guy is coming." The double-winged tiger directly said to Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing nodded. She naturally saw all of this clearly. At this time, a vast pressure fell directly at this time. The terrifying shadow was so terrifying that it almost covered the sky. Such power was more terrifying than anyone else present. Roar! A huge snake shadow appeared, but his roar was extremely terrifying. The Qianquan cloud sword from before was directly shattered at this moment. Such power continued to expand, displaying an unimaginably terrifying majesty. Then his body finally appeared. It was the nine-headed demon snake. "Haha, Yun Wanqing, you must be Su Yan's woman. Back then, Su Yan directly destroyed one of my clones. Today, I'm going to capture his woman. Humph, come over here." The nine-headed demon snake directly attacked at this time. The power of the 9 laws appeared, immediately displaying a terrifying aura that looked down on the world. Even the powerful double-winged heavenly tiger felt a trace of despair under this attack. They were both demon venerables, but in the face of such an attack, he felt that he had no power to resist at all. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the 9-headed demon snake's strength was. Back then, he was schemed against by Su Yan and directly destroyed his clone. After 10 years, the injury had finally recovered. The 9-headed demon snake was different from the demonic snake king and the termite demon king. He was an ancient demon that had existed since ancient times. When his strength recovered and he was no longer restricted by the laws, his power was really unimaginable. The following attacks seemed to be able to collapse mountains and sink the earth. After defeating the Qianquan cloud sword, the power went straight to Yun Wanqing to capture her. However, at this moment, another darkness appeared from nowhere. "Big snake, this woman, I want her too." The power of darkness condensed and finally turned into an extremely terrifying aura, directly dispersing the power of the 9-headed demon snake. Then, a man appeared. Chapter 1180. "Who's there?" The 9-headed demon snake roared angrily, but he did not act rashly. The Wind and Cloud Reading Network had just made a move and was about to take Yun Wanqing down. But at this time, he was interrupted, which made him extremely angry. But at the same time, he also felt that the guy who suddenly appeared was like him, an expert who had survived from ancient times. His strength was not inferior to his own. So after this attack, he did not make another move, but waited quietly. "It's me." The person condensed from darkness finally appeared. He just stood there quietly, but it was as if he was a king in the mortal world. He possessed an unimaginably powerful aura. His strength was extremely strong, which was evident from the aura flowing from his body. Dark Holy Man. He was a terrifying expert of the Dark Demon sect. "Ah, 9-headed old snake, you can still recognize me. You came today for this woman, but so did I. Since we are acquaintances, I hope you can take a step back. I will definitely give you satisfactory compensation in the future. How about it?" His words were extremely arrogant, as if he did not take anyone seriously. The 9-headed demon snake's aura became stronger again, and he said, "Humph, you have such a sinister guy, what credibility do you have? I will say it directly, today I will take Yun Wanqing away, you can't stop me." The auras of the two people immediately clashed. When these two powerful existences appeared, the original people had become bystanders. There was nothing he could do. These two were the most powerful people here. At this time, Zhang Daqian, Ling Laikong, and Yi Xingkong each got rid of their opponents and gathered directly. The battle just now was extremely difficult, but their achievements could be said to be brilliant. At this time, Yi Xingxing had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. The 9-lives civet cat had been killed by his heavenly thunder pagoda 3 times in a row. If he hadn't escaped in time, all of his lives would have been lost. On the other hand, Holy Flame Dao Master was much more relaxed. The Golden Condor Demon King had been seriously injured by him, and if it were not for the 9-headed demon snake's aura, the Golden Condor Demon King would have been roasted. Among the three people, Zhang Daqian had the most difficult battle. He was a 5 essences doyen, while his opponent was a bizarre Dao sovereign. By now, he had already sustained serious injuries. However, that Dao master was not in a good state either. His lightning power was extremely overbearing. Moreover, every time he attacked, he would exchange injuries for injuries. He was so crazy, but he still won in the end. Yun Wanqing looked at Zhang Daqian and directly used the cloudy mist technique. After a full quarter of an hour, Zhang Daqian finally recovered from his injuries. Damn it, these two guys are terrifying. At this point, there were already 5 Dao masters present. It was a terrifying lineup. However, the enemy was even more powerful. The 9-headed demon snake alone was enough to give them a headache. And at this time, a mysterious darkness holy man appeared. Although they were both Dao masters, there was a huge gap between their strength. At the level of Dao master, everything was very different from the past. His terrible and powerful strength had already reached an unimaginable level. At this point, everything had changed completely. This was the law of life and death in the Great Thousand Realms. Dao masters, on the other hand, were existences that were close to the immortal realm in the Grand Thousand Worlds. Only when one became a Dao master would he know that the road of cultivation had just begun. The cultivation here was no longer the cultivation of fighting power in the traditional sense, but the cultivation of the essence of the world. Such a way of cultivation was not something that could be achieved with time, but with the understanding of the Dao. This was the so-called source of the Dao. The source of the Dao was the origin of heaven and earth, the root of the great Dao. If he could master it, he would be able to increase his strength. Not only would it increase his combat strength, but it would also increase his overall strength. Everything would change at lightning speed. Darkness Holy Man had been a Dao master since ancient times before the changes began. After so many years, although his cultivation base had not improved, the boundless darkness had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the darkness origin source. If he exerted his full strength, not many people would be his opponent. Only the 9-headed demon snake could compete with him. However, the 9-headed demon snake was not on their side, but their enemy. At this time, the two of them restrained each other, and neither of them dared to act rashly. However, it was at this moment that another terrifying aura of might appeared. When this majestic aura appeared, even the terrifying demonic aura of the 9-headed demon snake and the seemingly endless darkness were slightly suppressed. That was the dragon's might. A powerful and terrifying majesty fell from the sky. It squeezed out its own domain from the two forces. It was so domineering and arrogant. Then, a huge dragon shadow appeared. It was a huge red dragon, and a terrifying blood aura was constantly coiling around its body. It was not flames, but the aura of blood. That kind of oppressive power was simply terrifying, and it made people's hearts feel heavy. The moment he appeared, both the 9-headed demon snake and darkness holy man took a step back unconsciously. It was because they knew that the guy in front of them was a terrifying existence. Even if they were as powerful as they were, they would have to pay a huge price if they fought with him. Yun Wanqing, my Dragon Island will take her away. His domineering voice sounded directly. At this time, the double-winged sky tiger suddenly let out an extremely terrifying roar. If it were not for Yun Wanqing, he would have flown up directly. Traitor! His aura directly rushed toward the huge dragon. Only then did the terrifying huge dragon turn its gaze over. At the same time, its wings flapped and directly knocked down the aura. After knocking down the aura, the huge dragon's eyes turned around happily. Then, it fell on the double-winged sky tiger. It's you. The double-winged sky tiger also looked at the huge dragon at this time. He would never forget this huge dragon. Because this was not just any other existence, but the blood-winged wyvern. The blood-winged wyvern that betrayed Su Yan. It was just that he did not expect that they would meet again in such a way. Moreover, when they met again, the blood-winged wyvern had become so powerful. It was just a light blow, but it had already crushed his power. Then, if he unleashed his full power, how powerful would his power be? This was already an extremely indescribable thing. "That's right, it's me, you traitor." The conversation between the two was heard by everyone, but they were all baffled. Why would the powerful blood-winged wyvern be called a traitor by the double-winged sky tiger? It was simply unimaginable. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern directly roared, "Ha, after becoming a lowly servant of a human, you are still so loyal to your duty. What a joke. Since you're here, then I'll kill you. Your origin source is actually very attractive to me." At this time, his power was completely displayed. His strength was actually extremely powerful. When this power was completely unleashed, it had a powerful force that could shock and awe people. At this time, the bloody light filled the sky and directly strangled the double-winged sky tiger and Yun Wanqing. The bloody light was so domineering that it did not put the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake in its eyes. However, at this time, the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake did not act rashly. Instead, they quietly observed the situation. Firstly, they were afraid of the blood-winged wyvern's powerful strength. This dragon clan that suddenly appeared had strength that was not inferior to theirs. Secondly, the two words dragon clan were too heavy. Even the powerful ancient demon shrine and the dark demon sect did not dare to provoke them easily. Of course, there was also the last reason. They wanted to be the fishermen. After all, Yun Wanqing's side had 5 powerful venerables, especially Holy Flame Holy Man Ling Laikong. His strength may not be comparable to theirs, but it was not far off. If he and the others worked together, it would definitely be a terrifying force. Although the blood-winged wyvern's strength was incomparably domineering, it was not necessarily able to do anything to them. At this moment, they were directly engaged in a battle, but it was just the right opportunity for them. As long as they could not win, then it was their chance. The blood-red tide directly suppressed them. It was extremely terrifying and had even reached the ultimate level of strength. It was simply endless. The double-winged sky tiger was the first to face it, because the attack was directed at it. Ha, lowly and weak existences. At this moment, you have just become holy beasts and demon venerables, but I have already left you far behind. Where is that weak master of yours? It's a good opportunity for me to tear him apart. I once let him stand on my head. That was my greatest humiliation. His power was constantly roaring, as if he wanted to vent all the terrible emotions that he had suppressed in his heart for many years. At this moment, Ling Laikong said, "You must block his power. That blood-red light has an extremely terrifying burning power." As a cultivator of the law of fire, he had a very deep understanding of this. Almost at the first moment, he discovered the horror of that blood-red light. That was not a dragon's breath, but the most terrifying power that the blood-winged wyvern displayed when it condensed its own law. When this power was unleashed, its true might was absolutely beyond imagination. Heavenly sacred blazing fire, burn. At this moment, his power directly changed, and then the powerful light directly rushed into the sky. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger also directly erupted. Apocalyptic storm. The power of the law of wind directly rushed up, bringing with it his anger. In addition, Yixingxing, Zhang Daqian, and Yun Wanqing all made their moves. These several powers gathered, forming a terrifying light, and then bombarded the blood-red power of the blood-winged wyvern. Chapter 1181. At that moment, everyone's perception began to become sluggish. The impact of that power was simply too violent. Such power was extremely rare. Even powerful existences like the Darkness Holy Man and the Nine-Headed Demon Snake did not dare to get close to such an attack. This was because this power was simply too terrifying. It was enough to cause harm to them. If they did not get away from the center of the impact, even they would not be able to escape unscathed. Now, they only wanted to watch the fire burn across the river. Naturally, they were not willing to let this power hit them. It was also at this moment that the terrifying, surging power continued to transform. Rays of light and shadow were constantly changing. It was as if the world had begun to undergo the most fundamental change. Such a change was truly a bit shocking. I really did not expect these guys to be so powerful. Fortunately, we have this stupid dragon as our vanguard. One could imagine that if it were not for the appearance of the blood-winged dragon, the two of them would have fought to be the first to attack. However, if they did so, they would inevitably receive the fiercest counterattack. Such a counterattack was unbearable even for them. It was violent and terrifying. It's almost time to attack. However, after this attack, it was their chance. After such a confrontation, the power of both sides would inevitably weaken. It was time for them to reap the rewards. At this moment, the two of them were ready to attack. The bloody light dissipated. The blood-winged dragon was still hovering high in the sky. Its huge dragon eyes were staring down. The strength of these people was beyond his imagination. He originally thought that this attack would be able to defeat them. However, the confrontation just now was actually a draw. This made him, a mighty dragon, extremely unhappy. However, it did not matter. These guys were not his match. How many times could they launch such a joint attack? As a great dragon, his power was extremely strong. However, he did not attack again. Instead, his gaze fell on the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake. Although he displayed an extremely berserk aura and a might that was above everything, he was no fool. He deeply knew that these two fellows, who were the greatest threats to him, would absolutely not let go of such an opportunity. All of you leave this place. If you don't, then you will face the wrath of the Dragon Clan, he said directly. His indifferent voice was filled with unimaginable dominance. If they didn't leave, they would have to bear the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Hee, Dragon Clan? So what? You can only live in a remote corner of the Western Wasteland. If you have the ability, then come to my northern region and fight, the nine-headed demon snake said directly. No one could deny the strength of the Dragon Clan, but the Demon Clan was not afraid. The dragon race thought that they were superior to humans. In their eyes, humans were extremely lowly. But this was only the human race? No, that was definitely not the case. In their eyes, all living beings, with the exception of the Dragon Clan, were the same. Therefore, the demon race and the dragon race were not harmonious. At this time, when the blood-winged dragon spoke like this, it naturally made the nine-headed demon snake extremely angry. It was not like he had not hunted down the Dragon Clan in the past. At this time, Darkness Holy Man also said, "That's right. If you really have the ability, then you should destroy those guys first. You can't even deal with them, but you want us to retreat. Do you not want us to see you lose face?" Darkness Holy Man also directly ridiculed. The fire of the Dragon King. The blood-winged dragon did not say much. Instead, it directly raised its head and spat out a flame. This flame was not the same as before. It was filled with an unimaginably terrifying existence. Its prestige was really strong to the extreme. The moment this flame appeared, both Darkness Holy Man and the nine-headed demon snake's expressions changed. This was a power that was completely above them. It could even pose a huge threat to their lives. Because this was the fire of the Dragon King. This damned guy, was he going to directly attack and kill them now? This was simply a crazy method. Under such a threat, they had already gathered their strength, ready to attack at any time and kill the other party in one fell swoop. They would not give up without putting up a fight. Of course, they were also nervous. If it was not necessary, they did not want to attack. Doing so would only make him seem more passive. Of course, it would be best to hide their trump cards until the very last moment. However, what they were worried about did not happen. The terrifying fire of the Dragon King did not come towards them. Instead, it rushed towards the double-winged tiger and the others. This is the will of the Dragon King. You can't run away. Come with me. The flame fell straight down. This flame was much calmer than the previous terrifying blood-red light. It did not even seem to have much movement. However, the prestige that was released from the depths of it was so terrifying. When this power fell, it was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. What was even more terrifying was that the double-winged tiger and the others actually found that their strength was gradually beginning to disappear. In other words, they could not use their strength at this time. Strength was the foundation of their survival. However, at this time, they could not use their strength. This was equivalent to killing them. Under the majesty of the fire of the Dragon King, you still want to struggle? The blood-winged dragon was extremely proud. The dragon tribe was the most powerful existence in this world. No one could go against the will of the dragon tribe. At this time, the dragon's gaze fell on the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake. I know you still have some tricks up your sleeves. However, it doesn't matter. Take them all out. I want to see what kind of ability you repulsive people have to dare to go against the dragon tribe. His aura became stronger and stronger. His aggressive aura was also displayed to the extreme. What a domineering dragon tribe. Is the dragon tribe really invincible? It's just a bunch of people who have been eliminated. However, they still think that they are infallible. How annoying. At this time, an extremely discordant voice sounded. Most importantly, this voice did not come from the darkness holy man or the nine-headed demon snake. It was another voice. This guy appeared. His body seemed to be transparent and did not have a real body. He stood there as if he was a shadow. Around him, there was only coldness and despair. What kind of dog is this? How dare you spout nonsense? The blood-winged dragon immediately shot out a dragon's breath towards the figure. This power was extremely terrifying. It was accompanied by the dragon's breath of his anger. However, although his dragon breath was extremely fast, the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared was even faster. Almost in an instant, his figure flashed and he actually dodged such an attack. The fire of the Dragon King? How interesting. However, in front of my 9-nether sword, it's still not enough. When his figure appeared in the next moment, he was already in front of the Dragon King's fire. Then, a pitch-black greatsword appeared in his hand. The large sword was extremely deep. It seemed to be filled with a power that could silence the entire world. The moment such a large sword appeared, a powerful and frightening radiance immediately blossomed with dazzling radiance. The fire of the Dragon King was directly shaken. Little girl, follow me back to the southern sea. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. This area had clearly been sealed by the powerful fire of the Dragon King. However, at this moment, he was not affected in the slightest and could move freely. How dare you! The blood-winged dragon immediately swooped down. Damn it, even the southern sea bastards are here. However, I can't let you have your way. Yun Wanqing was simply too important a task. If she was alive, who knew how many powerful experts they could save? An existence like her was simply the most precious treasure in this world. If he couldn't control such a person in his own hands, then he couldn't let other forces have her either. Because if they did so, they would lose a huge guarantee in future battles while their enemies would gain her. One could only imagine how disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, at this moment, they could no longer care about anything else. They directly exploded with their strongest power. Great Darkness Oblivion. What the Darkness Holy Man displayed was a divine weapon. It was something that was born from the most fundamental place of darkness. It could swallow all light and annihilate all spells. At this moment, the 9-headed demon snake also took out a totem portrait. The portrait contained an unimaginably terrifying power. When this power was condensed to the extreme, it seemed as if a terrifying ancient demon was about to break free from it. When these 4 powers appeared at the same time, the terrifying power was simply out of control. Yun Wanqing and the others were in the middle of the storm. At this moment, they did not even have the strength to struggle. Damn it, what should we do now? At this moment, Holy Flame Holy Man's face was covered in cold sweat. He never thought that Yun Wanqing would be so important that the other forces had sent out such terrifying forces. Now, they were like fish on the chopping board. When this power came crashing down, Yun Wanqing might be able to survive, but all of them would die. This was something that they could not accept. However, just as the light disappeared and the powerful and terrifying power filled the world, a voice suddenly sounded. Western Wilderness, Northern Region, Southern Sea. Very good, you're all here. This voice sounded. There was no powerful aura, nor was there any anger or deep words. However, this simple sentence shocked everyone. Chapter 1182. The appearance of this voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Read the latest chapter. However, it was not the same as a clap of thunder because there was no loud sound at all. Instead, it was extremely ordinary. However, it was precisely this indifference that caused everyone to quieten down. The powerful fluctuations of power that they had just released were abruptly stopped at this time. At this time, they even had a strange feeling in their hearts, and that was that they were like children fighting. However, when their battle had reached an extremely intense point, an adult suddenly appeared, and they had no choice but to stop. Of course, this was just an illusion. In fact, they were so powerful, how could they be satisfied with just this? At this moment, their wills were constantly condensing, and their auras were also constantly rising. At this time, they were filled with incomparable anger, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was unimaginable that there was such a powerful and terrifying existence in the 5 counties and continents. Among them, the blood-winged dragon was the most irritable. He directly spat out a terrifying aura, then roared, "Who is it? Come out! What kind of trick is this? Come out!" At this time, his aura was constantly rising, and the huge dragon power of his entire body was almost no longer restrained by himself. It directly burst out, appearing incomparably deep. In fact, several others also wanted to know the answer to this. They even wondered if this was a venerable sovereign great ancestor of some family who had come out of seclusion in advance. However, at this time, the rules of the world clearly did not allow this to happen. If it was really a venerable sovereign great ancestor who had come out in advance, the impact on the structure of this world was too great. None of them were a match for a venerable sovereign, so wouldn't this venerable sovereign be able to do whatever he wanted? He could make countless arrangements during this period of time and then change everything. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, a figure appeared. There was no arrogance, nor was there the slightest bit of dominance. His existence was like one of the origins of this world, and his existence was natural. Su Yan. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake directly roared. He recognized this person. It was Su Yan. The blood-winged wyvern was even more so. Its relationship with Su Yan was the deepest. It had once been Su Yan's servant. To him, who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan, this was a great humiliation. Later on, Su Yan directly attacked Dragon Island. At that time, although it was the power of the Godslayer sword, the great prestige was still fresh in his memory. The sudden appearance of Su Yan at this time simply brought great pressure to his soul. Previously, he even said that if Su Yan was here, he would kill Su Yan directly. At that time, he felt that he was fully qualified to say so. After all, when he first met Su Yan's strength was nothing in his eyes. If not for that terrifying existence directly imprisoning him, Su Yan would have become its food back then. But this time, after seeing Su Yan, he actually felt a sense of reverence. This kind of fear came from the depths of his heart, firmly suppressing his body, making it almost impossible for him to tremble. This kind of feeling was really too terrible. I actually have a few old friends. This is interesting. Su Yan smiled gently. When he first appeared, his body was illusory. It was like an image that did not exist. However, at this moment, his body had already begun to condense. Countless clouds, spiritual chi, spatial power, and other energy elements directly gathered in his body, forming a brand new individual. His gaze did not look at anyone. He only raised his head and looked at the sky. But whether it was the darkness holy man, the blood-winged wyvern, the 9-headed demon snake, or the mysterious expert from the southern sea, they all felt that they were being watched by Su Yan. No matter what they did, they could not escape this pair of eyes. This kind of suppression was beginning to be unbearable in their hearts. They were all the strongest existences that could appear in this world at this time. But this kind of unfamiliar helplessness really filled their hearts with suppression. Let's join forces and kill him. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake directly suggested. 10 years ago, he had released his doppelganger. Unfortunately, not only did that doppelganger fail to accomplish anything, it was even captured by Su Yan. At the same time, the sea-splitting demonic snake devoured his doppelganger. But when his original body came, he returned in a sorry state. Of course, at that time, his strength was not as strong as it was now. After all, at that time, the restrictions of the rules were much stronger than now. But Su Yan's strength was still not as strong as his at that time. It was just that Su Yan was too cunning. He directly planned a sneak attack and took the initiative. That was why he was injured. This time, although he said that he came out for Yun Wanqing, in reality, he wanted to directly kill Su Yan and let him know how strong and terrifying he was. But at this moment, Su Yan's appearance frightened even his soul. At this time, Su Yan was actually so strong that he could not see through Su Yan's realm at all. He could not see through Su Yan's strength at all. Su Yan stood there, he felt as if he could not breathe. More importantly, Su Yan's aura was becoming stronger and stronger at this time. He knew that he could not let Su Yan continue like this. Otherwise, they would not even have the slightest chance. At this time, his strength exploded. His powerful demonic aura forcibly broke free from Su Yan's invisible pressure. The other existences had also realized this. Naturally, they did not want to be suppressed by Su Yan's aura to the point that they did not even have the chance to resist. So at this time, they directly exploded with their strongest strength and counterattacked Su Yan. 9 Nether Scripture Destruction. The first to attack was the Southern Sea expert. He had never been in such a sorry state before. But today, against such a human, he was in such a state. This caused him to be exceptionally angry. So at this time, he directly exploded with his strength. At this time, a terrifying and powerful aura rolled out. That powerful strength was directly suppressed. 9 Nether. This was the power of another world. The sky, the sun, and the moon there were completely different from the infinite world. Positive and negative yin and yang. At this time, the moment he attacked, he displayed an extremely domineering and terrifying aura. The aura that shone out at this time could be said to be able to suppress everything. Such power rolled out, it was truly incomparably terrifying. At this time, a dark aura condensed. In almost an instant, it had turned this place into a purgatory. At this time, the blood-winged dragon also attacked. He raised his head and spat out a huge dragon's breath. Lowly human, die for me. That dragon's breath was the source of his strength. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was the condensation of specific laws. Therefore, it was able to unleash a powerful force to the extreme. At this time, such power rolled out, it was simply terrifying. That was not all. At this time, his strength began to explode. At this time, the dense aura was also at an extremely powerful level. At this moment, it was as if all the radiance had sunk into oblivion. At this time, the darkness holy man also attacked. His attack was even more domineering. That was a darkness holy treasure. How powerful was it? It was a divine weapon. It was an existence comparable to those divine swords. At this time, when this item was released in his hand, its power was unparalleled. As for the 9-headed demon snake, he directly attacked with the power of his 9 principles. The power of the 9 principles did not fight separately. Instead, they were entangled with each other. When the power of the 9 principles merged to the extreme, his aura also underwent the most primitive transformation. Its power was also extremely strong. There was no difference between it and the others. At this time, the power of the 9 principles continued to attack at this time. Moreover, it was different from before. This time, the power was completely condensed. In this way, his killing power was much stronger. When all the powers merged together, the space trembled continuously. It seemed as if it was finally unable to bear it and was about to shatter. The space of the 5 prefectures was not like the space of the outer sea. The pressure here was even greater. An ordinary Dao master could tear the space to fight in the outer sea. However, here he might not even be able to create space ripples. However, at this time, this power almost directly tore the space apart. It was obvious how powerful it was. However, Su Yan's gaze did not change at all. When the power finally arrived, he finally made a move. Seal. He only said one word, and as soon as the word left his mouth, a mysterious and unimaginable power suddenly appeared outside his body. This power did not seem to be very strong, and was not even worth mentioning when compared to the terrifying joint attack that was suffocating to the point of suffocation. However, It was this power that suddenly stopped the terrifying joint attack. That was not all. The originally small power began to devour in an instant. Such a terrifying power was directly devoured by the small power. Then, it continued to entangle and change. In the end, it had become the most violent and terrifying aura. At this moment, the terrifying power was simply indescribable. In an instant, it turned from a guest to a host and directly enveloped everyone here. The 4 experts in the sky immediately felt as if they had entered a cage. Even their movements slowed down. What kind of power is this? This was already beyond their understanding. However, they were all top Dao masters. This power was actually so terrifying. At this time, Su Yan said faintly, "Suppress." Then, the seal expanded and directly suppressed them. Chapter 1183. Be suppressed. Latest chapter to read. These 3 words were more like a sentence. When his sentence was passed down, everything would be settled. Under such power, no one would be able to escape such a judgment, and they were immediately suppressed. The 4 powerhouses still hadn't recovered from their shock and didn't understand what had happened. However, that force still directly pulled them over. It was as if they had suddenly encountered a huge whirlpool in the water. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from this power. This was an extremely sad and painful thing. At this moment, the Dao source in their bodies was being suppressed and stripped away. Under such a powerful force, they couldn't resist at all. They couldn't even save themselves. That violent and terrifying aura continued to surge. It was as if the darkness in this world had swallowed everything. Impossible. But why? At this moment, they felt a suffocating pain. The blood-winged dragon, the darkness holy man, the mysterious powerhouse from the southern sea, and the 9-headed demon snake. No, I won't lose. Dragon King's flames, protect me. The blood-winged dragon roared in agony. At the same time, the Dragon King's flames appeared once again. Those were the powerful flames bestowed by the Dragon King. They immediately protected his body. Great darkness oblivion. At this moment, the darkness holy man sank deep into the darkness. To others, this darkness was a boundless terror. But to him, this darkness had become his salvation. At this moment, his power continued to change. His aura also began to rise. Between heaven and earth, all the light began to change. At this moment, all the power was constantly changing. It was an unimaginable feeling. But to him, only the deepest darkness could give him true peace. At this moment, the powerhouse from the southern sea also released an extremely terrifying power of the 9 underworlds. In the end, that power directly manifested into a mysterious black lotus. At this moment, that power was constantly changing. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, that terrifying image of the 9-headed demon snake appeared once again. At this point, they had already felt the threat of death. They also understood that they could no longer continue to hide their strength. It was time to take out their trump cards. Otherwise, they would have died in the next moment. That powerful and terrifying power kept changing at this time, almost to an unimaginable extent. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth fell. At this moment, the light continued to condense and sink. At this time, all the power had manifested to the most terrifying extent. The 4 of them were the top existences among the Dao Masters. At this time, they had all displayed their most powerful strength, which immediately gave him a huge guarantee. Previously, they did not have the slightest bit of confidence in their hearts. They felt that they would be directly sealed and suppressed by Su Yan's mysterious and unfathomable strength. However, at this moment, when they displayed their trump cards, they immediately felt confident. Of course, at this moment, they were also constantly shocked in their hearts. Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. Such an increase in strength could already be described as shocking. They were also extremely outstanding geniuses, but the change in their strength had never been so terrifying. Such a degree of change was already extremely terrifying. It was really terrifying. Damn it, it seems that today's finally going to be a failure. This Su Yan is simply a freak. If his strength could be improved so much in just 10 years, What was he if not a freak? It should be known that 10 years ago, Su Yan was no match for the 9-headed demon snake. But now, in just 10 years, it was completely the opposite. And such a change was not a small one or two, but a complete change. The terror of his strength was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, all the changes were terrifying. That kind of power was really powerful to an unimaginable extent. In front of Su Yan, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Compared to him, he was simply like an idiot. Of course, at this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon actually felt it the most. Back then, the reason why he was unwilling to accept such a fate, other than the pride of the dragon clan, there was also an extremely important point, and that was Su Yan's strength. In his opinion, even if he really became someone else's demon pet, the strength of his master was so weak that it really made him feel insecure. That was why he thought of ways to enter the Dragon Island and ask for help. And now, his former master's strength had actually reached such a level. At this moment, he even suspected that Su Yan was already comparable to the Dragon King. If not, how could he defeat all 4 of them so easily? This matter must be told to the Dragon Island. After all, back then, Su Yan and that mysterious existence suffered a great loss on the Dragon Island and swore that one day, they would definitely flatten the Dragon Island. Back then, when he heard this sentence, he still felt that Su Yan was ridiculous. The powerful Dragon Island? How could it be possible for an existence like him to set foot on it? If there wasn't that mysterious existence backing him up, what was Su Yan? But now, he didn't see the shadow of that mysterious existence, and Su Yan had already reached such a level. Then what about another 10 years? 10 years was actually a too short period of time. In the eyes of those powerful dragon clan, perhaps it was merely the time of a nap. But this was terrifying. You merely took an afternoon nap, but the enemy whose strength was originally much lower than yours had already grown to an extent that you couldn't understand and could easily defeat you. Such a change was really too much of a blow. His heart was filled with unwillingness, that was a kind of pain that was completely incomprehensible. These 4 existences, one after another, used their strength to leave this place. But at this time, an unexpected thing happened again. They shockingly discovered that they were actually unable to escape. Although the methods they used had offset Su Yan's power, making them feel no pressure, at this time, they were still unable to escape. I said before, all of you have to stay today, so you can't leave. At this time, they raised their heads, and shockingly discovered that Su Yan had actually appeared in front of them. In front of every existence, there was a Su Yan. That was not an illusion, nor was it a void, but a real existence. Every Su Yan was so real. This made them incomparably astonished. No matter what, they didn't expect Su Yan to be so remarkable. Impossible. Why is every one of you a real body? They were simply overwhelmed with shock. However, at this time, Su Yan said, a real body? Maybe, but this doesn't matter. What's important is that all of you will be suppressed today. Maybe it's because I'm too low-key, so all of you do things without any scruples. Su Yan's tone was already extremely calm, but in this calmness, there was an unconcealable anger. Yun Wanqing was his woman, the person he wanted to protect with all his strength. Su Yan had experienced a lot, and among them, the most painful was loss. In the past, he wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't protect the woman he loved. Lu Lan, Chu Linger, which one of them wasn't like that? Now, he didn't want to endure such pain anymore. For so many years, he had cultivated hard, almost like a pervert, constantly forcing himself to work hard. What was the point of all this? It was all for the sake of making himself stronger, to be able to protect the woman he loved. But now, these damned guys were still constantly violating his bottom line. If he didn't let them know how powerful he was, wouldn't there be no end to it? Therefore, this time, he wouldn't let these guys leave so easily. At this time, this world had been directly sealed by him. Even if they had their own trump cards as guarantees, it could only prevent them from being eroded by his own power. However, it wouldn't be that easy for them to leave. At this time, Su Yan's body was directly divided into 4. In the eyes of these powerful existences, each of these 4 bodies was real, and each body contained the existence of the source of the Tao. The body itself could be transformed, and it could even be condensed by other means. However, the source of the Tao couldn't, as it was the most fundamental existence. However, the truth was that all four of those bodies were fake. In fact, Su Yan's original body hadn't come out of seclusion at this time. However, he had separated his source of the Tao from his body and used it as the foundation to condense his own body. These 10 years were really too important for Su Yan. This was no longer a simple kind of cultivation, but a kind of comprehension of power. 10 years ago, the battle between the dragon god and the great demonic dragon had opened the door to a whole new world for Hou-Yi. Originally, he couldn't remember the confrontation between the two powerful existences. However, his regal sword soul had directly imprinted the scene of the battle. For 10 years, Su Yan had been witnessing such a terrifying scene at every moment. He was comprehending at every moment, and he was doing his best to analyze everything with his own power. His understanding of the source of the Tao was very different. Now, he still couldn't compare to the battle between the two great gods, but compared to an ordinary Tao master, he was much stronger. Are you ready? The four Hou-Yis spoke almost at the same time, and then they attacked at the same time. The blood-winged dragon's face was solemn. At that moment, he immediately felt a terrifying flame power that he couldn't face directly rushing toward him. This feeling made him feel like he was facing the Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1184. This made him extremely angry. Originally, he was supposed to be the high and mighty existence, but now, his role had become the weak one. At this moment, the billowing flames formed a realm of their own and directly surrounded him. Such a powerful force displayed a terrifying brilliance at this moment. That power refracted the most terrifying brilliance at this moment. That was the power of the Shura fire. Of course, at this moment, Su Yan's continuous cultivation had begun to change the essence of the flames. In the past 10 years, Su Yan had been controlling the essence of the power. In fact, no matter what kind of flame it was, whether it was the Shura fire or other flames, their characteristics were different, but their essence was the same, and that was fire. They were all flames. As long as one understood their essence and used it correctly and reasonably, then their power could be maximized. When this power was exerted to the extreme, it would become a law. At this moment, the power of his flames erupted, and it was not much different from the terrifying flames of the Fire Dragon King back then. It was almost unimaginable for such a powerful force to be surging. That terrifying aura changed directly at this moment, and at this moment, it had reached an endless level. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense continuously. Of course, these condensed powers all turned into the purest flames at this moment. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon only felt that he was extremely passive and did not even know how to deal with it. His power of the law of bloodlight was also extremely powerful and terrifying. However, at this moment, facing the flames that were everywhere, he did not know how to deal with them. At this moment, the power of the radiance had reached a terrifying level. His aura was surging, and his power was also constantly fusing. He tried to break through, but there was no way. Everything about him was directly suppressed. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. In fact, he was definitely not the only one who felt aggrieved at this moment. The darkness holy man felt the same. He had the great darkness descent, which was a divine weapon, and should have been in an invincible position. No matter what kind of power it was, he felt that he could break through and then find relief. However, at this moment, the power that Su Yan was using was the power of darkness. They were both bottomless darkness, but they should have been of the same origin. Powers of the same origin should have been countered by the great darkness oblivion. But at this time, he felt that his every move was under the control of the other party. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. That powerful and terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. Between heaven and earth, all the power had completely disappeared. At this time, the only thing left was darkness. The purest and most fundamental darkness had become the absolute theme at this time. This caused him to be unable to speak of his suffering. He only felt that at this moment he was extremely uncomfortable. At this time, the most powerful and terrifying power in the world was no longer under his control. It was under the control of Su Yan. This guy, what kind of existence is he? My Dark Devil sect has been studying the power of darkness for a very long time. Our control over darkness should be second to none. But this guy, why is his control over darkness so strong? Such a feeling was simply making him suffer. He only felt that no matter what he did, it was wrong. In the darkness, there was no sun, moon, or stars. The most fundamental darkness should only be despair. The power of despair was also the power that he was good at. However, at this time, he didn't feel that at all. Instead, he felt that his every move was being countered. Even the darkness was filled with many things that he wasn't familiar with. If this continued, his power would be completely suppressed. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't find the direction at all. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth seemed to gradually be separated from him. If it weren't for the existence of the great darkness oblivion in his hand, his power would have been taken away by now. Such a mysterious aura was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, Su Yan's power began to condense. Then, a long sword appeared. The long sword was no different from the Taiji divine sword. Of course, that was only the appearance. The essence of the sword was darkness. It was the power of the origin of darkness. Last time, when he fought with Duanmu Longhu, he had already begun to analyze the power of darkness. With the help of the supreme power, although he hadn't condensed the darkness Tao source, he was no longer unfamiliar with the power of darkness. He even vaguely began to grasp this mysterious and powerful power. In the past 10 years, he had been constantly analyzing the essence, and his understanding of the Tao source had also improved. At this point in time, his strength had already reached an inexhaustible level. Even if he hadn't condensed the Tao source, he wasn't far from it. During this battle, he could directly suppress Tao Lord Darkness, which showed how terrifying his power was. To put it bluntly, Su Yan had completely grasped the initiative in this battle. His power surged at this time, as if the whole world had begun to change dramatically. That terrifying and violent power had become an extremely frightening existence at that moment. The moment the Taiji Dark Sword condensed, the divine weapon in Tao Lord Darkness's hand, the Great Darkness Oblivion, trembled violently. It had sensed the threat. Su Yan's power seemed to be even more domineering at this time. He directly moved forward, and then the most powerful power went forward at this time. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had become extremely dense. His power was like a gigantic heavenly pillar, directly suppressing down. At this time, Su Yan's opponent was no longer Tao Lord Darkness, but the Great Darkness Oblivion. There was an extremely terrifying will in this divine weapon. That will had almost exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It was because of its existence that the Great Darkness Oblivion was so terrifying. On the other side, the Hydra's body was in the decaying nomological law. This auxiliary nomological law was the nomological power that Su Lai had given to Su Yan. It was deeply integrated with Su Yan. However, Su Yan had directly scattered this nomological law in the past 10 years, and then immediately integrated with this power. When this power and the decaying nomological law were completely integrated, the aura was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the mysterious power was constantly changing at this time, and had reached an unimaginable level. The nine-headed demon snake's 9 nomological powers were extremely terrifying and also extremely shocking. To some extent, he and Su Yan were the most similar. They were proficient in many nomological laws. When this nomological power condensed and then erupted at the same time, the power was naturally terrifying and unparalleled. However, compared to Su Yan, he was congenitally deficient. The nomological power was innate with his head for half of his life. It was because it came easily that he could easily use this power. However, it was also because of this that it was difficult for him to completely integrate this nomological law. This was because the nomological law had been bound to his head. If he had to do this, it would be equivalent to completely shattering his nomological power and then integrating it again. At this time, the decaying nomological power had completely emptied everything. The nine-headed demon snake's nomological power could not exert a strong power in this place. unless his power at this time surpassed Su Yan's by a lot. Otherwise, he could not possibly be a threat to the decaying nomological law. This was the reason why he was in pain. He clearly had great power, but he could not do anything to Su Yan at all. He was even suppressed by Su Yan, causing his heart to become incomparably heavy. At this time, his power was constantly changing. He wanted to break free, but he was powerless. Great demon ancestor, tear this damned human apart. At this time, he could only place his hopes on the mysterious portrait. Su Yan's decaying avatar had naturally focused its attention on the portrait of the demon ancestor from the very beginning. Such great power made him extremely afraid of it. The Southern Sea expert was in the most difficult situation at this time. He still held the dark netherworld greatsword in his hand, but his entire body was trembling. Behind the Southern Sea, there was most likely the shadow of the 9 hells. That was why the creatures of the Southern Sea were extremely strange and incomparably cold existences. However, at this time, his entire body was trembling. This was because the surrounding ice and snow was too cold. At this time, everything had been completely frozen. Whether it was his great power or everything else, it had been completely sealed in ice. Even the power circulating in his body was the same. It was not that he had not fought with Dao sovereigns who cultivated the laws of ice, but he could not compare to Su Yan. He was the most unfamiliar with Su Yan, and this was also the first time he had fought with Su Yan. At this time, he was already suppressed by Su Yan to the point where he could not breathe. Su Yan, my master, the divine king of the netherworld, has begun to awaken. The power of the netherworld is bound to engulf everything. However, I will let it go today. If you let me leave, it will be good karma when we meet again in the future. I can even recommend you to become a general under my master. He already had the intention to retreat, so he spoke directly. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Don't you think that you speak too much nonsense?" The power of ice instantly transformed into thousands of ice arrows, which then bombarded the other party's body. Just like what he had said, there was really too much nonsense to say. At this time, he had completely unleashed his power. He really did not care about his opponent at all. As for the so-called divine king of the netherworld, he did the same. After all, he had already witnessed a battle between divine-level experts. Chapter 1185. At this time, facing such a mysterious opponent, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the wind and cloud reading network directly raised his strength to the extreme. His battle intent also rose to the highest level. At this time, Su Yan's opponents had completely changed. The will of the Dragon King, the aura of the Netherworld King, the mysterious portrait of the Demon Clan, and the extremely strange and mysterious will of the Great Darkness Descent. These 4 were their most fundamental trump cards. The few of them were already extremely powerful. In the 5 counties, they could be considered to be the top of the line. But their last trump card was a power that was beyond their own. The reason why trump cards were called trump cards was that they were extremely powerful. They had the most terrifying power and could directly save themselves at the most critical moment. They could even kill their opponents in one fell swoop. Su Yan, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but since you've split into 4, perhaps this is the stupidest decision you've ever made. In this world, it's impossible for more powers to appear out of nowhere. Since your body was split into 4 parts, then your power should naturally be split into 4 parts as well. I have to admit that your strength is indeed terrifying. But I don't believe that after your power has been divided into 4 parts, you still have such incredible power and can defeat us. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake said directly. He was right, and this was the reason. Since ancient times, whether it was the so-called doppelganger technique or outer body incarnation, it was impossible to appear out of thin air. Its establishment must be based on the foundation of energy. Just like the 9-headed demon snake, his doppelganger was actually a part of his own power. When his doppelganger was destroyed, his power immediately suffered a loss, which made him feel great pain. In these years, if his doppelganger had not been destroyed, he would have reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. He would be even more powerful than he was now. There was no doubt that a complete Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan's unfathomable method from before had already explained everything. When he directly displayed his strength, the 4 top Dao masters were no match for him. Such power was almost beyond common sense. Even in the legends of history, it seemed that no one could reach Su Yan's level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan had created a new history. However, at this time, Su Yan actually separated his body into 4 Su Yans. They naturally knew what Su Yan was thinking. He wanted to show off his strength and keep all 4 of them here, or even directly suppress them. However, in doing so, it would also weaken his own strength. It would be very difficult for them to defeat a complete Su Yan. But now, it was different. A quarter of Su Yan, and they still had their own trump cards. That's right, you're too arrogant. Human, I'll use my dragon breath to burn everything you have and let you understand what true fear and pain are. The Bloodwing Dragon said directly. At this time, he had already dispelled the thought of escaping. At this time, his strength directly rose and his fighting spirit soared. Darkness Dao Master and the mysterious expert from the Southern Sea also did the same. Their eyes were so cold that it was like ice from hell. The strangeness of this aura was simply unimaginable. I'll kill you. Darkness Dao Master's eyes reflected the light of excitement at this time. Su Yan looked at these existences and suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Good, this is good. If you don't even have a little fighting spirit, then I'll be disappointed." Su Yan seemed to have not heard their words at all and only began to condense his strength. His powerful aura at this time continued to rise, and his whole person's aura was raised to the extreme. All 4 of his bodies were the same. Facing the Bloodwing Dragon, the powerful blood-red aura seemed to have become eternal at this time. A terrifying and powerful force came crashing down, and the boundless light and fire circled around him. At this time, the fire seemed to have turned into a fire dragon, and then fell below Su Yan. More importantly, the appearance of this fire dragon was almost exactly the same as the fire dragon king that was directly killed by the Godslayer sword. At this time, the Bloodwing Dragon's eyes revealed a look of anger. How dare you blaspheme the Dragon King? His killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Su Yan, who was condensed from the law of fire, did not say anything, and only looked at the Bloodwing Dragon in front of him. Blaspheme? No, not at all. He did not deliberately condense the fire into such a form to achieve the goal of angering the Bloodwing Dragon. Su Yan did not need to use such a method to win. The reason for this was because within the range of Su Yan's contact, the Fire Dragon King was indeed the most perfect form of the law of fire. The law of fire was not unique. If Su Yan could grasp the law of fire, others could naturally do so as well. However, the strength of one's battle strength depended on one's comprehension and understanding of the law of fire. It had to be said that the Dragon Clan was indeed the favored child of creation. Their form was almost perfect. That Fire Dragon King was killed by the Godslayer sword. If it was still alive, who knew how much trouble it could cause? Its strength was truly terrifying, and its aura was even more unimaginable. When Su Yan was comprehending the law of fire, he discovered that its form was perfect. Of course, there must be a form stronger than this. It was just a pity that Su Yan could not discover it yet. Since he could not surpass it, he could only imitate it. Therefore, Su Yan condensed the law of fire into the appearance of the Fire Dragon King. As for the Bloodwing Dragon's anger, Su Yan did not care. To be able to make this guy so angry was a pleasant surprise. After all, an angry enemy was not scary at all. Anger would not make him stronger. Instead, it would make his flaws more obvious. Therefore, this was a pleasant surprise. In front of the darkness holy man, Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. He seemed to have directly merged into the darkness and completely disappeared. He was shocked by Su Yan's methods. He never thought that Su Yan would have such ability. At this time, his power was constantly changing. The power of the great darkness oblivion had begun to combine with his body, and then turned into an armor. This was the mysterious and powerful part of the great darkness oblivion. He could change as he wished and finally completely merge with himself. Su Yan, back then, you had already offended my lord and even blasphemed against the god of darkness. Since you are seeking death today, I will let you completely return to the darkness and disappear from this world forever. If he was facing Su Yan at his full strength, the darkness holy man might not have the courage to fight with Su Yan. However, at this time, he had no scruples. At this time, Su Yan was not undefeatable to him. The change at this time was one of the powerful changes of the Great Darkness Oblivion. This armor was very similar to the demon god armament. Not only could it increase his defensive power, but it could also increase his strength. At the same time, it could also strengthen his use of the law of darkness. When the Great Darkness Oblivion merged with him, he was almost confident that he could face any Dao sovereign expert. In fact, he felt that he could even dodge an attack from an emperor expert. With such a powerful trump card, he did not think that a quarter of Su Yan would be a match for him. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan was using the power of darkness. It seemed that he wanted to compete with him in terms of mastery of the law of darkness. This made him even angrier, and he felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. One must know that the Dark Demon sect had returned and they were very powerful in the Southern Sea. Many powerful existences would have to call a person like him ancestral master. However, at this time, he was being looked down on like this. How could he, who had always been proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate to attack. Feeling the power of the Great Darkness Oblivion, he directly attacked. Then he let his body directly charge into Su Yan's darkness. Su Yan, since you are using the power of darkness to fight me, I will not let you down. I will let you sink into the darkness forever and then completely disappear. At this moment, his aura was so powerful and terrifying. The aura that was rolling around was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the power of the Great Darkness Oblivion rose to its peak. In the eyes of outsiders, this place had completely become a place of darkness. Besides darkness, there was nothing else. Only those who knew and mastered the law of darkness would know that there was a terrifying battle going on in this place. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was in the most pain. The mysterious portrait he had summoned was indeed very terrifying. It directly restrained Su Yan's power. However, the aura of the law of decay was too terrifying. It was a power that could wither all existence. How violent was that? This powerful power was rolling at this time, like the tide of a great river. Now, the nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on a rock. Although there was no danger for a short time, the tide of the great river was constantly rising. Moreover, it was the kind that was extremely violent. It was only a matter of time before he was affected by this power. The demon snake king's most powerful skill was his poison. However, in front of the law of decay, what was it? Even with the nine-headed demon snake's strength, he could only barely hold on. Chapter 1186. In the last area, the mysterious expert from the Southern Sea God realm was currently eating a large black sword as he stared at an ice sculpture in front of him. Wind and Cloud Reading Network. His large sword was extremely mystical as it had already connected with his body. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a soul on the sword. At this moment, it was no longer a human controlling the sword but a human controlling the sword. Such a scene was truly bizarre to the extreme. He stared straight at Ho-E, who had turned into an ice sculpture and then revealed a cold smile. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trap me so that you can give me a fatal blow at the last moment? His power was already beginning to stir. In fact, his current thoughts were almost the same as the other three. That was to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's existence was ultimately a problem. He was too powerful and more importantly, he was still very young. Youth meant unlimited hope. Perhaps one day, he would become the most powerful expert. When that time came, they would have one more terrifying enemy. Of course, it was best to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. Originally, Su Yan's strength had made him lose all hope. But now, Su Yan was seeking his own death by dividing his power into 4. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of him. This was no longer a problem of dividing his power into 4. At this moment, he had to face 4 enemies at the same time. Moreover, none of them were weak. They had just exchanged blows, so they were well aware of each other's strength. These few powerful existences were actually not much different from each other's strength. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would probably be a battle of life and death. Su Yan was simply too domineering. If he had chosen to leave only 1 or 2 people behind, he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Because the 4 of them were not on the same side and would not risk their lives for each other. The remaining people would definitely withdraw and leave or watch from the sidelines. But he wanted to leave everyone behind. Since that was the case, he would have to pay the price for his choice. At this moment, his power began to circulate and the power of the netherworld began to counterattack. This place had really become a land of death. Ice was originally cold, and when the 9 underworlds chi appeared, this place immediately turned into an icy hell. I want to see just how you're going to stop me. His sword turned at this moment and actually spoke at the same time as he did. At this moment, his power began to circulate. Great Netherworld. The Great Netherworld curtain appeared. At this moment, he actually wanted to open the passage between this place and the Netherworld and allow the powerful force to descend directly. Such an aura at this moment surged forth like an icy tide. The appearance of this power directly filled this entire space. Then, it wrapped around the statue that Su Yan had turned into. Su Yan, you actually condensed a layer of tortoise shell outside your body. How laughable. What a joke. Under the Great Netherworld, you can only be completely annihilated. The opening of the Great Netherworld curtain was equivalent to opening the door between this world and the Netherworld. To be honest, even he himself did not expect to be able to do this so easily. Of course, this was not a bad thing. The opening of the door to the Netherworld meant one thing. He was already in an invincible position. At this moment, his aura directly increased, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed at this moment. At this moment, he smiled happily. To him, this was definitely the best outcome. He moved with power and was accompanied by the Netherworld. This was the land of ice condensed by Su Yan, but at this moment, he had already become the master of this place. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any chance. In the power of the Netherworld, soul shadows appeared one after another. They were extremely terrifying creatures that came from the Netherworld. They could devour the souls of humans and fuse their powers into their own bodies. When this power merged with one's body, one's strength would directly break through. Although the Su Yan in front of him was only a quarter and not a complete individual, it was enough. When this power completely merged with him, he would be able to understand the other party's power, and then he would be able to reach new heights. At this moment, a new ambition was born in his heart. Devouring one's opponent and absorbing their power for one's own use was not something that anyone could do. Although the other 3 guys were strong, even if they could defeat Su Yan, they would not be able to do what he did. Moreover, after a bitter battle, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As for himself, after obtaining a quarter of Su Yan's power, his strength would greatly increase. By doing this, he would be able to gain an overall advantage. At that time, his strength would reach its peak. At that time, it would be his chance. He might be able to devour all of them. Although this was crazy, it was definitely not impossible. As long as he grasped the opportunity well enough, it was very possible for it to happen. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and a powerful and terrifying power directly converged on his body at this moment. The soul shadow had already begun to entangle Su Yan's ice sculpture. What's going on? At this moment, he frowned because he realized that such an invasion seemed to be too simple and easy. The power directly rushed into the ice sculpture, and it did not encounter any resistance at all. He had already seen how strong Su Yan was. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it should not be like this. However, just as he was feeling suspicious, a cold wind suddenly appeared in Su Yan's body. This wind was extremely strange. When it appeared, the soul shadow that had just invaded was directly crushed. So that's how it is. This is a trap. You want to let me enter your body and then kill me directly. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Su Yan directly launched a counterattack. However, this made him feel relieved. If Su Yan did not do anything, it would make him feel uneasy. After all, if things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, now that Su Yan directly launched a counterattack, he was relieved. Next, he only needed to suppress Su Yan's counterattack directly. Su Yan, I have already said that it's useless. The Netherworld gate had already been opened, and his power was almost endless. He definitely would not have any fear or dread. His power was rolling, and a terrifying power descended from the sky. At this moment, all of his power was displayed to the extreme. The power of the Netherworld became denser and denser, and at this moment, Su Yan's will seem to be unable to keep up. The soul shadow that was formed by the power of the Netherworld began to solidify. Su Yan's ice storm wanted to destroy this power directly, but it was unable to do so at this moment. Even the power of his ice storm had been suppressed. Such power was extremely terrifying. The valiant and strange aura had become extremely dense at this moment. 9 Nether Great Demon Sword. At this moment, a huge longsword suddenly appeared in the soul shadow's hand. The appearance of the longsword was like a change in heaven and earth. Endless power was continuously condensing at this moment. At this moment, cracks seemed to have appeared outside the ice statue. Haha, as expected, you can't hold on anymore? I have already said that the so-called absolute defense is bullsh**. Under my power, it is not even worth mentioning. His power was becoming more and more urgent. Since he already saw the hope of victory, the next step was to defeat Su Yan in a spurt of energy. Only then would the dust settle, and he would know what was going on. At this moment he was extremely excited. He was also an expert who had just woken up. After sleeping for such a long time, his power had finally recovered. However, for an expert like him, it was extremely difficult for him to make a new breakthrough. The most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not when one started, but when one reached a certain level of enlightenment. Now, he finally found a way to improve himself. Moreover, this was very likely just the beginning. If his plan went smoothly, he would be able to directly devour a quarter of Su Yan's power. How wonderful would that be? He had already seen that Su Yan's body was condensed from the ice law. After devouring him, he might be able to directly master the ice law and turn it into the source of Tao to supplement his body. His own power of law was the 9 Nether. That was also an extremely powerful law. However, if he could combine it with the ice law, then his combat strength would increase exponentially regardless of his realm. By then, he would be able to make a move on the other guys. His target was the Darkness Holy Man. The power of the Darkness Law was also of the same origin as his. As long as he could devour the power of darkness as well, the 3 great darkness laws would be able to attack at the same time. In this way, he would be able to create a snowball effect. He would be able to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and then increase his accumulation. When all of this was done, he might be able to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Realm. Just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Shatter and devour. At this moment, the 9 Nether Law had reached its peak, and the Soul Shadow had completely materialized. Under such a powerful force, Su Yan's ice statue began to collapse. That was because his voice was so beautiful. Kacha, Kacha. After a few breaths, Su Yan's statue had completely shattered. I won. Next, it's time to devour your power. The reason you lost was because you were too arrogant. At this moment his power surged wildly, and he wanted to directly devour Su Yan's ice law. Chapter 1187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he was stunned all of a sudden. At that moment he actually did not sense the existence of the power of laws. The power he had devoured was completely empty. There were no fluctuations at all. Latest chapter to read. How is this possible? Why? He simply could not believe it. He had clearly taken the absolute initiative and beaten Su Yan to the point where he could not fight back. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually disappeared. The ice sculpture that Su Yan had turned into was clearly enveloped by his power. However, it was as if he had completely disappeared. His spirit was no longer present. His power was also no longer present. Everything related to him had completely disappeared. This was simply a joke. It was as if he was dreaming. Is this the power of the underworld? Yin and yang are separated. There is only extreme yin, but no yang. Using the terror in one's heart as cold, it devours and annihilates everything. I understand now. Just as he was panicking, Su Yan's voice suddenly rang out. The appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Clearly, nothing existed. Su Yan's power, aura, and even his soul had all disappeared. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually suddenly appeared. It was as if he was simply playing a joke on him. How is this possible? You clearly disappeared. Why did you appear here? Impossible. He roared furiously. It was as if he had gone mad. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared beside him again. Impossible? How laughable. As the user of the underworld's power, you still can't tell the difference? Su Yan's voice rang out again. There was actually a trace of disappointment in his tone. Such words made him the most furious. Impossible. My power clearly engulfed you just now. You clearly couldn't escape. He still did not dare to believe that his power had completely suppressed Su Yan. The ice sculpture that he had turned into had already shattered. Haha, are you still obsessed with your dream? Su Yan's voice sounded again. Everyone lives in the world they know. However, have you never thought that your understanding might be wrong? As Su Yan's words fell, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm froze. What? Dreamland? Dreamland? When Su Yan said these two words, his entire body was filled with shock and anger. How could it be a dream? How could it be a dream? Everything was so real, so clear. Icy dream emptiness flower, all of this is but an icy dream, an illusion. Even at this point, you still haven't woken up. You truly disappoint me. Su Yan's voice rang out once again. After that, his figure also began to appear. What appeared in front of this expert was no longer an ice sculpture, but a real existence. His gaze was as cold as ice as he said, "You don't want to wake up? That's fine too, I can die in my dreams." Su Yan directly pointed out with a finger. A stream of power headed straight for his mind. The mysterious light continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into an ultimate power. No! At this moment, the southern sea god realm expert immediately let out a howl of despair as his entire body began to crumble. This was because he had never imagined that Su Yan's power would be able to destroy everything in a single strike. The feeling of being in control of everything instantly disappeared. On the contrary, it was the feeling of having nothing, of being toyed with by fate. Even the Netherworld Gate had not opened. This is the 5 counties and continents. How could the Netherworld Gate be opened so easily? Su Yan's voice rang out once again. He stared straight at this person in front of him, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. At this moment, the 5 counties and continents were naturally much better than before. However, it was still impossible to reach the ideal state. In fact, Su Yan had already tested it a long time ago. Even if he used all of his strength, it would still be impossible for him to open the Netherworld Gate. Only if an Emperor-level expert acted would it be possible to open the Netherworld Gate. However, every action of an Emperor-level expert would be watched by the heavens and earth. Not to mention opening the Netherworld Gate, even walking out of the Netherworld Gate was extremely difficult for them. This southern sea creature was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, that black greatsword seemed to have the special ability to communicate with the Netherworld and the Infinity World. However, it was extremely difficult to truly achieve this step. In fact, it could even be said that it was impossible. Everything that had happened before was actually just a dream. From the moment you were sealed in this icy space by me, the battle had already begun. No, you can't say that. Instead, you have already lost. Su Yan's words were simply a humiliation to this southern sea creature. Previously, he had already thought that victory was already in his grasp and that he had everything under control. However, at this moment, his power had been directly defeated. Furthermore, it had been an instant defeat. There was not a single bit of luck involved. How could he accept such a huge disparity? At this moment, his aura began to surge. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, He had already made up his mind to stake everything on this one throw and fight with his life on the line. Su Yan, although I don't know what method you used to cause all of my previous attacks to fail, it is also impossible for you to trap me. Great Netherworld Sword. At this moment, all of his strength had been concentrated into this black longsword. This sword was extremely mysterious. It was not made of any material, but was completely made of netherworld demonic chi. This was something that was directly connected to the netherworld. Therefore, when he completely released this power, his strength had actually broken through his own limits. Shatter for me. He was also considered a person. Although he still did not understand what Su Yan's dream was, he already knew that at this moment, he was already in an extremely passive position. If he did not immediately leave at this moment, there was a real possibility that he would be trapped in this place. Therefore, he immediately used his last resort and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, he realized that Su Yan did not move at all. His gaze was extremely calm, as if he was just watching a joke. Damn it, what do you mean by this? He was extremely furious. He did not understand what Su Yan meant at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Dream. This is only a dream. Everything you do is an empty dream. You think that you are staking everything on this one throw, you think that I can't trap you. Unfortunately, all of this is wrong." At this moment, Su Yan pointed with his finger. A dark shadow was cast. That dark shadow was actually an extremely terrifying soul shadow. Furthermore, what made him even more surprised was that this soul shadow was actually even stronger than the one he had just summoned. What's going on? How can you use such power? He was completely shocked. He completely did not understand how Su Yan could actually use such a method. However, his shock did not stop there. At this moment, Su Yan pointed lightly again. Then, another wave of power appeared. It was a huge door, the gate of the netherworld. How is this possible? At this moment, all of his power was concentrated in his great netherworld sword. However, at this moment, he actually did not know how to use it anymore. His power was rolling at this moment. All of his power had been condensed to an endless extent. The powerful and terrifying aura was constantly changing. Heaven and earth had already formed a strange vortex at this moment. Indeed, how is this possible? If it was in reality, I naturally wouldn't be able to do it. However, it's not like that here. Empty dream, this is only a dream. You thought that your dream has been shattered and you have already woken up. However, is this really the case? Su Yan asked again with a smile. Such a laughter made him feel afraid. This was a situation where he had lost control of his own fate. He completely could not imagine that things would actually reach such a stage at this moment. Damn it, Shatter! His great netherworld sword suddenly slashed out. Originally, if he saw the gate of the netherworld, his heart would only be filled with joy because this meant that he could obtain even more power. However, at this moment, this was not the case. Because at this moment, this was no longer the gate of the netherworld that he was familiar with. No, it could even be said that he did not know what this thing was. The unknown was the most terrifying. Therefore, he wanted to use his great netherworld sword to shatter this thing. No matter what it was, he wanted to shatter it first. However, just as he finished gathering his power and was about to attack with all his might, this power suddenly stopped. His power had actually disappeared as well. Since this is a dream, then everything that you know is actually wrong. Do you think that this great netherworld sword is your power? Actually, it isn't. As Su Yan finished speaking, a wave of power appeared in front of the southern sea creature. This power was actually exactly the same as the great netherworld sword that he had just used. I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to control so much of the netherworld's power. After Su Yan finished speaking, the entire space had become even colder. Even someone as powerful as him could not withstand this coldness. It's time for your dream to end. Therefore, you should completely die in this dream. Su Yan raised his hand. In an instant, faint snowflakes appeared in the darkness. When these snowflakes fell on his body, a bone-piercing cold appeared. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if the entire world had completely died. Then, beautiful flowers of ice and dust appeared one after another on his body. Chapter 1188. The ice flowers began to shatter, and in the end, death descended. Just like that, he died. In reality, the southern sea creature was still standing, as if he had never attacked at all. Even his vital signs hadn't disappeared. But in reality, his soul had already begun to feel lonely. The soul was the foundation of everything. If the soul died, then everything was over. And the soul of the southern sea creature was withering bit by bit under this ice flower. Su Yan watched quietly. The frozen dream void flower was a method he had comprehended while in seclusion. If he hadn't witnessed the great battle between the two of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend it to such an extent. At this time, it displayed an extremely powerful strength. Such a terrifying existence had actually been killed in such a silent manner. Of course, it wasn't easy to execute it. If it hadn't been for the right time, place, and people that allowed Su Yan to set up his trap first, it wouldn't have been so simple. Su Yan's power began to move bit by bit at this time. The power of the Zenith Supreme flowed like a stream and began to analyze. The stronger Su Yan became, the more he felt a thirst for power in this world. And the power of the Zenith Supreme was the best method he could use to understand this power. The power of the Zenith Supreme was incomparably mystical. If it hadn't been for its help, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. The Zenith Supreme Sword Soul in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had also grown to an unimaginable level. Su Yan's heart and soul grew calmer and calmer. His power and aura continued to change at this time. His entire being had undergone the most thorough sublimation. But it was at this time that Su Yan's gaze suddenly froze. Then, a serious expression appeared on his face. As expected, this kind of existence isn't so easy to kill. Even if my frozen dream void flower destroyed it and its soul is beginning to wither, it still has some tricks up its sleeve? Su Yan looked ahead. When the layers of souls began to disappear, a new soul appeared directly at this time. If that's the case, then that fellow I saw earlier was just a front? Is he just a breeding tool? Su Yan was surprised. It wouldn't be strange if someone's body was used as a parasitic tool. Although it was difficult to do so, it wasn't impossible. But at this moment, his soul had become someone else's outer garment. At the very least, it was impossible for the current Su Yan to achieve such a feat. It was even impossible for him to come into contact with this field. At this moment, the new soul seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes. Eye of the Underworld King. That eye appeared, and immediately, a vast and mighty pressure bore down on Su Yan. Not good, that's a power that surpasses the limit. At that moment, Su Yan was shocked. This power was much stronger than the previous creature. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Cut it off. In an instant, the countless ice flowers were completely shattered, turning into the purest fragments. Then, all the power was cut off at this moment. The space he had constructed was also directly shattered at this moment. Heavenly thunder. He knew how terrifying this existence was. If he was in his complete state, he could still fight it. But now, with only a quarter of his origin power, he was no match for it. So, he directly used the heavenly thunder. The reason why he did this was not because he hoped to defeat the other party with the power of the heavenly thunder, but because he wanted to trigger changes in heaven and earth, causing the thunder tribulation to descend. He clearly knew that this existence must be a heaven-defying existence. If he didn't have his domain to block it, the aura of heaven and earth would definitely sense it. What Su Yan did was only to intensify this feeling. When the heavenly thunder fell, that mysterious thing seemed to know how powerful it was. At this moment, the light of the Eye of the Underworld King dimmed. The thunder of heaven was the most domineering. In a battle between ordinary cultivators, the thunder technique was already extremely fierce. Just like Zhang Daqian, he used the thunder technique to show his divine power in the western wilderness and the northern region. If the heavenly thunder was released by the heavens, its power would be even more terrifying, and the extremely powerful force would directly erupt. The terrifying divine power was immeasurable. Even if it was a sovereign or a saint venerable, if they were watched by the heavens, they would feel uncomfortable. If the heavenly tribulation was strong enough, their lives would be in danger. At this moment, the aura of the eye of the underworld king was indeed terrifying. However, once it was watched by the heavens, it was already uneasy and did not even know what to do. At this moment, it originally wanted to erupt with an extremely powerful attack and directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan made a prompt decision and triggered the heavenly thunder. It immediately chose to retreat, not daring to fight with the heavenly thunder. The eye of the underworld king cut through a space barrier, and in an instant, a crack appeared. That was the Real Netherworld Gate. Of course, it was only a crack, but it was already terrifying enough. This was not a dream, but reality. To be able to directly open a space in the 5 counties at this time, this power was already extremely powerful. Want to leave? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly. His power suddenly burst out, and a powerful aura directly grabbed towards it. At this point, Su Yan naturally would not let it leave. Su Yan's ice transmogrification actually created a crack in the Netherworld's gate. The appearance of such a crack was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was changing bit by bit, and his condition had already been raised to the extreme. At this moment, another battle was already in full swing. Su Yan's Fire Dragon King, which was transformed from flames, directly started to fight with the blood-winged flying dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon could be said to be incomparably furious. Su Yan's blasphemy against the Dragon King made it have an extremely strong killing intent in its heart. Moreover, it was once Su Yan's mount, which was also a great humiliation to it. Therefore, at this moment, it would definitely not give up and wanted to completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, its power was still increasing because it had already directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. The Dragon King's fire was the most powerful power bestowed to it by the Dragon King. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary subdivine tool. At this moment, it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. It could feel the Dragon King's fire burning continuously in its body. In this way, its battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. Even its own realm was beginning to increase. If it were any other time, it would not dare to do this because its body might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, it could no longer care so much because it wanted to kill Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was already different from before. The current him was really terrifying to it. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it was still impossible for it to defeat it. Therefore, at this moment, it was so angry that it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. At this moment, it only felt that it was an unimaginable power. If it did not release this power, its body would explode. But now, it was just the right time for it to release all of its power. The extremely powerful power was constantly rioting at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a storm sweeping through. Waves of dragons might covered the sky and the earth, and even forced the flames to retreat. However, even though his attacks were ferocious, he discovered one thing at this time. That was, he seemed to have no way of dealing with Su Yan. Su Yan had been standing on top of the Dragon King that he had conjured with the power of flames, and then dodged his attacks. No matter how fierce its power was, it could not defeat this power at the beginning. It seemed that every time he was just a little bit away from being able to kill Su Yan. However, it was because of this little bit of difference that allowed Su Yan to escape the calamity. Damn it, didn't you want to kill me? Do you only know how to dodge like this? The blood-winged dragon roared angrily. At this moment, Su Yan dodged another dragon breath and said, "You actually want to provoke me? Hee, your current power is not all of your own. The power of the Dragon King's fire is still beyond your imagination, so you can't wait to fight with me and use my power to refine the Dragon King's fire, right?" Su Yan directly saw through its purpose and pointed it out. Hearing Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon was extremely angry. Since Su Yan had seen through its situation and its purpose, then it was estimated that he would not fight with it at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan changed the topic and said, "But it doesn't matter. You think that you have reached the true peak and exceeded your expectations? Then I will directly defeat you and let you see how powerful I am." Su Yan's body suddenly came to a halt. Then he suddenly blasted out a punch. Such a punch directly rushed into the sky. It was actually aimed at the dragon's breath that was shooting towards him. You actually chose to fight head-on. The blood-winged dragon was shocked, but then it was pleasantly surprised. What it was most afraid of was that Su Yan would not fight with it, but instead constantly contend with it, wasting its power. But at this time, since Su Yan had already released all of his power, it was the best thing for it. Its aura directly swelled at this time, and its whole body's power surged, directly pushing its power to the peak. At this time, Su Yan spoke again. From the moment you chose to betray me, there was karma between you and me. In fact, I didn't have much resentment towards you. After all, I understand that you had no choice but to submit under the pressure of the God-Slayer sword. It's just that you used Dragon Island to almost kill me. Although your original intention was not to target me, it has already involved my life and death, so I naturally have to take revenge. At this time, Su Yan's whole body immediately began to surge. The endless flames were completely released, and the endless sparks were like a volcano. Chapter 1189. The terrifying power of the flames continued to converge, forming one flaming dragon after another. Although these flaming dragons did not have the appearance of the Fire Dragon King, they were still extremely ferocious, as if they were real dragons. Full text read. The blood-winged wyvern's pressure suddenly increased when such power appeared. His entire body was enduring an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, everything that Su Yan had displayed made him feel a sense of dread. He had never thought that Su Yan's strength would be so powerful. However, the more this was so, the more challenging it was for him. Every powerhouse had the heart to become even stronger. He was naturally the same. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was not without conditions. The fire of the Dragon King was his best condition, and also his most reliable method. As long as he could defeat Su Yan, his strength would naturally increase rapidly. In the end, he would be able to break through his current self. His goal was to become the new Dragon King. Therefore, when Su Yan displayed such great power, not only did he not feel any fear, but he also roared excitedly. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he said, "Not bad. It seems that you have finally begun to face yourself and understand that you want to become even stronger. That's good." That was what the blood-winged wyvern thought, but was Su Yan not the same? The reason why he had split himself into 4 and used different origin energies to create new clones was to use these powerful fellows to continuously train himself and allow his strength to break through. Thinking hard had allowed him to improve a lot. However, he was very clear that he had to do this. If he wanted to truly master what he had comprehended, then the best method was to fight. That was why he made such a choice. At this moment, hundreds of flaming dragons charged towards the blood-winged wyvern. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern was indeed incomparably ferocious, as if he was a god of war. When the power came rushing at him, he immediately used his own power and sent the fire dragon flying. Roar, the wrath of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's wrath was completely unleashed. The terrifying aura was like a whirlwind. At this moment, blood-red flames appeared directly outside his body. He completely combined his own power with the Dragon King's fire and condensed it into a brand new power. And this power belonged to him alone. This guy was indeed an extraordinary existence. If not for this, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not have helped him back then. After all, one would have to pay a huge price to break the blood essence contract. Not to mention, this blood-winged wyvern wasn't a pure-blooded dragon. Blood and fire engulfed the world. His power was filled with true wildness. When this power was directly activated, it immediately began to engulf everything. Under this power, everything began to be annihilated. That terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, his wings flapped continuously, and gusts of wind appeared one after another. Blazing sky. This was the powerful power he had just comprehended. He used the dragon wings to condense a powerful whirlwind, and then used it to ignite a terrifying flame. When the power of the flame directly rushed out, it immediately displayed the most terrifying aura. Such power constantly collided between heaven and earth. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be sinking down. Everything was immediately engulfed and condensed. Under the impact of this power, the Fire Dragon King condensed by Su Yan began to dim. "You lowly human, how dare you blaspheme the power of the Dragon King and vainly attempt to condense the Fire Dragon King with your own power? You're simply courting death. I'll let you understand what true fear is." His power increased once again. One had to admit that the Dragon King's fire was really powerful. It actually allowed the blood-winged wyvern to continuously break through. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern's body had already changed. His dragon scales began to become finer and denser. To a large extent, the bloodline of the dragon clan could be seen from the dragon scales. At this time, his dragon scales began to transform, which also meant that his dragon blood was beginning to erupt and transform into a purer bloodline. He was already extremely talented. If his bloodline was upgraded at this time, then his strength would increase again, and his strength would reach a whole new level. At this time, his aura began to rise continuously. "Su Yan, this time, I'll kill you, devour your laws, and then break through to the Dragon King." At this time, he was completely confident and had his own goal. Moreover, he felt that it would not take too long to achieve this goal. Su Yan was still expressionless as he dissolved the power that had yet to arrive. Su Yan's Fire Shura's aura also became more stable at this time. "Actually, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to Dragon Island and be valued by the Dragon King." At this time, he became more and more proud. Now, he had firmly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Hee," as expected. "What nonsense is this about offending the Dragon King's anger? The glory of the Dragon Clan is actually fake. You're not a true dragon. So where did the glory of the Dragon Clan come from? You're just putting on an act to deceive the Dragon King and even yourself," Gu Shenwei said. As Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged wyvern immediately became furious. Because Su Yan had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was a human or a dragon, as long as it was an intelligent creature, it would have its own weakness. When its inner thoughts were directly spoken out, it would naturally become angry. It was the kind of anger that came from the things it had been hiding being directly exposed. "You damned fool, doing this will only speed up your death." He decided to tear Su Yan apart bit by bit and let him know how powerful he was. Su Yan said mockingly, "What, I hit the nail on the head, so you're incomparably irritable?" Unknowingly, Su Yan had actually begun to turn the situation around. However, the blood-winged wyvern had yet to realize this. In a fight between true experts, if one couldn't even control one's own mind and was seen through by others as a weakness, then it was actually very dangerous. Shura split, burn. Su Yan suddenly used a move. His power immediately appeared. That terrifying aura constantly flickered at this time, and his powerful strength had already reached an unparalleled level. At this time, his power was rolling, and all the aura between heaven and earth changed. This was the world condensed by Su Yan, so all the flames were under his control. At this time, even the blood-red flames were affected by his power. My flames, how is this possible?" The blood-winged wyvern was shocked. It had clearly suppressed Su Yan just now, so why was Su Yan showing signs of turning the situation around in the blink of an eye? "Nothing is impossible. Your Dragon King's fire is indeed powerful, but you're not enough. Not only is your strength, but your temperament is also the same. You don't have the courage to go in. Everything is just a lie to yourself." Su Yan reached out and grabbed, and immediately, a huge handprint appeared. Dragon capture. When that power appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying aura, as if it wanted to grab the blood-winged wyvern in its hand. How inconceivable was that? The blood-winged wyvern only felt its whole body trembling. Of course, it couldn't let Su Yan have his way. If that was the case, it wouldn't even have a chance to live. At this time, Su Yan's power changed again. His aura was rolling at this moment, and the light between heaven and earth sank at this time. Such a change was unimaginable. At this time, all of his power had reached the most terrifying level. The flames were like huge waves, suppressing one after another. It had already wrapped the blood-winged wyvern in it. Blood-winged wyvern, I've already said that we have to settle the grudges between us. In fact, this is your only chance. This is already the greatest power I've gathered. If you can break through the suppression of my power, then you can escape with your life. But if you can't, then stay here forever. Su Yan suddenly shouted. In the world of flames, he seemed to have turned into a god. Although the means he displayed couldn't be compared to when the two deity-like existences had fought back then, his use of laws was exquisite to the extreme. Every power could be used perfectly by him. Everything changed. Everything was under his control. Su Yan, you can't trap me, and you can't win against me. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern was constantly roaring. At the same time, the terrifying Dragon King's fire began to merge with its body. With the help of the power of the Dragon King's fire, its transformation became faster and faster. Its strength also increased at an even more terrifying level. At this time, it was moving forward step by step, its entire person exuding the most terrifying aura. The dragon's aura began to transform. In today's battle, I'll defy the heavens and become a Dragon King. And you, Su Yan, will definitely become my stepping stone. At this time, it knew that it had reached an extremely important juncture. If it could withstand it and directly defeat Su Yan, then it would be able to completely transform, break through the current barrier, and even become a Dragon King. If it failed, then everything would be over. But it believed that there were no ifs. The final winner would be him. At this time, in the distant Dragon Island, a Dragon King opened its eyes. He's actually going to use the Dragon King's fire to break through to the Dragon King realm? I wonder if this guy can succeed. If he can, my Dragon Island will welcome a new Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1190. That flame of the Dragon King was the flame left behind after the death of the Fire Dragon King. Read the full text. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was killed by the Godslayer sword. However, thanks to the protection of the Dragon God, he was able to leave behind the last flame as an inheritance. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern seemed to be digesting his power before undergoing the final transformation. The blood-winged wyvern's bloodline was impure. On Dragon Island, even the average giant dragons would not pay much attention to him. However, if he truly became the Fire Dragon King, then everything would change. He could become an existence on par with him and get along with him as an equal. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become the Dragon King. However, no matter what, this could not be taken lightly. After all, it was significant for Dragon Island to have another Dragon King. Therefore, this powerful Dragon King decided to protect him personally and ensure that the blood-winged wyvern could become the Dragon King. Is he trying to become the Dragon King? Su Yan continued to suppress his power. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Trying to become the Dragon King was an extremely terrifying matter. If he could not suppress it, then he might have to face a Dragon King. Although it was only a difference of one step, the gap between them was too big. The difference of one step was the difference between heaven and earth. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even if he was in his strongest state, facing a Dragon King, his chances of victory were not high. Sword of blazing fire, will of Shura, extermination. The Fire Dragon King under Su Yan's body changed again. It turned into an extremely terrifying divine sword of blazing fire. Not only did this divine sword of blazing fire contain the most terrifying will of Shura. That was the combination of blazing fire and Shura. The explosive power contained unimaginable destructive power. The moment this power was unleashed, the flame barrier began to tremble. It was as if all the power was swept away by this terrifying aura. This was the most powerful sword that Su Yan could release at the moment. With such power surging, all the power between heaven and earth had reached an extremely terrifying level. This violent and terrifying power continued to accumulate at this moment. Unknowingly, it had already caused the weather to change, directly affecting the sky in the outside world. At this moment, the sky of this battlefield gradually began to change. Strands of power seemed to directly split the sky. The power of ice and lightning intertwined, the burning power of the raging flames, the decaying laws of the sky, and finally the space swallowed and annihilated by the darkness. Such a battlefield was simply incomparably frightening. The people below simply didn't dare to imagine the scene at this moment. Such a scene was like the end of the world for them. Is this Su Yan's strength? Holy Flame Ling Laikong was extremely solemn. Originally, although he didn't doubt the Tianji elder's calculation, he always felt unconvinced. After all, Su Yan had no achievements in the past 10 years. Even his figure had never appeared. However, not long ago, when Yun Wanqing was going through the tribulation, Su Yan directly appeared. He already understood that he was definitely no match for Su Yan. The gap between the two was even very large. At that time, he even felt that he was not qualified to be a heavenly king on par with Su Yan. And this time, when Su Yan appeared, his strength was even more terrifying. He was directly fighting against 4 people. It should be known that the person he was facing was not an ordinary expert, but a peak Dao master who truly possessed extremely terrifying and powerful strength. Even if there was only one of them, he would not be a match for them. However, Su Yan had directly challenged 4 of them by himself. He was so strong and so overbearing. Just what level has he reached? He muttered to himself. At this moment, a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance penetrated through the 4 battlefields and suppressed everything. Okay, it's almost over. Today, all of you will stay here. Su Yan's voice directly sounded at this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, Su Yan was already strong enough when he divided into 4 and suppressed the 4 sides. However, at this time, he actually burst out with such power. At this time, all the power directly swept out, and the power of the 4 rules began to gather at the same time. What is this? Why is that power so amazing? They simply couldn't believe what they saw. This level of power was already beyond their imagination. At this time, the power gathered at this time, and actually wanted to kill all 4 experts. Not to mention whether it could be achieved, just this mentality alone was already extremely terrifying, and it made everyone tremble a little. Su Yan, to think that he has already become so powerful. The current Yi Xingkong didn't know how much stronger he was in the past. He knew that he had worked so hard mainly because he wanted to catch up to Su Yan's footsteps. At the very least, he couldn't let Su Yan fall too far behind him. But at this time, it seemed that many things were fate. No matter how hard he worked, the gap between them was still too far. Not only did the gap not shrink, it grew bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but feel a bitter feeling in his heart. Of course, he quickly threw away this thought in his heart. As the saying goes, do what you can and leave it to fate. There were many things that the supervisor couldn't decide. He had worked hard enough, and this was already very good. Under Su Yan's power, the first thing to be destroyed was the strange spirit that appeared in the southern sea creature. He was bombarded by the power of heavenly lightning and trapped by Su Yan's power of ice and snow. Although his essence was strong, Su Yan could already see that this was only a small part of his body. This existence must have also suffered an unimaginable tribulation. Even though he had used extremely terrifying means to survive, it was extremely difficult for him to recover his former strength. Especially at this time, he was targeted by the power of the heavenly tribulation, and his own power was once again bombarded. He was directly destroyed. The moment he died, Su Yan opened his hand and gathered his powerful power. This power of the underworld was almost like a poison to the people of the Wuji realm, but it was not so to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed to do next was to directly destroy the other 3 existences. But at this time, another unforeseen event occurred. The area where the blood-winged dragon was directly broken through, and then an extremely terrifying majestic aura rushed into the sky. Dragon's majesty! And this was not an ordinary majesty, but a majesty that belonged to the Dragon King. The majesty of the Dragon King appeared at this time. The blood-winged dragon was about to break through. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful strength, he finally broke through the shackles, broke through all restraints, and was about to break through the realm of the Dragon King. Lowly and shameless human, you are no match for a great Dragon King, So are you ready to die? His body broke through all obstacles and then flew into the sky. But at this time, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. The four figures disappeared at the same time. As expected, it's still too difficult to kill all of you at the same time? Su Yan muttered to himself. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and it was not that he was not strong enough. It was that those guys had too many tricks up their sleeves, one after another, endless. Such means were simply unimaginable. Especially the blood-winged dragon. At this time, he actually directly broke through, and then his strength completely rose to the peak. The majesty of the Dragon King had become extremely terrifying at this time. If he completely became the Dragon King, then this majesty would become even more terrifying. Su Yan, I want to defy the heavens and become the Dragon King. You are no match for me. The blood-winged dragon could be said to be extremely proud at this time. At that moment, he really felt that he was about to die. Such a terrifying and violent pressure was simply unimaginable. Shura's flaming sword was almost a death sentence to him. But at that time, the Dragon King's flame was actually completely activated. He was about to die, but at that moment, he was saved from death's door and received the recognition of the Dragon King's flame. The Dragon King's flame was left behind by the Fire Dragon King before he died. His soul was cut by the Godslayer sword. Even if the Godslayer sword was weak, it was not something that a Dragon King like him could resist. His soul could not be reincarnated and restored. Therefore, at the last moment, he chose to leave his inheritance behind. He hoped to make his final contribution to Dragon Island. Although the Dragon clan was arrogant and conceited, they had always valued their own clan. Originally, although the blood-winged dragon's strength was strong, it was impossible for it to be recognized by the powerful Fire Dragon King. But when Su Yan's Shura's sword will fell, the unwillingness to die awakened the last of his will. Therefore, the Dragon King's flame and the blood-winged dragon merged perfectly. Become the Dragon King? I've been waiting for this moment. At this time, Su Yan also directly went against the heavens. His power was gathered again, and a monstrous majesty immediately appeared. His majesty was already extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was even stronger than before. The nine-headed demon snake and darkness holy man finally broke free from Su Yan's power, but at this time, they were already afraid. Damn it, that guy is so strong. If not for the protection of the mysterious portrait, the nine-headed demon snake would have been swallowed by the decaying law. And darkness holy man was even worse. His great darkness descent was seriously damaged, and even his origin was in danger. If not for the sudden explosion of the blood-winged dragon, which forced Su Yan to merge his body and suppress the blood-winged dragon that was about to become the Dragon King, he would have been swallowed by Su Yan at this time. Chapter 1191. However, he still managed to survive. No matter what the reason was, it was good that he was still alive. Latest chapter to read. To him, this was a great blessing. Even though this opportunity seemed to be much better, at this moment, he was already scared. After witnessing Su Yan's strength and terror, he no longer dared to stay here any longer. He already knew that Su Yan now possessed the qualifications to fight against a venerable emperor. And the blood-winged dragon was about to break through to the Dragon King's realm. That was also extremely terrifying. If the strength of the two was only average and not much stronger than him, he might have chosen to watch from the sidelines. Then, at the last moment, he would directly strike and deal a fatal blow. But now, he no longer dared to do so. He no longer had the qualifications to watch. Whether it was Su Yan or the blood-winged dragon, their methods were too powerful. In the end, unless they perished together, as long as they were still alive, he would not be able to deal with them. Damn it, these two are simply freaks. He was extremely angry. At this moment, he did not even see how strong Su Yan was. This was also what made him extremely afraid. At this moment, he saw the nine-headed demon snake. This nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on par with him, and had suffered a great loss just now. At this moment, the two of them actually had a feeling of appreciation for each other. But in the end, they still chose to leave. Su Yan did not care about their departure at all, because at this moment, he did not seem to have the energy to care about their lives. His strength was tumbling, and that violent and terrifying aura was constantly rising at this moment. Because the Dragon King's prestige was extremely terrifying, he had to increase his strength at this moment. Only then could he deal with the opponent's terrifying strength. Su Yan had already begun to activate the Taiji sword. In the past 10 years, the Taiji sword had been nourishing his body. Back then, he was the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. However, the Godslayer sword did not choose to take his life in the end. Instead, it gave him a lot of pointers. During that period of time, Su Yan's understanding increased day by day. It was at this time that he comprehended the way of nurturing the divine sword. However, he now put it into practice. Su Yan's power surged. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. That terrifying aura had already reached the point of lawlessness at this time. His power continued to run at this time, and then began to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This was also one of Su Yan's realizations. It was important for one's own strength to be strong. However, if one was able to form a connection with the power of heaven and earth during battle, one would be able to increase one's aura to the extreme. The boundless power of heaven and earth was being used by him. How powerful would the power he unleashed be? Even Su Yan himself couldn't imagine it. At this moment, his aura started to become heavy. The blood-winged flying dragon's aura was still rising. Finally, a ray of brilliance shot out from Su Yan's eyes. I can't wait any longer. Supreme extermination. His sword move directly exploded. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword chi vortex appeared. The sword chi vortex seemed to be the most fundamental origin of heaven and earth. Such power surged and moved. It was simply unimaginable. Among the terrifying aura, there was the domineering power of lightning, the ferocity of hurricanes, the heat of raging flames, and the coldness of ice. This was simply a terrifying thing. A single sword intent was actually able to strike together so much power. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have already suffered a backlash before they could even use this sword intent. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he did it directly. His power continued to run. That terrifying aura was extremely ferocious. Such power was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation in terms of power. It was even more powerful. At this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly raised its head. Its head faced the sky. At this moment, there was a change on its head. The most obvious change was the dragon horn. A dragon horn actually grew out of its head. This dragon horn was not an ordinary object. It was a symbol and also the condensation of laws. When this dragon horn appeared, it meant that it had transformed into a dragon king. When this dragon horn was completely formed, it would become a true dragon king. Su Yan was not surprised by this change. At this moment, he directly went towards the dragon horn. Su Yan was waiting for the blood-winged flying dragon's transformation not only to accumulate his own power, but also to directly seize the dragon horn. The dragon horn hid the soul. Now that his square small world had just formed, it needed a strong soul to suppress it. The square seal originally used the 4 symbols to suppress. Now, his square small world already had the soul of the black tortoise. Although it was an incomplete black tortoise, it still had the origin of the black tortoise. As long as Su Yan's square small world could finally form, the soul of the black tortoise would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was to obtain the dragon soul and add another object to his square small world. His power continued to surge. That aura was simply incomparably terrifying at this moment. Such power, the changes between heaven and earth, everything had already become a song and an eternal song. At this moment, Su Yan's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn it, I am the Dragon King. My dignity is not to be violated. The blood-winged flying dragon roared. At this point, how could it be willing to be stripped of its power like this? Therefore, it let out a furious roar in an attempt to make Su Yan retreat. However, Su Yan would not. At this moment, Su Yan had already raised all his power to such a level. How could he let it break free and transform into a Dragon King? The exalted annihilation had already slashed down. However, at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared outside the body of the blood-winged flying dragon. The flame appeared and blocked Su Yan's sword. A remnant soul? At this point you still want to cause trouble. You are simply courting death. Su Yan snorted coldly. He could already tell that the remnant soul was the last remnant consciousness of the Fire Dragon King. Obviously, it knew that its successor was in danger at this moment and wanted to use its last bit of power to protect him. Su Yan's exalted annihilation was directly neutralized by it. However, that was merely a single strike. Su Yan snorted again. I want to see how many attacks you can block for him. Exalted Thunderbolt Slash. He gathered his power again. This time, it was even more domineering. He directly used the exalted power to control the lightning of heaven and earth to attack, wanting to destroy the Fire Dragon King directly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I am the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. How can I allow you to offend me? The voice sounded as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. This kind of power had actually forcefully severed the connection between Su Yan and the world. Su Yan was extremely shocked. The Emperor-level Dragon King. A powerful Dragon King appeared at this time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Previously, he dared to let the blood-winged flying dragon accumulate power because he was sure that the real Dragon King would not be able to come. Once he made a move, he would definitely be targeted by the powerful laws of heaven and earth. However, at this time, the powerful Dragon King still came. When the Dragon King arrived, the laws of heaven and earth also appeared at the same time. The majesty of the laws of heaven and earth was undoubtedly displayed at this time. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surged. The terrifying lightning bolts were many times stronger than before. At this time, the extremely strong power turned into countless terrifying oppressive forces that ruthlessly pressed down. This kind of power was truly frightening. Even an Emperor-level Dragon King should have fallen in front of it. However, right at that moment, the Dragon King that had appeared suddenly let out a loud roar. Great Dragon God, please send down your power and protect your descendants so that they can become the Dragon King. The Dragon God's prayer technique. How could Su Yan not be familiar with this move? Back then, the Divine Dragon used the Dragon God's prayer technique before he died. As a result, the Dragon God was directly summoned. That was an extremely terrifying method. At this time, a real Dragon King directly used the Dragon God's prayer technique. How powerful would that be? It was at this moment that the earth-shattering pressure appeared again. Endless power directly pressed down. That kind of power was too terrifying. It seemed that there was no power in this world that could compare to it. The majesty of the Dragon God. For some unknown reason, the Dragon God could no longer appear in this world. However, the Dragon God's prayer technique could summon him. When the terrifying dragon power appeared, everything sank down in an instant. Even the endless lightning bolts between heaven and earth had a chance to fall down. What kind of terrifying power was this? Human, you deserve to die. The Dragon King's gaze appeared in this world. When he saw Su Yan, the scenes of the past appeared. At the same time, he felt the resentment of the Divine Dragon on Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan was about to kill an existence that was about to become a Dragon King. No matter what the reason was, he should be completely and utterly killed. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then come. Why would I, Su Yan, be afraid of you? At this time, facing a real Dragon King, Su Yan did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he focused his mind to the extreme. Come, let me see just how terrifying the Dragon King's realm is. I think that as long as I can defeat you while the blood-winged wyvern is undergoing its metamorphosis, the blood-winged wyvern will still die.